It's a little thin out there this morning. I expected to see more people, but I'm glad you all are here. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams, Chair of the Commission. Today is September 26, 2025. Ms. Hood, could we please have a roll call? Present.
Present. Present.
Present.
Present.
Outstanding. It's now time for, actually, before we do that, can I remind everyone to please put your phones on silent? Give you a moment to do so. We had a couple of interruptions yesterday. I'd really appreciate it. Let me do the same so that I don't. There we go. And it's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you please stand. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please be seated. Thanks again for being here. Due to time constraints and in a very large agenda, we are going to forego the introduction of visitors today. If this is your first time here, normally we do go through and allow everyone to introduce themselves and what school they're with and why they're here. And we're not going to have that opportunity today, but we look forward to meeting you in meetings to come, and thanks again. Right out of the gate, we have Section 8 as an informal hearing for Florida Healthcare Academy, Orlando 5971. Counselor, you want to give us a lead up for this section?
Yes, Chair. So this is not the first time this commission has had an informal hearing recently. Might be the first time for a couple of newer commissioners. This institution, which Florida Healthcare Academy, appeared before this commission at the public meeting on May 30th to apply for renewal of an annual license. The commission at that time voted to deny the application for licensure and issued a notice of intent to that effect on July 14th. On July 23rd, the institution timely filed a petition for informal hearing. In doing so, the institution made it explicitly clear that they did not deny any of the material facts which were the basis for that notice of intent, but they alleged that they had conducted corrective action and are here this morning to ask you commissioners to reconsider your intent to deny the application for annual license. And each of you commissioners has been given a packet with all of the materials before you, including the petition and whatever documents were submitted in follow-up to it, as well as your executive director's recommendation, which you are to consider after you have heard any testimony you wish to hear.
Thank you for that, Counselor. Would you guys mind introducing yourselves for the record?
Definitely. How are you? Good morning. My name is Pedro. I'm the school director.
Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santora, and Giorgetti.
Pedro, would you mind stating your full name for
Last
me?
name.
Yeah, last name is Moreau. I'm sorry, it's spelled M-O-R-E-A-U.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Do both Mr. Moreau and Counsel need to be sworn in, or just Mr. Moreau?
Anybody who will be giving testimony should be sworn in.
Okay. Then, if you guys don't mind, we're going to swear you in for the informal hearing. And please hold up your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, commissioners, you have the petition and pertinent record of application in front of you here, including the documentation submitted by Florida Healthcare Academy and commission staff as exhibits. Hopefully you guys have had the opportunity to review some of this ahead of time, so we'd like to open the floor for questions to anyone who would like to begin. While the commissioners are reviewing that, I would love to hear a narrative of the actions that were implemented and how those are going to prevent reoccurrence of these types of situations. Can you give me sort of a broad story on that, if you don't mind, Mr. Murrah?
Definitely. And I would like to start by thanking Chris right here. One of the biggest steps that we took was getting the right advice for the institution, the right guidance, I'll say that was the key in order for us to keep moving forward and hopefully meet all of the criteria and necessities that you guys put along the way. We have also worked along with marketing team F-Word. I've become top head on that team to start implementing new ways of marketing, new ways of helping the students, success the students. And this is proved by our quarters. We can talk about the last quarter itself and how well we're doing. Another thing that I would love for you guys to see, if you guys want, it will be the reviews from our latest reviews. If you guys are willing to go into Google here, you guys can see our students talking about the institution, and that's something that will back up the hard work that the entire team has put together in order for the institution to keep moving forward. And that's the best way that I can prove to you guys what the actual students are going through the institution.
If I could add,
Please.
Please.
one of the things that we did initially when Mr. Moreau contracted with us back in May was to sit down and do a due diligence review of the operation, what had happened, what took place, the deficiencies that remained. We put those together with him, submitted those to the commission. Thank you to Attorney Giunta and Mr. Bowman both for working with the institution to get those in. Along with, we decided to implement biweekly meetings with them, talking about key performance indicators, walking through retention, enrollment. We went from every angle that we could take, we went with them to make sure that now, as they move forward and they continue moving forward, should the commission give them the opportunity, that they're on the right path. And we're going to continue to do that. As he's indicated with me, he wants to continue the relationship that we have to continue improving the institution.
So I'd love to be able to hear your thoughts on tracing your challenges back to a trigger point, for lack of a better word, there of, at this point, we could have done X to produce Y, right? But that didn't happen. And the reason I'm asking you that, just so you'll understand, is I want to understand if this is transactional or systemic, right? Is this just a cultural challenge that is much harder and more difficult to solve? Or was there just a single point of failure where things could have turned to a different direction? So help me understand that.
So to better understand it, honestly, who was behind this project, it was my mother. So I actually took care of the project starting August last year, and I faced all the challenges.
August of 24? Okay.
So it was when all the challenges actually got started all together to see where the institution was at, what can we do better, how can we do it better, and when all the changes started occurring inside. So the biggest challenge was grabbing into something that was not in the correct path and learning the right way to do it with the right guidance. Does that answer the question?
No? Thank you for that. This may be a question for staff, but should the commission vote to grant the annual license here, it's valid only through September 30th, which is next week, if I'm reading that correctly. So I guess the next question would be, are we prepared for the immediacy of what should be a renewal application that is forthcoming?
We have submitted that application, Chair Williams, the annual license for this year.
We don't want to take 2 steps forward and 1 back, right?
I'm sorry.
You all right?
Yeah. Just push something.
So their application was submitted August the 20th, so they will be prepped for the November meeting.
Okay,
So yes, that is correct.
awesome. Thank you for that. Commissioners, you have any questions?
I just have more of a comment. I did appreciate in there that you took responsibility for not meeting the requirements and submitting information. But I just want to make a note for the general audience is that, consultants, great to use them, great to get their advice, great to go forward. But at the same time, at the end of the day, the institutions are ultimately responsible. And the owners or the presidents must make sure you cannot just rely upon your consultants to make sure your work is done. They're there to consult, not to run your companies.
Correct.
So as you're looking at your educational institutions, for everyone in the audience, please make sure that you are hands-on and you know what's going on with your institution. Use your consultants to help you get better, to address the rules. You can also use commission staff if you have questions to come to us.
Yeah, I think a great way to say that is there's a difference between consultation and delegation, right? So if you have a consultant, you're not delegating the work to them. And I think that's a really good point. I think we hear from people quite often who say, oh, well, my consultant was supposed to do X, Y, or Z, and that didn't transpire. And, it's not the consultant's name on that license in the end.
And again, I appreciate that you guys took responsibility, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
It was more a general comment for the audience.
Completely understand.
So let me ask you a forward-looking, open-ended question. So you made a difficult transition. You've been on a steep learning curve.
Yeah.
Got smacked in the mouth a couple of times, metaphorically, right? What's your vision for where you want this to go now? If you're holding on to the reins of this, is it something that you want to maximize and realize the potential of, or are you just trying to continue it where it is?
100%. So that's a great question, and that's kind of like a personal answer that I'm going to give right here.
No, I'd love to hear it.
So my family comes from an educational background. Actually, they come from school background, not higher education. I never followed the path until my mother asked me to do so, and I did not know that I really liked what we're doing right here, and I do enjoy what we're doing right here. And my father just went through a personal things, and Florida healthcare is actually dedicated to the health portion of education. And when I saw all the medical things going around, I'm like, that actually motivated me to keep moving forward. So my goals right here is to keep expanding, offering new programs for students. And after what I went through that opened my eyes, I'm committed 100% full-time on this. This is something that I really did enjoy, even though it was a learning curve, like you said. It was not a rough one on a bad way. It was something that it's just learning how to do it correctly, and triggering and doing it pretty much.
Commissioners?
I'd like to just revisit your initial question, which I thought was powerful, but I'd like to restate it and pose it in light of the discussion. And I for one appreciate the attempt to remediate and to try to improve, for the future. I think it's a good lesson for all of us, right? The first step, accountability, and then trying to see how we can improve. So just so this could be a learning point for us, in the process of the consultation that has transacted, could you maybe just give us a snapshot of the primary diagnoses and interventions across the different areas that are being, remediated or improved? And you just stated that, you looked at all the different aspects of the institution in order to improve, sustainability and quality and student retention, et cetera, right? So I wonder if you can give us a snapshot of the scope of the diagnosis and the intervention actions or plans to ensure that this will set off on a path of growth.
Definitely. Okay, that's a rough one. So to put it all together, on my diagnosis was numbers. What can I put in here? So there's a couple of softwares that has been integrated into the institution that will help us on a daily basis understand what's going on, what's happening, and how it's happening. Within that, we got a software called HiRes, for example, that I can recommend many people, that helps understanding where every single person is coming from and understanding a better criteria of the persona that's coming into the institution for us in order to understand their needs, how to address them, and how to take care of them. So this software actually aligns with what's their age, where they're coming from. Even if they don't buy or they don't enroll into the institution for the program, how can we improve and do better for them has been integrated in there. That's one of the key portions, because under that comes all the strategy that comes behind it. So we have a team that's an email marketing team, what we call an email marketing team, but they're not only marketing, they're also behind the student success, sending what we call email marketing. Even though we call it like that, they're behind each student, and they're breaking down into that software to know who the student is, if they graduated, how can we help out? Do we know new positions that we can share with them, and how to share it with them on a quicker way and possible, like accessible, so it's right on their fingertips. Also integrates my team for Google Ads, Facebook ads, what we call meta ads. Everything is actually integrated into that one single platform. And what I love about it, and the reason why I talk about that platform, is because that snapshot that you're asking me to see, that one screen that we built all together gives me all the data points that I need in order to know what's going on and how can we address it better. Does that answer that question?
How frequently are you reviewing that snapshot?
What was that?
How frequently are you reviewing those
Daily.
KPIs?
Daily. That's like my morning routine with a coffee. It's literally on my tablet. I literally open it and I know what happened the day before.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And if I may, Dr. Stefano, one of the things that we did when we initially went in, we performed focus groups with the students just to get a better idea of what they were feeling, areas that could be improved, some areas that they might have had concern with. And then I did that so that he was excluded from it, so that I could then sit with him and say, this is what your students are saying. In running 40 schools in my history, you know, there's a lot of key performance indicators that don't catch the student aspect of things. And that was one of the things initially that I wanted to do for him, so that he would know where the fall down was to ensure that there would be no more fall down.
I appreciate that additional context, and I think of everything that was said, that's probably a very critical part. And I suggest thinking about, just for your own framing of this, the difference between a technical solution and an adaptive solution.
Okay.
Look up that distinction, adaptive leadership literature. The software will provide you with a technical solution, but the user-centered design process with the focus groups is really addressing the adaptive problem, right? So together, then you can have real solutions.
Correct.
And Dr. Stefano, the ongoing focus groups, the ongoing student surveys, those are all done, they're compiled so that they can meet with staff and go through that with them, so that everyone hears what the students are saying.
It's fantastic.
Yep.
Integrated feedback loops.
Yep.
How many staff members do you have that interact directly with your students?
Directly with them, on top of my head, I might be missing someone.
Just give me a range.
Our range should be around 7 to 8, I'm sorry.
Say 9, yeah.
Yeah.
That's on top of my head right now.
Yeah. While you're looking at this KPIs, which I think is critical, let's not let go of the fact that the most important person in every organization is the one that interacts directly with your customer,
Correct.
your student. That student may not even know you exist, right? And that's okay. You may be abducted by aliens and they wouldn't even miss you, but they would miss a really good professor. They would miss a really good instructor, right? So just be thoughtful, culturally and systemically about those people that are engaging with your student, because they are a representation of those KPIs in the real world, right? A personified version of those numbers and metrics that you're looking at. So I think it's important for you to be measuring, but those intangibles, those subjective things that happen every single day as interactions between your instructors and your students, those are things you got to have your finger on the pulse of, right? Because then it becomes preventative, not tertiary, right? You can handle it before we find ourselves in these situations, right? Commissioners, any further discussion? Do I have a motion to grant or deny the pending application for annual license?
Motion to grant.
I have a motion to grant.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Good luck.
Grant that license. You've already submitted your new one that expires next week for the one that we're in right now. I'll leave you with this, Mr. Moreau. I've learned, it's been my experience, that people show you who they are, and regardless of what they say, right? So I'm looking forward, for better or worse, for us, for you showing us. I think you're going to do a great job, and I hope you prove me right.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right. How do we close this Is there a method by which I need to close this informal hearing out?
We should have a vote on a delegation of authority to you.
Oh, you're right.
To review and sign the final order.
All right, so do I have a motion to delegate to the chair the authority to review and sign the final order on the commissioner's behalf once that order has been drafted and finalized?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well. Thank you for that trust. And I think that informal hearing is, what's the right word? I want to use the right word. Over?
Concluded.
Adjourned. All right, there you go. All right, on to the rest of the business for today,
Wait, we don't get a break between the, no, I'm just kidding.
right? Yeah, am I supposed to do that? Does that make it different? Now is it official? Okay. I'd love to hear someone argue that because I didn't, dang that we were still in an informal hearing throughout the day. All right. Section 14 is a final order where there are 4 items that I would wonder if we have a motion to accept by consent.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Batista, are there any of these 4 you would like to pull?
None.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time?
Commissioner Caballero?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Levick?
Nope.
All right. Then, Director, do you have any of those 4?
No.
All right. Then do I have, because these are final orders, they're not accepting staff recommendations, we're adopting, right, the final order for these. So then do I have a motion to adopt the final order for items 1 through 4 in Section 14?
So move.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. On the same thing as before. Do I have an additional motion to delegate to the chair the authority to review and sign those 4 final orders on the commission's behalf once those orders have been drafted and finalized?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries as well. And before we move to this next section, is there any public comment on any of the 4 items we just took and accepted a motion on? We have no one on the line today, right? It's all in person? Okay. All right. Okay. Section 15 is improper school closures. There are 4 items in here as well. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Commissioner Batista, do you have any of these 4 you would like to pull for discussion?
None.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Stefano?
None?
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
And Commissioner Levick?
None.
All right. Then, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 4, Section 15, improper school closures?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Yep. Before we have an affirmation of that, is there any public comment? Nope. Then all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well. Section 16 is non-degree institutional licensure issues. There are 8 in this section. We will take these individually. Section A is institutions ordered to appear back before the commission, and number 1 is MMB Emergency Training Academy Miami, number 4770. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Okay. It appears there's no one here for that discussion. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments, discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4770?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Number 2 is Medical Institute of Palm Beach Incorporated, Green Acres, number 3263. If you are here from that institution, and I hope you are, please step forward and introduce yourself. All right. I do wish someone was here. I have notes regarding PN program being on probation, passage reports, trending in ways that would merit an in-person discussion. Commissioners, do you have thoughts or questions before we?
I just reiterate what you just said. Their NCLEX results were 42% for 2022,
Yep.
59% for 2023, 48% for 2024, and for Q2 2025 is at 25% right now. In their report, they claim that they have a 82% for the third quarter, which does not actually make any sense. So it is important that when you produce a remediation report, that you provide accurate data and numbers to the commission, because we're looking at those to figure out how we can work with you to get better. But there's a lot of questions here about the quality of the program and the ability of them to go forward to ensure that we are protecting the citizens and the students at their institution.
Yeah, there's a couple of good questions there. Is that 82% a mathematical error or a misrepresentation?
Yep.
I mean, that would have been a good conversation had someone chosen to be here. Also, would love to hear from director and staff on their thoughts of the quote-unquote progress that's being made and how we arrived at the pass rate, accepting of the pass rate progress as a staff recommendation. Do you mind addressing that?
So when you have in front of you that we're accepting the pass rate progress report, it is not stating that we are accepting that their progress is in a sufficient manner. We're not stating that they're doing well. It is just that they have submitted that progress report to the commission staff. So that's what's in front of you.
That's what I suspected and wanted to make sure. When we say accepting progress, we're not implying that there has been progress.
That is correct. We are not.
Okay.
Director Hart, is there a way to modify the recommendation to have them also try to appear again next meeting? To try to stress the importance of coming and speaking with us about the improvements they're making and how they're making them?
We can. So right now, the original order for this institution was that they had to appear this September and January 2026. So if you would like to hear from them at the November meeting, we can certainly have legal give us some language to add that as well.
I would suggest adding that.
I would agree with that. And we don't have the most updated Q3 NCLEX pass reports from them, right?
That is correct. They have not yet been published.
Right. Which I know we're not closed out Q3, but they would have been very close, right? We could have known what the year, the past 3 months looks like in next week or so.
Yeah. Well, and we do know, again, up to Q2, where it was at with, they had 24 testers with 6 passes, giving a 25%
Yeah, that's
pass rate.
abysmal.
Yep.
Okay.
So it looks to me that what's being proposed is that the motion is, I would just change the motion from accept the graduation progress report to order the institution to appear in person, or to appear via personal representative at the November meeting to discuss this report. Do we want to clarify what concerns in particular we want the institution to be able to address?
I think it's just addressing their improvement plan.
Is this the only program this institution has on probation? Okay. It's not their only program they have, but it is their only program on probation. Do I have that right?
That's why I said via personal representative, so they can appear on the phone.
This institution has a home health aide program, medical assistant, nursing assistant, and practical nursing.
Okay. And if we have them come back in, we're able to see the current enrollments, passage rates of all those programs based on what has been submitted, so we can assess them more comprehensively and not just this one program that's on probation.
Yes, so what you'll have, so this institution came up at the May meeting, and each year, every institution that is licensed by this commission have to provide data to us. We collect it in the fall. So we will have the data for the 23-24 year, and we will just be getting data for 24-25. So they should be able to speak to their 24-25 numbers, and they can provide you a status on all of their programs at that time.
Okay. I mean, it's until their scores are up, right?
So the Board of Nursing, they will look at each program, and they put them on probation for a certain amount of time, and then they have to go back in front of the Board of Nursing, show them their scores, and they can be removed from probation if they hit the correct passage rates. If they don't, there is a certain time frame that they will allow them to remain on probation until they terminate the program.
And what excuse did they give us for not putting any, to leave in blank, the first and second quarter of this year? Did they have to give an excuse when they did not provide us?
Commissioner Ruddy, tell me what you're looking at.
She's talking about the passage rates for Q1 and 2.
Yeah, it wasn't in your report.
Yes, so
Not on
they,
their report, it says not applicable. Does that mean that nobody tested?
not necessarily. So at the time that we create, because the document I believe that you're looking at is actually created by staff, because we go into the Board of Nursing and we pull those scores. So it could have been that when we were creating this exact report that we didn't have the Q1 and the Q2 scores, and then we'll get them later and provide that to the commissioners.
So we don't know if they're improving or not.
Well, I can tell you that for this particular institution, their PN scores for Q1 of 2025 was 50%, and Q2 for 2025 was 12.5%.
12?
12.5.
Yep.
So they're not improving at all?
No, ma'am.
No. That's why it's incredibly unfortunate that we're all sitting around here having a discussion without a representative from that school able to engage in this. If you were discussing the fate of any business I own, I would be here early and ready to have a discussion and defend myself. And I'd just like to say, this is my personal opinion on this. I don't want to speak for the rest of the commissioners, but if you're on this agenda and there are issues with your school, I would take absence as indifference. It means you just don't care. And that's just the lens that I see it through. So I have to judge the numbers based on my supposition that someone is indifferent to the outcome of these proceedings. 12% is probably the lowest number I've seen in 3 years since I've been here. And we can't even have a discussion with someone because they can't be bothered to show up.
I agree. I don't feel comfortable voting for anything if they're not going to discuss it.
Council, is there a way to table the acceptance of this until an in-person discussion rather than accepting and asking for an in-person discussion?
Oh, sure. I
Is it
mean,
the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, there isn't, strictly speaking, even I think a need to even vote on the acceptance. It's something that we do as a procedural matter. The acceptance just means that the commission is acknowledging that they obeyed the prior order to submit a report.
Gotcha.
Having seen the report, you want to take further action, you want them to appear at the next meeting, that is your motion.
They're supposed to appear in the January meeting?
They have to report for the January. They're not ordered to appear.
Right,
So we had made a motion to have them appear at the November meeting now.
yes. That wouldn't be virtual, unfortunately,
It's just,
because I would love to have had that conversation face to face.
If you like, you can order them to appear in person in January instead.
yeah.
I don't want to wait that long. Yeah, I mean, unless commissioners disagree, but by then we should have Q3 numbers, right?
Yes. Yes. we will.
Right.
And if need be, you can order them in November to appear in January.
Yeah, of course, 100%. Is there additional information that staff would like to have that they don't have that we can add on to the request or the requirement to appear?
Not at this time. It is surrounding that PN program.
Okay, so there's nothing outstanding that you guys need to help assess this prior to that conversation?
No.
Okay. I like that idea, commissioners. So we would technically vote to accept staff recommendations with an added contingency for the school representative to appear at the November meeting.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendations with the contingency that a school representative needs to appear from number 3263 at the November meeting?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any public comment on this matter? Bring it on, Counselor.
I do. Commission members, I gave a speech on Wednesday to all the bunch of schools, and I told them, if you're ever suffering from the pain of undelivered speech, you should take a pill and be quiet. But I can't be quiet. I'm going to send all of you, and staff included, a copy of a PowerPoint presentation we presented on Wednesday about what we went through this past session with nursing programs.
Sure.
And Mr. Chairman, you and I have had a conversation about this. The people not appearing for this is a disaster.
Agreed.
It is unacceptable. If you see this PowerPoint presentation, what we went through last session and what we may face, very likely to face as a sector, it is the implication is that as a sector, and frankly this commission and the Board of Nursing are not doing everything they could to address this situation. Because there are things in that law that said if you're 30% or below in passage rate, you have to give all your money back to the students if they fail the NCLEX in the first time. I mean, there's several provisions like that. And we have in many schools, we have great schools who do a phenomenal job, but some schools who do 12% and 30% drag everybody down. And it's going to keep the microscope on everything that this commission does until we solve the problem.
What's your suggestion, Counselor, that we're not adding enough requirements to the motion that we just took? Or adding what is within the power of this commission to add?
Well, as council knows, you can't subpoena someone to come to a meeting
Right.
and demand them to come forward.
Right.
But you can take other actions, including, frankly, denying their existence. We have to eliminate the schools that do not want to be responsible for their actions in the nursing program if their rates are low. We just
What do you mean?
cannot.
What do you mean by denying their existence?
I'm talking about bringing them up for a vote to deny their license and make them close their institution. One of the things I told the legislature last year is if you look at the stats, and this is after conversations with your executive director and your counselor, is a number of schools have closed. So the test scores about Florida being 50 out of 50 is really because of older schools. Several of those schools have closed. So you've done your job in many ways, but the job has to continue. If schools that have low percentage rates in nursing scores are not going to be responsible, then you all have to step up, in my view, and start the proceedings to close those institutions. Somebody who doesn't show up at this meeting to talk about that, it needs to be the start. But there are a number of institutions that follow that. All of the schools that are doing a good job deserve this commission to take those kinds of actions.
Yeah, no, I think I could speak for everybody here when we say that there are a vast majority of folks who are well-intended and fully committed to student outcomes, and say this all the time, and as with any group in America, you get judged by the loudest and most egregiously performed member of that group, right? And that's an unfortunate reality that we deal with. But I guess I'm wondering, what is it that you think is falling short of the action that could be taken today? Because if we're going to make a motion to deny someone's license, that person's obviously going to have the ability to
There
appeal
is
that, and-
there is no application for licensure from this
Right,
institution.
right. I
before
don't know
this
that legally we
commission.
can
I
take
don't-
that step
I don't know why we're having this conversation.
I know
quite
that's what I'm
frankly.
trying to understand. What is it that you'd like to transpire that you don't see?
If I may, I'm not sure that so maybe this could clarify, but it seems to me that he might be taking this as an occasion to make a broader point as opposed to a direct reflection on
Correct.
the specific institution, if I understand the tone and context correctly. I think that will help mediate the specifics of the discussion.
My opinion is that this is not the proper forum for that kind of a discussion. The question was whether there was any public comment on this institution, this matter, before the agency.
So, with that noted, the requirement for a person to appear is going to result in either their appearance and the conversation that we had hoped to have today, or their absence, and perhaps an escalated conversation on what is within our power to take action at that point in time. And 60 days away, and since there's nothing on the table for us to consider or make a motion on outside of that at this point, because there is no application to deny, right? They're already in probation. There've already been a substantive change associated with that probation, right?
I believe so. I don't know that
Right.
information.
So we found a substantive change occurred at the May meeting, and they are now on a provisional status.
Right, right. So I don't know what step you'd like us to take, Counselor, that we're not taking.
There's not, I'm just saying the urgency of this conversation about them not coming is part of the urgency of the situation. I'm just want to bring before the commission, that's all.
Noted.
It's very, very urgent. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think anybody who's been following the meetings of this agency for the last, 2-3 years sees that applications for licensure are denied or revoked all the time.
I think
On a-
3 were yesterday,
Yeah, on a fairly regular
and
basis.
they were in nursing programs, in fact.
So to be clear, while this commission at this stage lacks subpoena powers over this institution, and so their failure to appear, because this is not linked to a contingency to a provisional license, for example, per se, if they choose not to show up in November, that might not be grounds for discipline, but it certainly is a factor the commission can take into account when next time it has an application for licensure, when it makes a determination of whether the institution has met its burdens of proving that it has provided.
Which is January, right?
So they will return for their annual license in May. They are on reporting through January right now.
I also just would like to make one more note. If the commission does want to make personal attendance at a meeting a condition for the issuance of a provisional license, it can certainly do that. And at that point, not attendance.
The issuance as a continued issuance, or issuance when it's on the agenda to be issued or removed?
So when a provisional license is issued, statutes and our rules are very clear that this commission can impose almost any condition it wants to, within reason,
Sure.
on the issuance of a provisional license. So maybe going forward in the future, when a substantive change is found and an institution is reduced to provisional status, this commission can certainly make a condition of
Yes.
continuing licensure in person, not just the submission of a report, but in
While
person.
you are on, right?
That's correct.
I love that idea.
Do we have to do a rule change for that, or is that something we could just say we want to do?
I mean, it's-
That's something certainly that on a case-by-case basis, this commission can determine to do when it finds substantive changes going forward.
Yeah, agreed.
Just a quick comment. I really appreciate the remarks that were shared. I didn't take them as specifically critical, but as echoing the urgency that we were articulating, and it's I think good to see that urgency reflected from the other side of the room. It speaks to issues that are larger than just the case at hand, though it speaks by way of the case at hand as exemplary.
And I think it's important to note, Counselor, that I know you read the statutorial changes that came through this past year, which from a fiscal implementation, or excuse me, from an implementation standpoint, we're less than a quarter into at this point. So really what we're saying is that there are finally means by which we can exact accountability onto those who are poorly performing, but those means really didn't exist the way they do now. And so within the 90 days that has transpired since that was written into law, I'm pretty confident that the speed that we've moved to exit those who should not be in the industry is on a trajectory that everyone recognizes, and I think every good operator in the room is thankful for that. So we're bound by the limitations of what's in statute and what can be done, for better or for worse, but I know that I think intentionally everyone on this board understands the importance of moving with haste to exact everything with it is within our power to do so. I just like to say, everybody in attendance, you need to be here. I don't know how else to say that. This entire discussion has happened without the school representative here. So the only thing we can do is speculate, and my speculation is always going to steer to the indifferent side and think this person does not care that their NCLEX passage reports show 12% passage rate. So we are going to move within everything that is within our power. So just know that should a similar circumstance move forward, and I'm glad that these are on the record, and I hope this school's listening or watching, or someone texts them and says, hey, you should have been there. We took a motion that I believe was moved and seconded, and prior to all in favor, we asked for public comment. So I don't think we need another motion. I just want to say, any opposed?
None.
Then the motion that we took prior to public comment will pass on number 3263. We took it before, I asked for public comment right before. Okay, number 3 is Miami Ad School, number 3086. Please bring us some positivity and smiling faces,
Yeah.
engagement. If for no one else, for me personally, I need it. Thank you for being here today. Please introduce yourselves.
Good morning. My name is Ruxandra Tipa. I am the Chief Financial Officer of Miami Ad School, the globally acclaimed institution with advertising studies, 7 times winner at Cannes Lions for School of the Year award.
Hi, good morning. My name is Basti Marcello, and I'm the new Managing Director for Miami Ad School. I've been with the school for about 90 days now, so onboarding is going great. I was brought in to help lead a turnaround team, given my experience helping schools navigate challenging transitions, and I'm really excited to be part of this great institution. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Juha Mikkola. I'm with Group EDH. We are the owners of Miami Ad School, as well as Nomen in Los Angeles and 14 other schools around the world. The group is $150 million a year in revenue. We're very excited about the progress that Miami Ad School is showing. And I'm personally excited to be back here in front of the commission. I know some of you, as the co-founder of WinCode Academy, we were the first code school in South Florida. Actually, this commission was the first commission to license a code school in the entire country, which helped us set the tone for the type of education we did. That was exactly 10 years ago. 4 years ago, we sold that business, and now very excited to be in my new role with Group EDH. So thank you.
Well, thank you guys for being here. I understand that this is just a segment within your larger corporate structure. I was hoping maybe you would give us just a short narrative on what transpired with new ownership and what that corporate structure looks like now, so we can see, for our purposes, what's operating in Florida, how it fits into the bigger scope.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, great, thank you. So the group is based in Paris, in France. There's a New York entity that owns Miami Ad School, as well as Nomen, which is the visual effects school in Los Angeles. And there is a plan to add further schools to the group. In terms of the structure, I don't know if you have any specific questions or thoughts that I can
Well,
answer.
I don't know that everyone is aware of, there's been an ownership change as of could you shed some light on how that fits into the more global organization that you're
Yeah,
representing?
perfect. So I mean, Group EDH's first acquisition in North America was Miami Ad School just almost 3 years ago. So
Okay.
that's the start of the process of expanding in the U.S. And Noman, that was about 1 year ago. And Noman, if you guys aren't familiar, that's a 4-year Bachelor of Fine Arts degree granting program in Los Angeles. Has been called the Harvard of Visual Effects and Game Design in the world. So one of the top schools and brands in that space.
So everything we have here always trails just a bit. Can you kind of tell me how your year-to-date 2025 is going?
Yeah, happy to. I mean, we've been obviously working on a turnaround story with the school, and one of the main things that has been a focus has been the admissions. And right now, looking at fall enrollments year over year, we're up 60% for the main portfolio program, so we're really excited to see that. There's a lot of work to be done still, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. I've also been doing some cost optimization work to make sure that the school is going to be in better financial standing in the future. But the one thing I can say is we have the strongest ownership group possible behind the school that's very committed to making sure that the school is going to not just be successful, but remain as the top global advertising school in the entire world. As Roxandra said, 7-time winner, but the really great thing is winning that award again this year shows that even through some of this transition, the student work has not gotten any worse. In fact, it's gotten better, and we've been able to win that award again.
So one of the things that we always ask, or I should say that I'm most concerned with, is when we see negative working capital and negative operating income to a 7-digit number, right? We have to start wondering about, to use your word, the commitment to the long-term success of those 6 students, because at some point, folks often cut their losses if they can't make something cash flow within a time period that they're looking for. In the end, you and your organization and any organization is welcome to lose as much money as you are tolerant to lose, right? But we are making sure that there's not going to come a point where you have this large enrollment because of the efforts that you guys are making, and you have this upswing in the number of students you're currently serving, and a decision gets made to pull that, and they get negatively affected. So can you help me understand the tolerance, the appetite you have for this, the hill that you're climbing?
Yeah, happy to talk about that, and I think it's a great question. Group EDH has a 60-year history as a group. Never has a school been closed. Never have any students been left in a lurch. Nobody's had a bad experience with one of our schools. That is the commitment, and in fact, before this meeting, the group has already approved a $3 million financial injection before the end of the year, which we're happy to be on record saying that's going to happen. So we do not want to lose money forever. That is not the plan, but we do understand that this school is in the process of a turnaround, and we need to make sure we invest the required money to do that, and we're fully committed to make that happen.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
Where do you stand with COE right now?
With COE?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you for asking. So according to the COE, we are excelling in 9 out of the 10 standards that they set before us. The only standard that they flagged was the financial, which is what we're addressing here today. At the moment, we're in the reconsideration and appeal process, which means that we remain accredited until that process is over. Upon finding out, we notified the commission immediately. We have also held 5 town halls with our faculty and our students to make certain that they are aware. We followed that up with written notifications sent via email to all of our students, and followed that up with feedback and questionnaires if they had any additional concerns that weren't expressed at those town halls. And we're hoping that when all of this settles, we can move forward to having an approval of our associates program as well.
And how many students do you currently have enrolled?
Current enrollment.
We have 40 students at the Miami campus.
How many?
40 students.
And what's your, there were just no projection numbers I saw in here. What's your projection? Where are you hoping to be a year from now, 2 years from now?
We're hoping to grow, thank you. We're hoping to grow at 50 in the next quarter.
Additional 50 students?
50 students
Okay,
for next quarter.
thank you. All right, thank you.
Commissioners, Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Caballero, do you have any concerns over the financial progress and the
No, I
plans
mean,
we're having there?
the telling sign was the conversion of the debt to equity, I think, which speaks volumes.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations on number 3086?
So move.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck on your turnaround.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, staff, Chair, and Director. Thank
You're
you.
very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Number 4, if I have that right, Nouveau Contour Academy, Orlando, number 4028. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Okay. It appears that no one is here. Director, if I have this right, we're talking about financial progress because of a negative, not quite $300,000.
So there was a correction to that in the documents that you have in front of you right now for that report that ended on August of 2025. It should reflect that their working capital is negative $79,938.07.
So it's 79, not 279.
Yes, that is correct.
Commissioners, any discussion amongst ourselves since we have no one here to talk to? If not, I'm satisfied with the staff recommendations and look for a motion to accept them. Sorry, did you have
Take on the
something?
staff recommendation, is this the one with, you
Yes,
want to correct?
of note, it should say,
Financial, right?
accept the financial progress report.
Yes, yes. Then do I have a motion to accept the financial progress report via staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Number 5 is Professional Academy of Health, Kissimmee, number 3128. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. If I have this correct, we moved from financial progress to graduation progress. Noting that our accepting of progress does not imply forward progress, just progression.
If I may, Director Hurst, could you?
I will be happy to. So this one is a forward progress. So originally, this was at a 34% graduation rate, but it was an entry error. So they have gone back in and corrected their numbers, and so they are now reflecting 88.68%.
Okay.
It was an entry error?
Correct.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept the graduation progress report on number 3128?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and we can move forward to number 6, which is Smart Horizons Institute, PACE number 4498. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
I believe this is a similar case.
It's a simple, yeah, similar.
It is. Give me just a second to catch up on my computer. So this was also a graduation report, progress report, and the institution did have an entry error in the 801 form, and they have corrected it, and it now reflects 74.15%. So it has been corrected. May I make a note to all of the institutions out there? So what we are seeing is quite often we are now asking for graduation, placement, or retention progress reports. When you fill out your 801 form and you are on your institution's page, there is a bright yellow box at the bottom that will give you your placement rates, your retention rates, and your graduation rates. And it does the calculation for you, so you don't have to do it yourself. please review that every single time you complete your 801. At that point, you should know if there's an error. If you have this 0% and you're questioning it, you're welcome to call staff. They will help you work through that 801 form if you need assistance, but please double check yourself so you do not have to come up in front of the commission and give us progress rate reports when it's just an entry error.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept the graduation progress report for number 4498?
So move.
And seconded?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The last item on this list is TI Institute Orlando, number 7705. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. I don't think I have been left at the altar so many times in one day. I mean, do I have to say out loud that one of the 7 who were ordered to appear back to the commission showed up? I think I can speak for everyone. I say when our patience for this type of ambivalence is growing to an end. Okay. Anything changed about this except for the accepting of that progress report?
No, so this institution has not yet, or at the time has not had a graduating class, so this is just their plan for the future.
Okay.
And just to be fair to these institutions, I don't believe any of these 7 were actually ordered to appear. They were ordered to submit reports.
I'm just judging it based on the A section that says ordered to appear back before the commission. Were they not?
To my knowledge, perhaps that could be titled better. To my knowledge, they were ordered to, I guess, appear via their report. They were not ordered to appear personally.
Ah.
Okay. That section could be titled better. And I'm not saying that they still shouldn't appear, because after all, they have an interest in what's going on. But just to be fair, these institutions have not been ordered to appear via personal representative. But that is something, as we go through the rest of the day's agenda,
Yeah, we're gonna
I
change
will
that.
bring it to your attention.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page there, that we're going to start adding in that requirement, because I think we're doing a disservice to students and to everybody waiting as we try to have these discussions without a representative in person. Having the kind of commitment to show up, the way Miami Ad School did. They had a great conversation. Had I looked at that in a vacuum and just judged them by the numbers, that might have been entirely different. Okay, then do you have a write-in?
Oh, no, he's just on the next page.
Oh, you're right. Then do I have a motion to accept the graduation progress report for number 7705?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and there is one more Word of Life Bible Institute Hudson, number 4602. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. So I was wrong. It wasn't one of 7. It was one of 8. Has anything changed on the placement progress report, Director?
It has not. So they provided us a plan.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept the placement progress report for number 4602?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We can move forward into B, application for provisional licensure. There are 13 in this section. We are going to take these individually, starting with number 1, First Class CDL Truck Training, Tampa, number 13252. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, thank you for being here.
Good morning.
How are you?
Well,
Good morning, my name is Michael Wagstaff.
my name is Chanel Wagstaff.
I recognize your last name from the summary report because that's so unique. That's such a, I'd never known anybody with that last name before. So thank you for being here. Appreciate your time. Have you had the opportunity to review and familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations that we are making motions on here today?
Yes.
Do you have any questions or comments about those?
No.
Okay. I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. If I look at the training provider registry, you guys currently show Class A, Class B, passenger, school bus, and hazmat all as in-person, including theory?
So yes, we were, had questions on that as well. We were trying to fix it. So we fixed it a couple of times. We went in there because we have the Class A and B passenger, Class A and B behind the wheel and range in, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. And the ELDT and the theory was through third party, so we had that removed because that's what we're told to do. And the program that we use, they need us to be on there in order to submit, so then they put us back on it, and we just had it removed again yesterday because they.
Okay, let me make sure I'm following you. Because I looked at this night before last, and it was still on there, is the reason I'm bringing that up. So do you know when you asked for that to be removed?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
I looked at it yesterday, and I was like, why is that on it? Because we keep getting like TPR submission errors, things like that. So when I looked at it, I was like, okay, this is an error, so we did
And
it
did I hear you
yesterday.
say that the third party you're using for theory?
It's for the theory, the ELDT theories.
Yeah. Right, but are you submitting them to the TPR for theory?
No, they are.
They are?
They do it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it has to be them, I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
So when you have in-person theory removed from the TPR, it would be whatever third party you're utilizing for theory and putting them into that section, into the TPR?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. What about, are you doing passenger? Are you doing school bus? Because those were listed as well.
Not at the moment, no.
Okay.
We're going to submit a change to do so.
Okay, just to make sure you understand, because I know you're applying for provisional, so you're familiarizing yourself with this process. During provisional, you won't be able to add programs until you move to annual,
Okay.
right? Which, if all goes well, is a year. So that school bus and passenger that you have on that TPR should be removed until you're offering that. Because we don't have curriculum or program information on those two, and they're entirely separate from behind the wheel portions of A and B. Does that make sense?
Yes, so initially we were going to, but then when we realized they had to be separate, and we were like, we're not really doing that many, so.
Yeah.
And there's so much stuff, other things that we're
I gotta
doing,
be
we're like,
honest
you
with
know
you,
what, we'll
our
work on
program
that
that has
later.
school bus and no one ever wants it.
Yeah.
It's just a waste for us to even have that. Because most of the departments of education have their own fleet and their own training and testing department anyway. So it's such a rarity when that comes through. I don't think you're going to be harming your business by removing that, right? You don't have droves of people coming in to try to drive a school bus, right? I admire anybody who does, because God knows I don't have the patience for that. What about hazmat?
Same.
Hazmat is the third party, because it is online that you actually do digitally on your phone.
It's just a
Yep.
theory.
It's just a theory, so our third party does that.
Are you navigating that with the student for their background check, et cetera?
No.
No? So it's just an outside, so really we need to remove hazmat
Right.
too then, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So the only thing that should be on there is the A and B, road and range, the behind the wheel. And because they're doing the submissions, they pretty much just checked off everything. I'm like, no, stop doing that. Like,
so
we're
let
not
me
offering
give you
it.
guys some kudos real quick. Had you not been here for this discussion, I would have said they are doing school bus, passenger, and in-person theory along with hazmat, and we would have kicked this down the road and you would have not gotten the motion that you were looking for out of this. And this is why we have to have in-person discussions. Thank you for being here for this, right? Because I was prepared for an entirely different conversation and you guys are already ahead of me, which is awesome.
That has been our question on how we submit that and how we go about it for like the last 6 months. It's
Well,
been a nightmare for that.
people
But
in
now
our
we got it,
industry.
we understand.
No, look, people in our industry are navigating the confluence of the Department of Education, the Department of Transportation, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, and the Florida Highway HSMB, right? None of them talk to each other.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it's up to us to have these conversations to make sure we're doing it right, because they don't communicate well enough to give us guidance. I can see why you might have been confused by some of that when you went in to set it up originally. Can you give me a little about your background related to instruction and training as it relates to commercial licensing?
Well, my uncle and a couple of my family members, as well as friends now, they're in the trucking industry, and they, you know, we get around each other and they complain like, oh man, they're just sending anybody out here. They're just, some of the guys that they're doing, like, how did they even pass, or how did they even do anything? And I said, you know what? If I can make a difference, because I actually did it myself. I drove for quite some time, and then now being that I'm able to talk to the students on a hand-to-hand, say, hey, listen, if you can't get this, imagine parking when you're tired and your ELD is running out. You know, I feel like I could give them a little bit more of insight. I'm able to talk to them a little better. I'm actually signed up to be an instructor myself, because I want to be out there. I've let my wife do the office stuff, Lord have mercy. But I want to be out there with them. I want them to understand what you're getting into, what you're going to go through, even though we're going to show you how to pull up, back up, but I want you to still have an understanding of what this is a lifestyle. This is not going to be just jump in this truck and go do whatever you're going to do that day. This is going to be a lifestyle, because you're going to have to prepare yourself for anything. You know what I mean? So I feel like I'm giving them a lot more of me because I'm there. So.
Are you guys submitting to attempt to be third-party administrators for testing to
Sorry?
HSA? Or do you plan to become a third-party tester?
In the future, yes.
In the future, yes.
Okay.
That's why he's doing the training for that as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Is the lot that you're training on paved? Is the lot that you're training on, is it paved?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay. From Google Maps, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell whether it was paved or not, so that was going to be a
He
requirement.
actually
if you
just
were
had
to-
it repaved.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you. Okay, so it's an older picture.
Yeah.
Awesome. The only other thing I had to note, and then I'll let everyone ask any other questions they might have, is in the comments, it says ELDT Theory General Knowledge Certification. Theory is different than general knowledge. General knowledge is part of the commercial learner's permit, and it's not part of ELDT. So theory itself is independent. So that almost sounds like two different things, the way that's worded. Just so when you get your commercial learner's permit, you go through general knowledge, air brakes, and combination. Sorry, I'm using you guys to refine our processes. That's all right. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Then, do you guys have any additional questions or comments?
I do have one.
Please.
Because we're, like I said, we're so hands-on with the third party, because their software is who submits the ELDT. Is it, like you said, an annual renewal? If we do add it, do we have to have like some computers for them to do that in the classroom and our things for us to be able to offer that?
This is a good question. So I'm glad you're asking this ahead of time.
Okay.
So there's a couple of variables there. If you are overseeing the theory with your own theory and you are inputting them into the TPR, then, and that theory is online, then you would have to apply for a hybrid asynchronous license to say part of this is online and part of this is in person.
Okay.
Personal point of preference, we do theory in person at all 10 locations. Why would you can't, it's so hard to learn these things via computer, and you want to crank out some quality students, do that theory in person. But that's my opinion, and you can do it however you like, because FMCSA allows you to do it online. I just think it's an inferior program personally. But you would have to get a hybrid asynchronous license, and then whoever is putting them into the FMCSA's TPR needs to be doing the theory. If it's a third party, they have to put them into the TPR. If it's you, you have to put them into the TPR, right? Because you're attesting that the minimum curriculum required by the government has been completed.
Okay.
And you can't attest it if you're not proctoring it, right?
It's just so much competition for just that part, where it is, they're doing it online, they're going on doing it online, it's by the time they get to us, it's like, is it valid, or you
That's
know?
why we do
So
a
that's
20-hour general background and make sure they know that what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I get why you guys are doing it that way now. I don't know if you saw the article that just got released where there is an FMCSA is being audited by DOT which they're a division of DOT, but they're going to do an internal audit. I hope whomever you are using meets those minimum levels of curriculum, and if,
Well, that's why we're asking, because we are in the process,
Yeah.
we're building out a
Yeah, we
lot.
have
So we
a
just built out a
classroom getting set
classroom
up,
and we're
so
setting it up. That's what we're
Yeah.
asking now.
the challenge you're going to face is if this is issued by the commission, then you can't change that in the first
Right.
year.
Yeah,
We're talking,
Yeah.
for the annual.
Right. Okay. Anything further? Commissioners, sorry to have taken up all that time. I just had a lot of notes on that one.
It's fine.
Any other thing? Any other questions, comments? All right. Then, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13252?
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Make us proud out there, please. Okay, number 2 is Aqua Aesthetics Academy LLC, Kissimmee, number 13343. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Keishla Quiñones.
Good morning, Anthony Roman.
Thank you very much for being here. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations we're taking motions on here today?
Yes.
Do you have any questions or comments?
No, everything is good.
Okay. There is one contingency on that recommendation for submission of completed instructional administrative personnel forms related to your staff and their credentialing. There is a timeline associated with it. Are you comfortable with that timeline and of meeting that contingency?
Yes.
Okay. Or have we already received some of it and it's just not updated?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No.
So it's still outstanding, right? Okay,
Yes.
just making sure. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Tell me about your elevator's pitch for what you're going to do if you receive this license. How are you going to be successful?
So we are planning to do a great marketing level. We are planning to spend everything, about promoting the academy more in Instagram, Facebook, and Google Ads and everything. We already offer only continuing education for people that already had license, more like latches, brow tinting, kind of that stuff that maybe they didn't learn it well in school. So that's the only thing that we're doing now. We're waiting for the license so we can run the academy and provide license to more people in the community.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13343?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Next on the agenda is Amazing Smile Dental Assisting School in Sanford, number 13369. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Okay. Seems like a pretty big day for whether you do or do not get your provisional licensure to not be here. Commissioners, any discussion?
Okay, I just had a discussion more just generally that I'm seeing a lot more petitions for online education.
Yep.
And like you were saying, it is very difficult to do online education.
Yes.
There's a lot of challenges for testing and,
Particularly with a hands-on trade like dental assisting, right?
Correct.
Or to those guys' point, truck driving.
yeah, or truck driving
Yeah.
or nursing assistant or M&A or
Yeah.
phlebotomy. And it takes a substantial capital investment to make it really work well. It takes a while to do. The training is very difficult. And then you have to have concerns when you're going to have, like you're talking about hands-on training, how you're going to do clinicals or practicums or items like that. Because if you're online and you're in Tallahassee, but yet you have students in Miami, how are they going to actually be doing those clinicals or labs that you're going to have in your program?
Do these dental assisting programs have similar clinical agreements like the nursing programs? Or are they usually housed in-house? I'm not familiar, so that's a genuine question.
Some of them have externships.
Some of
We'll
them.
see those, yes.
Others are just,
Do they,
pardon me.
is there a state test for the dental?
No.
So is,
No, ma'am, there's not.
That's crazy.
so once they graduate, we have no idea.
You find out when you're in the dentist chair.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Being that I don't particularly enjoy the dentist, so yeah.
So, to be
Doesn't
fair to
help.
this institution, this is an entry-level dental assistant program, so they're just they're the assistants in this, so.
Well,
Not
is
a
there
not a
any-
hygienist.
They're not a
program.
hygienist.
Right.
Do any of the assistants, when they're not entry, do they still get tested? Is there anybody that get tested?
No, you do not get tested as a dental assistant.
Okay.
And it did seem like this institution was doing it more for vertical integration.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it appeared. So I had less concerns with them as others, because I think there will be hands-on. I don't think they'll be doing it across the state. But generally speaking, everyone thinks the easy way to go today, in today's world, is online education. And it's, as someone who's done it, it is very difficult. And I would highly recommend people think about that as they go forward and really make sure you have the processes, the funding, you've thought about how you're actually going to be doing if you have a hands-on program that requires communications with patients and items like that, how you're actually going to get those done. So there's no one here today to talk about that. I think this one would have been a bit easier, but there are others on the agenda. There were about 6 in today's agenda.
And I genuinely don't know the answer to this question. When we say online delivery asynchronous, are we supposing that that is pre-recorded curriculum, or is it possible that they're actually engaging with a live person remotely?
No, that would be synchronous.
That would be synchronous.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
You're right.
So
Yes.
whether it says
Yes,
synchronous.
yes.
And if you have synchronous and asynchronous elements together, that's technically considered blended. Whereas if you have in-person, face-to-face, and online elements, whether synchronous or asynchronous, that's considered hybrid.
So that's why theirs lays out online delivery, hybrid, asynchronous, and synchronous. So they've got a little bit of both.
Right, so the proper, we don't use that classification here at CIE, but if you wanted to classify it in a standard way, that would be considered hybrid blended.
Okay. Yeah, to your point, it's probably worth talking about what sections can and cannot be done, asynchronously, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And the other point to make is that I know a number of individuals will be coming up for new programs or adjustments to the programs, is with respect to anything that does require hands-on practice, the commission, I think, has taken the position that that must be done in person. I don't believe we've ever approved anyone to do it via distance education
Yeah.
or clinicals or practicums.
And to be fair, there is a contingency on staff recommendations here for submission of description of that online delivery overview for both synchronous and asynchronous. So would have been great to have a conversation about that.
These are important conversations. I think that in the near future, our categories will be rapidly challenged.
Mhm.
Immersive technologies and the use of AI for personalization will challenge the current set of categories.
I'm going to skip the month that happens, Troy, and let you chair on those days. All right. If there's no further discussion or public comment on it, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13369?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and we move on to Barber Zone Academy Lakeland, number 13055. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jorge Mazas.
Thank you for being here, sir. How are you today?
I'm great. And you?
Never better. Have you had an opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're making a motion on here today?
Yes.
Do you have questions or comments about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have discussion or questions?
Sure. So the recommendation is a denial, and in the packet, it showed that you have been renting the space that would be used for this for several months.
2 years, to be exact.
Or, wow, okay, 2 years. So does this represent a pivot away from trying to form an academy, or how do you see this in light of your plans?
Okay, the thing is, I just rent a place previously to be at our academy, because I didn't know all the rules to open a barber school. I think it was similar to open a barber shop, because I had 2 barber shops. Then I rent and put the place to operate it. And then when I faced the reality, so that's why I put all the papers in proper way, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'll be renting that place and cover all the expenses through those 2 years.
Do you own an actual barber shop that's separate
Yes.
from? Okay.
Yes, 2 barber shops, sir.
2 of them.
Yes, and the county that I'm gonna put the academy as well.
Right.
One on the city, that is Lakeland, and next to Mulberry, that's a city next to Lakeland.
Yep. Okay. Commissioners, any additional questions? Any?
I'm sorry, could we just clip? I just want to make sure. You understand the recommendation that the commission will be voting on, that they are getting ready to vote to deny your application?
And my question is, why is gonna be denied? Because I've been submitted all this application for the whole year, back and forward, and I think I feel all the requirement to become a right identity. And matter of fact, I'm willing to inject $100,000 for the institution.
So my first question was, have you had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations we're about to make a motion on? And you said yes. And that includes a contingency for why that denial, which is the failure of the institution to demonstrate financial structure is sound and sufficient resources for operations. So had you not had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with this? Because that was my first question to you.
Yes, we familiarize with that. We're doing this with my CPA and all the person that is that I'm working, and I know that I put some irregularities something that is wrong, but I already go back to that and I put it the right way.
Right. So, but you said you wanted to know why, and why is included in the one that I had asked if you had
Yes,
familiarized
exactly.
yourself. And I can quote it specifically. The institution's December 31st, 2024 compilation shows working capital of $8,749, but the institution's budget proposes expenses of $12,026 in the first month and over $7,000 per month for the subsequent months. So you are woefully undercapitalized, and that is why.
And that was a mistake when we put we put 0 students. That's why we went short. If you realize that for the papers that we sent, we fixed that. It was a mistake. We put 0 students. That's where we went short.
So what the commission has to do today is make a motion to accept staff recommendations as is or with some alteration. And perhaps council can illuminate your options after we have made that motion for how you could rectify whatever errors that you're saying have occurred. But what we are looking at is that you couldn't even afford to operate in the first 30 days. So that's the numbers that you submitted. So we have to judge it based on the numbers that we have in front of us.
I just want to note that this institution appeared before the commission at the meeting in July, and they were moved to September for this same exact issue, because they were told, you commissioners let the institution know that they needed to inject more capital into the institution. And if I may, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Matasas, was it? Masas, excuse me. I think you had correspondence with commission staff, myself included, I believe in the weeks preceding this meeting, and you were repeatedly told that the commissioners needed to see more capital invested into this institution, and you submitted revised documents. I think you included a couple $1,000s more in working capital.
So I was at the July meeting, and I'm glad to know that because I was unaware, because we talk a lot today about commitment, right? You probably heard us talking with the Miami Ad School about their commitment to that program's long-term success. And what we see here is that not enough capital has been committed to execute just your first month in operations. And now that I know that you were here in July and that was pushed, a lack of commitment to even rectifying the challenges that we made you aware of before you step back in front of us. So is it virtually the same as it was in July of what we've shown?
I think it's a couple $1,000 more.
It is very similar.
But it still doesn't provide enough working capital for you in the first 30 days.
That is correct.
But with all due respect, with the letter of the CPA, with all the liquid that I have, with all my principals, I'm willing to inject $100K as we're talking, and we have in that submitted all the documentation with the last meeting that we had with
Right.
And it's not only to that, and with all due respect, that institution is already it's been there for 2 years without any students. And me as a person, I'm willing to commit it to change the environment of the education of the barber industry. Why? I've been behind the industry for 30 years. I'm international educator of Babyliss and Rolda, one of the top brands in the industry. And I'm go to every single school here in the United States to educate, and I see the lag. With all the respect to all the institution, and I'm willing to commit it to prove you. If you will give me the
But
1 year.
you've had since July to do that, and you've not done that. So I don't doubt your resolve. I don't doubt your credibility. I bet you know exactly what you're doing. What we're looking at is that has not been converted into action to substantiate your claims of that willingness. You still don't have enough working capital to go through your first 30 days of operation. Does that make sense?
Yes, makes sense,
So
but,
if you would like to appeal the decision today and actually put the money into an account and say, I am committing this amount of money, we have this amount of working capital, and then complete the forms to substantiate that action, then it would have been viewed entirely differently, right? So your willingness is not a business plan.
But it's
I think.
already there with all the letters, with all everything that you need, sir.
Well,
with the papers that I submitted last time.
Yeah, with respect, it's not what I need, it's what you need. You need $12,026 to cover your expenses in your first month of operations, and you show $8,749 available as working capital. It's not what I need, it's what you need. You don't have the capital you need to execute this, committed to this program. You may have the capital personally, but you don't have it committed to this program.
But if you see through this whole year on the papers, I know it was a lot of mistakes on that capital, but if you check on the papers, it's different papers that has been submitted through the years. And maybe you're looking on the same way that on my emails going back and forward from you guys. When they send me the email, they send me for the old ones, not the revised that I sent through the amount of time. Did I explain myself?
I'm not following you, I'm sorry.
Okay, because the balance sheet that was looking back in the days was 2023 or 2024, and now we submit the new ones. And that's why that was the mistake, that was you see the no covered expenses. Because like I said, I don't put any students, and that was all the expenses.
Are you in possession of anything that would cause you to revise the working capital numbers that are in the staff recommendations or the proposed expenses over the first quarter of operations?
So after July, our July meeting, we reached out to you and stated that we needed to see additional capital in these, in your bank accounts. And we had that conversation several times
Yes, ma'am.
about showing us that you had those current assets. We explained that you could provide a compilation from your CPA and he could turn those in. We did not receive any.
We send it.
The one that is in front of me is showing the 8,000. Do you have one in front of you that's showing something different?
Yes, yeah, that's what I said, we send it, we submit it.
You
from July,
submitted
we
this
take-
from 2024, it shows $8,749.
We submitted, with all due respect, we submitted, that's when we're here. We submitted.
When did you submit it?
Huh?
When did you submit it?
A month ago,
What does your balance sheet say? What is the date as of?
let me see right here. I find it right here. Exhibit 1, I have everything right here, I can handle it to you. Or-
Well,
no.
It's okay, yeah.
This isn't the forum to present that we're taking motions on the information that was provided by the deadline to make this agenda.
Sir, I have an email from you from September 11th. Is that the one you have in mind?
I think so, yes, sir.
Yeah, so 2 weeks ago.
Because if I don't remember, yes. I'll be traveling, teaching, and that's why, I don't know.
So this document I'm looking at is of 12/31/24 with his name, that has the balance sheet on it. This the one we're looking at? Right? But that cash shows $3,450.
So that was the July one. He updated it to the 8,000.
So we got about halfway there.
Correct.
This gives me great pause when I think of the complexity of taking money from students to be able to navigate these pro forma balance sheets and operational projections are not incredibly complicated here, and the burn rate of cash that you're expecting far exceeds the cash that you've shown is available for this. And it makes me wonder whether managing 2 barbershops plus whatever education that you're doing all over the nation and the world, plus a school, is going to be in the student's best interest.
It will be.
Okay, if I may, I don't know whether it's in the file, in the materials. I do see here a letter dated September 11th. That's there? Okay.
The express intent for the commitment.
Okay.
Can I simplify all of this for a moment, just anecdotally? It basically comes down to this, and just anecdotally. You have about $8 or $9 in an account, and you're trying to purchase something that, given the cost of the first month and the following 3 months, is $33. Well, then there's the express intent that you will infuse, let's say, $100 into the account. Well, but it's not in the account. So right now what we have is $9. Right, and the proposed plan requires 33. That's what we're wrestling with, and that's all it comes down to, really.
And I'm going to read from a letter that you submitted on September 11th, because you were talking about your willingness to inject the capital necessary. You sent us a letter, and I'm going to quote it. This letter does not constitute a binding agreement, but serves as a good faith expression of my intent to support and participate in capitalization. Right? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Mm-hmm. So you, in your own words, said that you intend, but you don't want to be bound by the expectation that capital would be injected. That this is your signature, your letter that you sent 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. I'm willing because the proof is there, sir. With all due respect, I have the place for 2 years.
But you gave us the caveat that you didn't want to be bound by that you just want to say you intended it. I don't want it to constitute a binding agreement that would actually happen. Why would you put that sentence in there if you were committed to it.
I'm committed. Committed might be.
Well, you weren't 14 days ago.
Huh?
You weren't 14 days ago. Because 14 days ago, you sent
Yes,
us a
sir.
letter that said you weren't. So
Well, might
I
be
don't know that
misspelling.
anything
Yeah,
revelatory has happened in the past 14
The word
days.
is, might be the word, was, I put it wrong, but I'm committed, sir. That's what I'm
What you
hearing.
could have done in July was just move the capital into the account and send a bank statement that said, here, I've moved the capital, here it is, I can do that. That didn't happen. So what we have to judge it on is you don't have enough cash to operate in your first month, let alone your second, third, or fourth month. And I feel an obligation to ask for a motion to accept the staff recommendations associated with the data that we have in front of us right now. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Is there any supplemental information either the director or council wants to provide Mr. Masas on what his options are going forward?
The clerk's order, which we'll issue, will contain a notice of any appellate rights that you have.
We really appreciate you being here today, sir, and the clerk's order will provide those options to you, and I hope you prioritize those if it is your intent to operate a school.
Thank you, sir. Have a blessed day.
You as well.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Beauty Pro Academy Plantation, number 13390. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves. Hello.
Hello, my name is Minnie Nguyen, President of Beauty Pro Academy.
Hello everyone, my name is Son Lee. I'm with the Student Services and Admission for Beauty Pro Academy.
Thank you both for being here today. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're taking motions on here today?
Yes.
We have.
Do you have questions or comments about the recommendation or any of the contingencies within it?
No, we don't.
So you know that there's a single contingency of faculty listing and licensing for your instructors.
Yes.
Are you in possession of those, or is that still outstanding?
They do have all their licenses, just 2 of them, their license is set to expire in October, and 1 of them already have it renewed, so I'm waiting on the other one.
So these, that's good timing, because the timeline associated with that contingency is 90 days.
Yes.
So, it has to be
So
quick.
their license would expire in 60 days, so they would have to have it renewed before that.
I'm just wanting to make sure that there's an overlap between the renewal of what is going to expire and the deadline for providing it to us, right?
Right.
Certainly, you don't want to send something that expires 2 weeks from now, right? So long as those things overlap in a way and you get the new one that shows a runway of that person's licensure.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have additional questions or comments? Can you tell us a little about what you plan to do with a provisional license and your vision for your business?
Do you have that?
Yes, so for the first month, right after we get granted for the license, we planning on promoting the business, reaching out to school and also reaching out to local businesses to get attention from everybody and starting recruiting instructors as well. And from there on, we will operate the business at school and, providing education for people who are in need of, beauty license and stuff.
I'm assuming you guys probably own a business through which some of your students may become employed?
Yes.
Is it your intent to potentially hire some of the best performers?
Yes, that is correct.
Definitely.
Are you struggling to staff those business now, and this school will help you get quality?
Yes, we've been struggling for 20 years.
I feel your pain. Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Please prioritize the renewal of those pending expirations and get those in within 90 days so we don't have hiccups
Yes,
within here,
definitely.
right? And you guys know the provisional will be a year long while you would operate with those 4 programs only?
Yes, correct.
Right, okay. Awesome. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13390?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for being here. Number 6 is CDL Training of Tampa, number 13432. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Hello, good morning. This is Daniel Hiron at CDL Training of Tampa.
How are you today? Thanks for being here, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I'll set the tone for this and tell you that I have one note beneath your section here, and I wrote the words, "Well done."
Thank you.
I was impressed with your catalog and your curriculum. I'm not going to allow Dr. Otero to take credit for that.
Thank you so much.
Tell me what your motivation was. Do you own a transport or logistics business? Are you associated with one that your students may be employed with?
Not anymore. So my dad is the one that started the company in 2019. He used to he's been a truck driver since in the 90s. My brother, my older brother as well, so my whole family has been. And he used to own a transport business. After he got a little older, he stopped driving. His best friend had an accident, and that kind of got him to start the school. And he loves teaching. He's very passionate about it. He's gave us that example as well since I was little. And I take pride in what we do and all of the students that have achieved success through our school.
Good for you. Are you an instructor yourself?
No, sir. No, not directly. I mainly work in the office. I used to do a little bit outside, but I'm planning on later on doing instruction. Yes, sir.
It's a tough call between working in your business and on your business, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I'll say again, it's a rarity for me to review something and think, okay, here's somebody who has it buttoned up, and you did.
Thank you.
So, good job. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13432?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, sir.
Thank you all.
Make us proud out there, okay?
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Number 7 is East Coast Training Group, Palm City, number 13329. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Hello. My name's Kim Arthur. I'm the president.
Good morning, Evo Payment, Program Director.
Thank you both for being here. Have you guys had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations that we're taking motions on today?
Yes.
There are 3 contingencies in that. Are you aware of those and the timeline associated with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. It looks like it's admissions training, approval from the Board of EMS, and your accreditation. Are there any changes on your behalf here? Everything stands as is?
The only thing I would note is you do know you have the option between the accreditation and the letter of review on this. So when we're asking for your pursuit of accreditation, it can be either of those things when you're responding to us.
Yes.
We have been in contact already with COAMP, so pending approval and everything, then we can pursue with that.
Do we, or do you have concerns over the 90-day timeline associated with that? The wheels turn slow.
Our only concern is how fast is EMS going to progress? That's our
How fast what is, I'm sorry?
How fast will EMS progress?
Right, that's why I'm asking.
That's the concern for the accreditation, because without EMS progressing, we're in holiday season, we're going to be taking out a few weeks here.
Yeah,
Will
nothing gets
EMS be
done
able
in
to?
December. Nothing gets done
Exactly.
in December.
So-
Yeah. I know, that's why I brought it up, is I want to set you guys
That is
up
my
for
only
failure.
concern
here.
is if EMS can get us approved, because the accreditation depends pretty much on EMS.
And when we do the 90 days, if you're getting an order like this, where you're waiting for approval and there's a delay on their side, you can always request for an extension of time to comply with those contingencies, and it'll be reviewed by the commission itself.
Okay. You guys comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. I realize that it's probably, well, it's out of y'all's control and our control, right? So I just make sure that we're aligned on what the expectation is, so. Commissioners, do you have any discussion or questions or comments? I'm interested in hearing what you think the demand is here. I personally think there would be a lot of demand, but what are you seeing and what's your plan for how you're going to acquire your students?
Yeah. So I've been teaching in this industry for over 25 years. I've had the honor and privilege of taking multiple educational institutions to a very successful area. There is a huge demand. We're both in this profession. We've been doing it for 60 years combined.
Right.
One of my biggest concerns for teaching over the years is students don't really realize what they're getting into, and unfortunately, the level that's being held accountable. With that, we tended to pursue this to allow our ability to expand. I feel our geographic location allows us to pull from multiple different areas, so that's one of the avenues we're looking at too. So I see us progressing very well.
AI is not coming for paramedics' jobs.
No, they're not coming for EMTs or paramedics, but preparing them is the key.
Yeah, no doubt, and kudos to you for the time you've been in. I'm assuming you spent time, as a first responder prior to becoming an educator.
I'm actually still a first responder at this time.
All right, well then, thank
We
you
both
for
are.
the work that you do. No, it's probably the most unsung hero of, those who protect and serve us, and I think about that quite a bit. So thank you for the efforts that you guys are making there. I think the market that you're in, and business in Palm City as well is underserved, despite being a high-growth area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no doubt.
Palm Beach County is just below us, and St.
Yeah,
Lucie
no
County is
doubt.
just above us, and both those two areas are exploding.
Yep, no doubt about it. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Do you guys have anything further? Any public
Our only
comment?
concern was the 90 days and waiting in another
well,
institution.
Great minds think alike, right? We're all
Yes,
worried
sir.
about that. Okay, I think we're in a good place, though, to navigate it, if that transpires.
There is one option for the commissioners to consider. If you are really concerned about the 90 days, especially with those holidays hitting because they're asking for approval from two other entities, you can change it to 120 days to give them a little bit of extra time. But they could still satisfy it earlier than that 120 days. But it would give them that extra buffer where they wouldn't have to request that time extension for time to comply with contingencies if that is the desire of the commission.
My guess is you guys would like that idea.
We've already been in contact with EMS. Jennifer, she's like, just as soon as you guys give us, hand it off to us. But our concern is there's 3 weeks pretty much.
Yeah.
I'll say there's still some in December, but there's 3 weeks coming up here that we can just write off.
If we change it to 120, you effectively still have 90 days because
Yes.
there's 3 or 4 weeks that
Yeah.
nothing is going to get done,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioners, do y'all have any opposition to revising the 90-day requirement to 120-day requirement in lieu of?
So we're clear, is that 120 days to satisfy all three of the contingencies?
Yes. Unless you,
Yes, it would be 120. And like I said, if you are welcome to send it as soon as you get it. You do not have to wait to that 120 days. But if there is also an issue where you cannot make the 120 days because you were waiting for approval from the Board of EMS, we'll need you to reach back out to us to potentially request a extension of time to comply with contingencies.
okay. All right, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations revised from 90 to 120 days of the clerk's order for number 13329?
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
very much.
Number 8 is Phoenix Truck School, Jacksonville, number 13368. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hey, my name is Alexander Felix. I'm the owner of Phoenix Truck School.
I'm sorry, could you say that a little louder?
Alexander Felix. I'm the owner of Phoenix Truck School.
Thank you for being here, sir.
And Mark Murray, legal counsel to Phoenix Truck School.
Counselor, appreciate your time. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're taking a motion on here today?
Yes.
Do you have questions or comments about it?
No questions.
Okay, there are 9 contingencies and 90 days to accomplish those.
That's not going to be a problem. We've jumped on these already. And have you done the application for FMCSA?
Yeah, we have submitted that this week, actually.
Kudos to you for navigating or attempting to navigate this process before putting yourself on the TPR. Although I suppose you could have tried and it might not have been approved prior to this, but if you did not, thank you for trying to navigate this prior. I am wondering a little about your site. Can you tell me about the location where you're going to be doing range training?
Yeah, it's in Jacksonville, 139 Eastport Road. We have about 3.5 acres over there. There's a big office trailer with women's bathroom, men's bathroom, everything, the compliance, ramp, everything in compliance with the city.
Are you
Except for a big
planning
space.
to, is it your plan to at some point become a third-party tester?
No,
Where are you going to send your students to test?
to another third-party facility in Jacksonville.
Have you already selected who that is going to be?
No, but I did see some near Jacksonville. There's also some in Orlando as well. That we have sent some.
It's a long drive.
It is a long drive,
From
I know.
Jacksonville to Orlando.
It is.
Hour and a half or two to take a 3-hour test, and then an hour and a half or two back. You're talking about a full day for one test, and all the cost and fuel associated with that, right?
Yeah. We're definitely aware of that. Jacksonville is a very small city. There's not a lot of third party that I know. The only one that I know off the top of my head is Roadmaster, and they have denied for me to send people over there. So as of now, we only have Orlando as of now.
Because Roadmaster's owned by Werner, and
Yeah.
they want those drivers for themselves, I'm sure. So there are 4 or 5 testers in that market, just in an effort to help you eliminate those that you could work with. I know National is on the south side down in Green Cove Springs, and Jones Tech, I think, still is a third-party tester in that market, without having to drive all the way to Orlando.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Is the lot that you're on paved?
No, it's not paved.
Okay. How are you going to put down striping to execute the required training if it's not paved?
We use cones, the cones and the lines that we put it over there. It's not 100% paved, but it can be lines put down. It's like it's very compact, so it can be painted, but it is not paved.
Yeah. I think you're going to struggle to get people to pass who've not done it within lines and attempting to do it with cones, because they're going to show up for the very first time with lines, and they're not cones at every intersection of lines that they would be tested on. So they're going to be looking for cones that don't exist. Does that make sense? When they go to do the test.
So the cones that we do use, it's just according with the Florida book. We do not set up any cones that is not actually on the test itself. When you asked about if it was paved, it's not paved, but we do actually have the lines and the cones as it is on the CDL test in Florida.
Right, so the cone setup for the new modernized testing does not put cones at every line intersection. For instance, there's a 3-foot box, right, that you have to put your front tires into. There are not 4 cones outlining that for you the way that's set up, so they're going to be looking for cones that don't exist when they go to test. I'm only telling you this because I think your students may struggle a little bit. And I have concerns about your site not being able to be striped so that this not the first time they execute this on a striped lot the day they're testing, right? I think it'd be a challenge because it's going to be unfamiliar. It's not outside of compliance. I'm just letting you know so you don't end up with dissatisfied students who don't pass and are mad at you and blame you for that.
No,
Right?
I understand, yes.
Okay, I want to go through these other contingencies. Let's make sure.
Chair, may I ask a clarifying question? So just about the ownership of the institution, I've had some correspondence and back and forth with Alexandra Felix over the past several months. Is there more than one Alexandra Felix in the family?
There is, yes.
Okay. Are you the same Alexandra Felix who was formerly affiliated with Move Driver School? Or was that another Alexandra Felix?
That's another person.
Okay. Would that be Alexandra Senior?
Yeah, that's my father. Yeah, that's my father.
Okay, okay. Does your father have any affiliation with this institution?
Yes.
Okay. What is his affiliation?
So
So we're clear on that.
No, yeah, sure. He helps me operate in any type of question that I have. He usually sometimes go there and gives advice to me.
Is he an owner or an administrator?
No, no ownerships.
No ownership? Is he the administrator? So we have here, so is he acting as an administrator? I see that one of the contingencies is we need completed instructional and administrative personnel forms for Alexandra Felix da Silva. Is that you or your father?
Yeah. That's me.
That's you? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, all right, we don't have to, okay, we don't have to bring that up. So, do you understand the, let's go to number 5, which is revising those titles of the programs to reflect the defined term ELDT, right, so that everyone kind of gets it. It's easy, there's a lot of slang in the industry, right? So it's, could be confusing for someone. And then, are you already in possession of the curriculum that you plan to use?
Yes.
It's already been completed?
Yeah.
Because it is an outstanding contingency, and it's a lot of stuff that has to be created? Okay. Has that been submitted and we just didn't meet the timeline, perhaps?
It was sent.
So we did receive an email from a consultant in response to these deficiencies on September the 16th. Those have not been reviewed at this time. So it may be in that email, but we have not yet been able to review it.
Okay.
Yeah, and any tweaking that needs to happen between Mr. Smith and, I mean, it can be done very quickly.
Okay. The faculty members, let's see, 1, 2, 3, there's 3 listed there, right? Jean Ronald, Marcos Martinez, and Ernesto Dominguez. Are those the faculty members that you're planning to have?
Yes.
As instructors?
Yes.
Have those individuals held a Class A license for more than 2 years?
Yes.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Do you guys have any questions or comments?
No.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13368?
So move.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. Please work hard on those contingencies, okay?
Thank you.
Number 9 is K&E Medical Training Center, Lehigh, number 13386. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. All right. Commissioners, any discussion or questions on this matter? With no contingencies and staff recommendations, I'll ask if there's a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13386.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and we can move forward to number 10, New Beauty Company Aesthetics Academy, St. John's, 13029. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi there.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Terrell Swanson. I'm one of the owners and the medical director.
Hello, I'm Brisha Swanson. I'm the other co-founder.
Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Is St. John's in St. John's County?
Yes.
So I didn't realize there was an incorporated city of St. John's in St. John's County.
It's a little
I'm
confusing.
just used to calling it St. Augustine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're probably North St. John's County, somewhere near 210?
Just over the county line from Duval.
Yeah. Did they expand Highway 210 yet, or is it still
They're
chaos?
still working on it.
All right. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're making motions on here, including the 4 contingencies?
Yes, sir. Since the 17th, we've submitted at least 3 of those 4 documents. I have to confirm with our manager if the 4th was submitted.
Director, or do you know if, are you aware of those 3 being in hand?
I have not seen those documents, but they may have sent
Or
them to the
submitted.
program
Sure.
specialist.
Which
2
one are you
yesterday.
thinking is outstanding, sir?
I think there was a pro forma requirement, and we had submitted that, so we needed clarification what exactly was or deficient in that.
It's not a time to be optimistic when you're building out that pro forma document, right? I am an optimist, but I think it can get folks in trouble when you're putting those together and expecting the best and not preparing for the worst. So really just, you have one program, just the facial specialist, right?
Correct.
Do you own a business where you're expecting to hire some of your students?
We do have the inside track in getting the best if they choose to work with us, yes.
That was well put. Is that your motivation to be able to train and qualify your employees for that other business?
It's one of them. She actually got her esthetician license in a similar setting, and one of our competitors actually who had a school, she retrofitted 4 students into 1 room, and there was a lot of positives she took away from that, and also some negatives. So we had a dedicated room built for 4 tables and 8 students, so a 2-to-1 ratio.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Is this entity going to be a subsidiary of your other business? And I'm asking that because your finances show income and you've not been provisionally licensed yet.
It's a DBA.
Okay, so you're operating under the same entity?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks for that clarity. Awesome. Anything additional, commissioners? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13029?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Number 11 is RC Health Services EMS Academy Jacksonville, number 13459. If you're here from that institution, please come on down. Introduce yourself. Hi, good morning.
Hey, how y'all doing? Good morning. I'm Brian Hendricks. I'm the program director.
Good morning. My name is Robert Chambers. I'm president, owner, and CEO.
I'm Brianne Lane. I'm the education director.
Thank you all for being here. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations we're considering here today?
We have.
It looks like it includes 3 contingencies.
That's correct.
Those have an associated timeline of 90 days. I want to make sure that you're comfortable with one of them being the Bureau of EMS approval. Where are you with that?
I think we'll be in the same boat as our compatriots that were here before.
That's what I thought you might say, right?
It's just that time of year.
There's a pretty long laundry list of catalog updates required in here as well. I'm assuming you are already working on that.
Absolutely, and it's not unlike what we do in other states as well. Louisiana and Georgia have similar requirements for us.
All right, well, now you've opened that door, you got to tell me about Louisiana and Georgia.
Certainly. I opened RCL Services in '09 in Houston, Texas.
Okay.
Just teaching CPR classes to whomever I can convince to come to my home. And I've been working really hard and growing this business across the United States. We do between 5 and 10% of all the EMT basic students in the United States currently.
Good for you. Are you only in those 2 other states?
No, we're also in Idaho. We just got approval we have a pending approval in Pennsylvania, also a pending approval in Missouri. We have Louisiana, we have Oklahoma, so quite a bit.
And Texas.
And Texas, can't miss that one.
Will any of your Florida students be receiving credentials from other states or vice versa?
No, that's not the intention. We want to keep it. The basic premise of my business is to get state approval for every state that I can possibly do, such that we're able to offer that state approval for them.
Right. Even though it says asynchronous there, I just asking. Right. Do you understand why I'm
I
asking?
understand, sure.
Right.
Can you discuss your asynchronous program, how you're going to go about that, especially with EMS?
What program?
How are you going to do the online program?
Oh yeah, so we have a process. So students do all the didactic information online. We use course materials that are approved through the states, general material through Jones and Bartlett. They go through the LMS that we have, and once they've completed the didactic portion, we then put them through the process of CPR training, hands-on training. They come to any of my facilities to do the course with paramedics. And subsequent to that, we put them on the ambulance rotations in their area. We have ambulance contracts all across the country. And then after that, we put them through the testing process.
So what do you have in the state of Florida right now?
The only thing we do in the state of Florida would be a national registry option. So there is no state approval that we're working in Florida now. So I have an office here in Jacksonville, but it was primarily for American Heart Association education. I just recently put in the new RQI machines, which is a resuscitative machine such that people are able to do the online course for CPR, come in and test on my machine so I have an objective measure of their skill set. So that's my primary operation right there now.
So do you currently have agreements for externships or what are the hands-on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do have agreements with several EMS agencies and then clinical hospital facilities as well.
And are they located only in the Jacksonville area or outside also?
No, sir. We got some of them in Jacksonville area. We got one in, I think near the Miami Beach area, I think.
Okay.
We got one at Ismailia. I can't pronounce it, but we got one out there.
So as you take new students in, since you're online, you're going to look to make sure you have hopefully local areas and support for them.
Oh yeah. We have several in the Jacksonville area where the students are primarily going to be going to. Yes, sir.
And you do understand that needs to be done not asynchronously, it needs to be done in person, hands-on?
Oh yes, sir. Absolutely.
And just as for the director, I think we may want to add a staff recommendation or contingency that we do state that anything externships are 100%, because right now it reads as if everything could be done online. And I know for others, we've been more specific about that, so we may want to just...
That's also a state requirement as well. So.
That's what I figured. For
yeah,
you
yeah,
guys,
it's a
a
state
little bit
requirement.
easier, but just to be consistent.
Gotcha.
And
I had that
it's
question
best
as well,
practice,
but
and it's consistent with our overall operation.
I had that question as well, but I mean, I saw it said here hybrid asynchronous, and then in the program outline, it specified the theory and the kind of the lab hours, et cetera. So I don't know.
I just know for some of the other programs, we've been very specific to make sure we state that anything hands-on has to be done hands-on, not through
Understood.
online. And I know you guys know that. It's more for us.
So if a student completes the EMT basic, the 310 hours, what's the next step for them in their career?
I can answer that. Okay. So essentially, once they finish our program, the next step is for them to actually take the National Registry exam through any Pearson VUE Center. And so whenever they complete our course, we essentially send them the information, hey, these are step-by-step directions on how you do that. And then once they actually pass National Registry, then they apply it through the state of Florida for their state license, and we give them step-by-step instructions on how to do that.
So
and
once,
then, Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Once they are on that national registry, they can just apply for that state license, not additional testing or anything at the state level?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yeah, no additional testing.
Okay.
They just basically fill out paperwork and pay their fee.
So,
and
so the word basic is a little deceiving. It means they can actually be on the national registry and licensed and.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because there's actually like four levels of like EMS certifications, and the EMT is like this EMR, EMT, then advanced EMT, and then the paramedic level.
So, I mean, I would applaud you for sticking with what you do best, but I have to ask why you don't do the advanced and higher level training.
We do advanced in Texas. We do an advanced EMT program, but our focus is on EMT basic. It's our primary focus. It's the entry point, and it's to build a foundation. What I found is that our business is more effective when we focus on what we do best.
100%.
There are
and I
thoughts of
applaud
growing
that.
horizontally in the future, but really until I've mastered this, before I bring on any more stress and saying, hey, we're opening a new
Right.
can of worms, I want to make sure that we got this perfect.
Yeah, and there's a massive difference between being the gateway to an industry and then matriculating through the nuances of that industry, right? Tell me about your typical student. What's the demographics of
All
your
walks of life. You know, I do a lot of the marketing. So, you know, high school graduates up to 30 years old is going to be our primary focus. But I have people coming, I'm 51, I have people coming in my age wanting to get on an ambulance.
So you get second, third, fourth career individuals?
Absolutely. And I encourage that because it's a lot of fun, actually, being EMT.
But
It's
what do you
scary.
find those second, third, and fourth career individuals, what's their motivation? Is it just compensation related, or is it driven by something else?
Yeah, I think career change, not necessarily compensation. I think it's more that you're just looking for something to do that's different, maybe give back. The idea of being a first responder is an honor, and I think a lot of people are attracted to that.
Do a lot of your students, I assume, go on to get the higher degree?
Mostly. A lot of the younger ones, we've had graduates that have become physicians come back and join our team as educators.
That's great.
So.
Well, like you heard me say before, that AI is not coming for EMTs.
You know, I actually did a commercial this year at the very beginning, and it was like, EMT is AI proof.
Yeah, I mean, think carpenters, and masons, and truck drivers, and electricians. So, yeah,
It's not going anywhere.
no, absolutely not. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? You have something, Director?
I do. So to address Commissioner Litvak's concern, the catalog that they have provided to us does have which of their courses are going to be online versus in program or in person. Their emergency medical technician course number, which is that EMT 100, is the only one that they have that is the option to complete either online or on campus, and that is theory only. So to satisfy your concern with the approval of this commission, I would recommend modifying that last sentence in the summary to state grant approval of the hybrid asynchronous delivery for the theory portion only, or the theory portion only for the EMT basic program upon issuance of the provisional license. So that way it's in the order that we're specifying it. It is already in their catalog, but I do agree that it would be beneficial to the commission to have that in writing as well.
Thank you for that clarity.
If we're going to clarify it that way, then it has to be the asynchronous as opposed to the hybrid, because hybrid implies in person, unless, I guess in this case, it could be either one.
Yes, so in his catalog, he is actually stating that the students have the option to complete online or in person.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Are we also changing the period within which contingencies must be satisfied to 120 days?
Commissioners?
That's fine with me.
Please.
I mean, I think it will be, since we've already set that precedent, and we don't want to set ourselves, including you guys, up for failure.
We don't anticipate any issues. We're prepared to apply.
You're already engaged with them, right?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay.
So basically, the thing that we're waiting on is the letter of intent from you guys, and then we'll send that with all of our documents to the state, and then they'll review it and go from there.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? If I ever need CPR, will you please send me someone who did it in person and not online?
Real life paramedic. He's a real life paramedic.
I mean, just my preference, right? Okay, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised from 90 to 120 days for all contingencies for number 13459?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Go get it done, guys. Thanks for what you're doing.
Congratulations, guys.
Thanks for
Hey,
saving
appreciate
lives.
y'all. Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Y'all take it easy.
All right. We're going to do these next two and then take a break before we move on to Section C of Returned Annual License. Number 12, Underwater Academy, Jacksonville, 13140. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, staff. I'm Kiana Dare Summers. I'm Director of Education, Underwater Academy, Jacksonville, Florida.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name's Eric Summers. I'm the CEO.
Thank you both for being here. I am, when I got PADI certified 15 years ago, it didn't occur to me that there was a commercial diver certification for
changed
those who are
careers.
not tourists in the industry, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Can you help me understand where people go to get employed after they completed your program?
Well, I do have a marine construction company, commercial diving. We started out as commercial diving. My background's diving. I've been a diver since 2003, so going on 23 years. It varies. There's a lot of oil and gas. There's a lot of infrastructure. I grew up out in the oil field, right? That's kind of where I got my wings to say. But as far as our company, we do a lot of military contracts, so a lot of DoD work. So mostly infrastructures, piers, bridges, wharfs, those types of things.
Is that construction and repair work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do not a lot of new construction, but it's mostly repair, rehabilitation.
You know, we drive over bridges and we never stop to think about the people who go down and maintain them for us, right, or ensure their safety. I was excited about you guys being here today and talking through that. How are you going to find your students?
So a lot of the students, so you have a lot of ex-military, and some of those come through just standard marketing.
Were they divers in the military before usually?
No, so usually, like Navy divers, they usually come accredited. So these are some guys that kind of wish they had chosen another path, and they decide to, hey, I want to be a commercial diver.
Yep.
You get a lot of young guys, you get a lot of them are misled with the current dive schools, where they think that there's just this huge financial gain, and those are the wrong reasons to get into this industry. So that's kind of the shift that we want to get away from, and we want to because you can convince a lot of people, you know, in their 20s, early, 20 to 30 to become a diver, I think. But just doing it from the right place where it's not about like financial gain, and it's coming from, a place of, hey, we want to better the industry.
A lot of our students as well will come from marketing in trade schools. For students who don't want the academic path of going to college, this opens up the opportunity for them. Getting in there, marketing I have an education background from Duval County. I was a teacher for 15, 20 years, so I understand that not every student wants to go that way, is heading towards academia, but getting the opportunities. A lot of people don't know about commercial diving, and when they find it's a 4-month school, it's hands-on, it gives them an opportunity to go in construction in a different way, and so giving them the opportunity to see that is a path that they can take, a career, is also one way that we can get students.
And we're better than Florida, right? At the rate that we're
Absolutely.
maintaining and growing. I think it's brilliant. So are you guys, how much of this instruction is offshore in Jacksonville where you're bringing them out into the water?
So that's something that it's not a requirement for ADCI. That's something we want to steer away from. I mean,
Okay.
that's the worst thing you could do is take a kid out of high school and go take them offshore and dive 160 feet.
Yep,
They need to be in the most controlled, safest environment
I
possible.
agree. Yeah, I'd be terrified.
Mhm.
Yeah. I had a friend that worked with Santee Cooper, the electric company in South Carolina, and they were maintaining the hydroelectric dam up there.
Mhm.
And they brought a Navy diver in one time, and he got in the water, and he said, I'll be back in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And a few minutes later, he popped up really, really quick, and they said, well, why are you back so quick? What happened? And he said, I'm not going back down there without shot sticks. The largest catfish I have ever seen in my life is down there. And I think about that when you're in those environments, the the unexpected, it's like a different world. Kudos to you guys, because I don't think we've had another commercial dive program. We've had dive instruction here, but I don't know that we've ever had commercial diving. That's interesting. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? The only contingency you guys have is the updated enrollment agreement that has a few details on that. Are you feeling confident about revising that? Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13140?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, that motion
Thank you,
carries.
Hey, thank you.
All right, we're going to get through number 13 here and take a quick break. It is West Florida Professional Center, Punta Gorda, 13151. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Sergey Machushak.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations
Yes.
that we're making a motion on here? Right. Kudos to you for the creation of high-demand skills and electricians and HVAC technicians. We just talked about that a moment ago, right? It's hot, and everybody needs their AC. Your staff recommendations include two contingencies, one for the enrollment agreement and one for catalog and program outlines. Have you been working on those already?
About Form 606, we've sent additional fee. It's dated November last year, and I have approved that it was deposited too. So I don't know why this is.
Well, I'll let the director address it. Maybe it's revisions to the form that you sent.
Okay.
As stated, it says revisions to the projected enrollment. So you may have sent one, but it may have required some revisions.
And we mailed it to our case manager also, so I have proof in my hand too, so it was deposited. The extra $500 for that amount of students. Yeah.
Where are you from, sir?
Originally from Ukraine.
Thank you for being here. It's an American dream to own your own business. I'm very proud to see you here, sir.
Thank you.
I hope that if you have family in Ukraine still, that they're safe.
I was still there.
Okay, so I was just confirming in our SIMS database, I'm sorry, because we're on VP and it takes us a little bit longer to get it up. So for your institution, while you have paid some of the fees for your, based on the tuition enrollments, you paid the level 1 fees, which means that you were telling us that your level 1 is only up to 100 students.
Okay.
But on your 606 form, you have 119, which will put you in the level 2 category, which has different fees associated. So you have two options. You can either adjust your 606 form to reflect less than those 100 students if that is really what you anticipate, or if you're going to leave it at 119 because that is what you anticipate, you'll have to pay the extra additional funding.
We did. I have the proof of 500 extra fee that we sent.
When did you send that one?
It's November 2024, and I have it's deposited. I have a
Did
proof.
you say November of 2024? Well, I think that one might be your first one. So what I'll have you do, we're going to leave the contingency because I don't see it in the system, but if you will reach out to your program specialist, send that document that you have right now that shows that fee so we can look at to see if the check that you sent is the one that we have on file, and then we can figure out what the discrepancy is, and then we'll let you know if you need to do any additional items. If we need another check, we'll work with you on that. But if you will send that and then a copy of that check, please, to your program specialist, we'd appreciate it.
And these seem easy to accomplish in 90 days.
Yes,
So I think we're in a good place. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? I did have one last question. Do you have an associated business where you're planning on hiring your electricians, or are you purely operating as a trainee?
It's up to them. The school provides high quality training, which is accelerated, even though it's accelerated, and Um, but it's very affordable. So for people who want to get the skills in a short period of time and get good skills and step in on the field, that's a good opportunity for them. If they will decide to stay with the school in the future, it's up to them. But we practiced that before, and I'm an example. I used to be a student, and then at some point I became a teacher back there in Chicago.
Good for you, sir. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for 13151?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are going to adjourn for a bit. We have this much left to do. It's a lot. So I think it's prudent for us to take a decent break here, have a lunch, so when we come back, we don't have to take another break and we can just hum through them. Let's say 12:30, so we can actually do a lunch. Is that okay with staff? Everybody okay with that? All right. Because I'm getting hangry is what I'm trying to say. Would we have quorum?
I'm fine.
You'll be here through the day. Commissioner Cavieri, you'll be here. Stefano, you're here.
Do I need to be? All right.
Yeah, I'll be here. Yeah, right. So we'll lose Commissioner Batista and Commissioner Marty. All right, it'll just be us four, so we have to maintain quorum, so, okay. Yeah, you gotta, don't leave during lunch is what we're saying. Okay.
I gotta drive back to
All right, yep, let's say 12:30, 12:35. We'll see you guys in an hour.
We'll be sitting in a lot of traffic.
All right, sorry for being behind here, guys, but hopefully everyone is well-fed and has had your afternoon caffeination required to move forward. Our next section is C, return to annual license. There are 4 items in this section, and we end wondering if we have a motion to take these items by consent.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. With the 4, I would like to pull number 4. Commissioner Litvack, would you like to pull 1, 2, or 3?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time?
Commissioner Batista? Okay, so then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations in section C for items 1, 2, and 3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, which takes us to number 4, the Commercial Driver's License School, Miami, number 1431. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Director, since no one's here, it may just be easy to talk through these and make sure that my concerns were addressed within the 6 contingencies that are there. This school is registered for in-person Class A and B and passenger theory via the FMCSA TPR, which I'm assuming is captured in number 4 contingency.
That is correct.
That's what we mean by that, right?
Yes,
I
it
just want
is.
to make sure that the intent of that language was the same as what I had surmised.
Yes.
They're also set up for school bus and hazmat, so I'm assuming all those roll into the same number 4.
Yes.
All right.
That will require them to make sure that the FMCSA or the TPR reflects exactly what they have in here, including the modality of these courses.
Yep. And then obviously there's some nomenclature associated with ELDT for their program titles. All right. I just wanted to verify that number 4 contingency was consistent with what I thought. That was my only concern. Commissioners, is there any other questions or comments about that? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4, number 1431?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Section D is application for annual license. There are 4 items that we will take individually. The first is Barber Academy by Sean Casey, Fort Myers Beach, number 12978. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. How you doing?
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Womack. I am the director and business partner with Barber Academy by Sean Casey.
Well, Mr. Womack, thanks for being here.
Thank you for
Thanks
having
for
me.
your patience this morning.
No problem.
Do what? Oh, I thought you said something to me. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're taking a motion on?
Yes, sir.
And there's one contingency there of a on-site visit and rectifying any associated, compliance deficiencies.
Yes, looking forward to it.
Awesome. You guys happy with your space?
We are. It's. I think that we're starting to talk about expanding our space because we need more room.
Well,
So-
that would be a good problem to have, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tell me how your past year has been.
Well, it was our first year opening a new business, opening a new school, and there's certainly come with some challenges. I think our biggest challenge was adapting our curriculum towards everyone's individual learning needs. But with that said, I think in month 5 we really hit our footing and hit our stride and are exploding, to be honest. Couldn't be happier with our progress. We've exceeded our enrollment goals for the year and looking forward to what the future brings.
I'd love to hear just a short summary of that adaptation to people's learning needs. Can you tell me a little more about that?
Sure. So our curriculum rolls in 20 weeks, and throughout that curriculum, there's going to be certain students that we've met with different learning challenges. What we've been able to do is set those students aside and keep the other students moving forward, but also be able to maintain and help those students progress up to stay current with the curriculum as well. So it's really just about devoting time and energy, taking more time outside of school hours to help these kids to make sure that they're keeping pace with everything. And like I said, everybody's learning challenges are different, so.
Sure. What kind of plans have you made for the upcoming year since you're at the point where you're probably making projections?
Sure, so I think our plan for the upcoming year is just to stay on pace with our enrollment goals. And that's obviously gonna to fuel the fire, to do the things that we need to do financially, to expand that business and possibly take over the unit next door to create more room for more stations for more students.
Do you own a business where your students are open to join once they've graduated?
Yes, we have for the last 16 years owned and operated 7 barbershops in our area. And of course, if a student wants to work for us, we're all for that. But our passion really lies in providing proper education in our community. And I think I can rightfully say that because my challenge as an owner for the last 15 years, 16 years, is I've been hiring students coming out of our other academies in our area. And there are some things that are left to be desired with their education.
I feel your pain. Outstanding. Commissioners, any discussion or questions or comments? Well, kudos to exceeding your first year goals.
Thank you.
And having only minor contingencies on this. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do not.
Awesome. Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12978? Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. You are no longer provisional.
All right, I thank you and I appreciate that and I look forward to the visit.
Thank you for being here, sir. Number 2, CW Training Academy, Daytona Beach, number 11418. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Okay, I don't think we have anyone here, but there are 6 contingencies in the staff recommendation. Commissioners, do you have any discussion? Director, since this is annual and we're requesting financial statements for controlling principals, does that mean we did not receive those at the point where we were issuing a provisional?
No, not necessarily. So to grant their provisional, they would have had to submit certain financial documents, and that would have been, if they had not sent it in when they were getting their first provisional, those would have been contingencies. So they would have had to satisfy this. So this is their next step. It could be that this institution did not make more than $100,000 in student tuition, and therefore they would be required to submit their controlling principals financials as well.
And while compilation is still an option on the table for the
Yes, it is.
consolidated financials. Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, if there's no further discussion, can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 11418?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries and takes us to number 3, Healthcare Educational Centers of Florida, Kissimmee, number 12941. If you are here from that institution, please step to the podium and introduce yourselves. Hello there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tanisha Rosa, Director of Education.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Rosa, CEO.
Thank you both for being here. Have you guys had the chance to review the staff recommendations that we'll be taking motions on here today?
Yes.
There appears to be a single contingency of financial condition of the institution for fiscal year ending September 24, since that's a year ago. Have there been updates to that that are not reflected in what we have?
We have not received updates.
I would like to clarify on that.
Sure.
So we did, in our annual license application, we did include the financial improvement plan that was required, the submission we did in May. So when we saw the contingency, we reached out to our program specialist and made note of that. And she just explained that we just have to resubmit it in a single standalone document. So we reformatted it to send it as soon as we get the clerk order. But we did submit it by the deadline of the application.
Understood. Are you actually on a September 30th fiscal for your financials?
Our license was approved in like mid-September, so that was where it landed for us.
But your institution is on a calendar year for your financials?
Yes, it's just for that financial reporting, it's,
Just worded strangely.
that's what they explained to us, that it was until September 30 of 2024.
Okay. Do you see why I was confused by that? Because it says fiscal year ending September 30th.
And when we write them the way that their financial statements read. So if you see that as of December 31st, that's because their financial statements are saying as of, so if there's state on there as of September, we make that note.
Okay. Make sure I'm saying this correct, Commissioner. LLCs don't have the option to set a separate fiscal outside of the calendar year. Isn't that reserved for a different entity type?
Well, yeah, and here it says that they're taxed as an S corp, so this should be fiscal, this should be December 31st.
Should be calendar year, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just making sure for our purposes going forward that as of doesn't mean fiscal, right?
Correct. I had to think about all the way around. That is correct.
Okay. All right. Not your issue, our issue for making sure we're keeping our heads straight. Commissioners, any additional discussion or questions? Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12941?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You're now on annual. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Number 4 is Orlando Health School of Health Sciences, 12858. If you're here from that institution, oh, hey, there you are.
Good afternoon. Daniel Bork, Program Director.
And Mark Murray, Legal Counsel.
Thanks for being here, gentlemen. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that appear to include 2 contingencies?
Yes, sir.
One being an on-site visit and second being payment of a student protection fund. Perhaps there's been momentum on either of those since these documents were created. Everything we have trails just a bit, just in case that has been paid. It is possible. I don't know. Have you guys received anything different?
I have not received information that we've received the payment yet. Have you submitted the payment for your student protection fund at this time?
Yeah, I thought that was.
Yeah, that was submitted, ma'am, yes.
Do you know when you submitted it?
Should have been back in July, ma'am.
We'll follow up.
We'll follow up, ma'am. We will follow
A
up.
curious anomaly to this is that those payments go to the DOE, not to the CIE,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
So there's always a communication
They go to the
opportunity.
comptroller's office. So if you will go ahead and send us a copy of the check that you sent so we can research it on our end too to
Yes,
see
ma'am.
where it ended up.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel prepared for your onsite?
Yes, sir, very much.
Awesome. Well, tell me about this past year.
It's been a great year. We hit our goals in terms of enrollment. We have 6 students that are currently in our learning environment right now, and they actually just started their clinicals in the hospital environment. So we had a 5-week intensive program. The reviews from the clinical instructors have been very good to this point at the first week. So it's a good small sample size, but the planning that we've had put together for the last 5 years, excuse me, the planning that we put together for the last 5 years has been very effective, and it could not have worked out better is how we feel.
Well, what a blessing. Congratulations on your first year success. Do you have any other questions or concerns?
No, sir.
Awesome. Then do I, commissioners, any questions or comments? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12858?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. There are no items on the agenda in section E. We would move to section F, application for annual renewal, where there appear to be 45 Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. I have a note from the director that we would be pulling number 18. Commissioner Batista, do you have any additional you would like to pull?
No additional.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional?
Commissioner Caballero?
None additional.
There's 20 and 39?
20 and 39? 20 and 39 plus 18. I have number 7. Give me just a moment, guys. My notes are written. So far, we pulled 18, 20, 39, and 7, and I'm seeing if there's any others from me personally. And I have none. So, are there any additional for you other than 18?
No.
Well, may I, and I'm sorry, this is, I don't think I'm going to pull one per se, but I note that some of these have an order for the institution to file progress reports. Do we want to pull some of these in order to order the institutions to appear in person at future meetings? Or is that something maybe we want to start doing beginning next cycle?
No time like the present, Counselor. I'll follow your lead on that. Do you know which ones those are? We'll add them to the pull list.
No, I'm going through, there's like 40-something of them. I'm going through them.
Take your time.
All right.
So, as a matter of process, maybe we just start with the ones that are pulled. Can we do that?
Sure, you could, but then I won't be paying attention.
We can just give it a second. We'll take you a minute.
Sure. Let's see. Yeah. Give me a moment. Actually, should be on this.
The additional ones which have progress reports required are 1, 11, 22, 23, 28, and 29.
Okay.
Those are the same ones I have then.
All right. Then, let me see if I can, you guys follow. I want to make sure I get this right, please. Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 2 through 10, 12 through 20? You're correct. Sorry. See, that's why I asked you to pay attention. Let me write that out. Then can I have a motion to accept items 2 through 6, 8 through 10, 12 through 17, 19 through 19, 21, 24 through 27, 30 through 38, and 40 through 45.
That is correct.
Yes.
So move.
I have a motion moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. What were you going to say, Counselor?
Could have asked if there's anybody from the schools who wanted to say anything. Comment on.
Before we move on to the items that were pulled, is there anybody here from the institutions that have questions or comments that they would like to step to the podium to address? In which case, we would move to number 1, AB Academy Orlando, number 10296. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Doesn't make any sense.
Hi. How are you today?
Very good, and you?
Never better.
Tiara Rodriguez, Administrator for AB Academy.
Andrea Bermúdez, AU Academy.
Thank you both for being here. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations
Yes,
that we're about to take motions on?
yes.
There appear to be 4 contingencies, at least at present.
Correct.
Graduation improvement, faculty listing, student protection fund, and Form 604.
Correct.
Um,
All of those have already been submitted.
Yeah, well, you know what we have here, sorted delays. It's possible that those came in within the past couple of weeks, I'm assuming.
Okay.
I'm asking.
I don't know when you guys would have, when you would have documented it, but they were submitted. The check was actually signed for September 17th, so it very well may
Sure,
be.
yeah, that's pretty recent, yeah. So I'm confident that would sort itself out within the time frame that's been allotted there. Were there other contingencies that you are in receipt of that we want to acknowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Well, they will sort themselves through within the
Okay.
time allotted if they've
No
been
problem.
submitted. I think the cutoff date for this data to be accurate is probably earlier than the payment was made.
Okay,
Right.
makes sense.
There was a discussion around, we pulled that one for the purpose of
Yeah,
appearing
it
back.
was- I think it's graduation rate, maybe.
So it's for the progress reports.
Right.
So this institution has an order to file progress reports for the January 2026 and May 2026 meetings, and those are for a graduation improvement plan.
But is your, that doesn't seem right. Your graduation rate shows 0%, but I'm seeing
No,
graduates.
that's not correct. Our
That's-
graduation was 81%. So from July to April of 2025, the graduation rate was 81%.
So when we do our 801 reports, this is speaking to what I was talking about earlier. What you're looking at is what is in front of you is not the graduation rates for 24-25. We're collecting all of that information in the fall, so that should be coming out shortly. This is based on your 23-24 graduation rates that were submitted as part of your 801.
But you show,
Okay, I'd have to go back and look at that.
yeah, because they show 85 graduates.
So that's what we were, this is a new process. And so we knew that the graduation rate was a new process where entities for the first time were having to put these numbers in the 801, and actually some people weren't tracking these before. So if you have, in this case, it shows a 0% for the 23-24, most likely what you need to do is go back in and look at your numbers that you're putting in and make sure that there was not an error on that form. And if you were at 0%, then that would require an explanation. But if you are not, you need to go back in and correct that form and then provide us an explanation of what occurred.
Okay. We will do that, thank you.
And it will probably need to be reopened, so you'll also have to ask your program specialist to reopen your 801 form.
Reopen their 801 form, just to be clear.
So we close them down. So after your 801 forms are submitted, we lock them down so no more changes can be made. If an institution goes in there and they realize that that form is incorrect, they need to reach out to us so we can open that form for you so then
Okay.
you can modify.
Well, I will reach out, not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Does
much.
that make sense, ladies?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, just making sure you leave with feeling empowered.
Yep, nope, I got it.
Okay. With that, this was part of the ones that we would talk about for the November meeting.
Well, it sounds like if this is just a coding or whatever, an error in data submission, and, a clerical error essentially, I don't think you commissioners care to see a report. I would,
Agreed.
I'll word the clerk's order in such a way, but to this effect, that maybe, so number one, the first contingency, submission of a graduation improvement plan or corrected graduation data.
Form 801, yeah. You're saying it without the requirement for November, you mean?
Yeah, I don't think, it doesn't sound like, well, then again, we haven't seen the actual numbers.
So
So,
I would not, so based on what she's stating in front of us, it looks like it might be an error, and I can tell you where it is, because I can see your form right now. You wrote 0 graduates for your individuals that have graduated with 1.5 times of their enrollment period. So if that is incorrect, that needs to be adjusted, because that's where your 0% is coming from. That's how that calculation works. So once you adjust that, so if the commission, from listening to these ladies, is thinking that this is going to be a correction, I would still leave them on there for the January, because she'll need to make the corrections, and then you can get her progress report that those corrections have been made. It also allows her to, look at the form and understand how this needs to occur for that 24-25 year going forward, and then maybe not do the May 2026, because she will have this resolved by then. But that way she has to do the graduation improvement plan, and her graduation improvement plan can be that we realize we made an error in the form. Going forward, we're going to correct these kind of errors and make sure that we are documenting the students that graduate within 1.5 times their enrollment period, and that is your graduation improvement plan.
Okay. And you're wanting the updated graduation for 23-24, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If that is incorrect. Now, if you really did have 0%, then that is an actual graduation improvement plan.
Okay, makes sense.
I'm so glad you said that. That
Did
makes
you
a lot of
want,
sense.
did you want to order the institution to appear in January via personal representative, or are we indifferent to that?
It's virtual. Ladies, are you willing to jump
January-
on in the January?
If we
I
have
think
to.
the January meeting is in person.
The
Oh, I thought-
January meeting is in person.
Then never mind, don't listen to me.
So we still need to come in person? We can't just submit the documentation?
I thought it was spring and fall. I thought it was only twice a year.
Counselor, a way to write it, if they actually do need a plan, then they should show up in person. Without it, if it's just an error correction, then they don't have to show up. I know it's complicated.
Yeah, for the record, the director changed the date that's in person without notifying me.
Now,
so-
There's 4 in person next year and only 2 virtual. The only virtual meetings next year are May and November. The rest of them we will be in person. Surprise for everyone.
Good.
I would suggest, in this case, where it does look like there is an error on there, an entry error on their 801 form, that they do not need to appear in person at the January, but we would like to have a progress report submitted for the January meeting so we can ensure that that the issue has been corrected.
Okay.
So is there a revision to staff recommendations for the record?
Yes. So it will now say, order the institution to file progress reports with the commission for the January 2026 commission meeting. So you're just removing the May 2026,
And to appear? No.
not to appear.
Okay.
So no
Then-
personal appearance for January 2026 is once
I
we
mean,
submit
we would
this
love to
info.
have you, right?
If you really want to, no one's going to stop you.
Yeah,
I mean, if we're not required.
yeah. I mean, things always go better when people are, well, I shouldn't say always. Things often go better when people are here.
Gotcha.
I'm fine with it like that if you guys are, so. Commissioners, anything additional?
Nope.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised for the record by the director for number 10296? Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you so much for your patience and for being here, ladies. I believe that takes us to number 7, which is Career Tech Lakeland number 4325. If you're here from that institution, please step forward, and introduce yourself. Hey there.
Good afternoon. Sean Parks, Operation Manager.
I'm Kevin Wynn, CEO.
Thanks for being here, gentlemen. Appreciate your patience.
Good afternoon.
The only reason I pulled this was I didn't see a similar contingency as the one that I previously asked to clarify regarding consistency between TPR designation and programmatic submissions, because they have passenger on the TPR. And we don't have the contingency for that same consistency that I asked to clarify last time.
So we can add that contingency if it is showing different between the two.
Yep. The other question I had was there was not a ELDT moniker clarifying. Passenger requires that. If indeed they're going to keep it, then they would have to create that program. The question is, are they going to remove it or are they going to submit a program for it?
For the passenger endorsement?
It's still entry-level driver training. Are you guys doing passenger?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they want to leave it on the TPR, so it means we would need to have it within our. Yeah, what I'm saying is that, let me, hang on just a second, let me open
Are you
it up
saying
some.
ELDT needs to be in the name of the program?
Because when folks come to you to do your passenger, they're not coming to you, they could come to you with a B-class license already, obviously, but it doesn't change the program that you would do if they came without the license, because passenger is its own curriculum. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's why I thought, okay, passenger really is an entry-level driver training for passenger, regardless of whether you're already licensed or not. And I know that sounds confusing, but it's the same curriculum regardless, right? And I didn't know if, what we wanted to make sure was that we were making it clear to a student, like if I had a B license and I just said, hey, I want to come in and do passenger, I can't just come in and do a shorter version of the required passenger curriculum. Does that make sense?
Correct, yes.
Yep, yep, okay. Make sure that. Let me get to that. Look at my last note. Yeah, because today it just says as an endorsement, quote unquote. So you could argue that either way, but since we're trying to find, the commission's
corrected.
trying to find consistency so that when everybody is doing ELDT, it's clearly, outlaid as ELDT.
It makes sense. We should have had it.
It's not a you thing, it's an everybody thing that we've been talking about.
A question for clarity? So the name needs to include ELDT. When you get to the breakdown of the program, it does go into deep detail in the catalog. So one would derive from that, it's a full-blown program.
It is.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. So it's ELDT for Class A, ELDT for Class B, ELDT for passenger, see what I mean? Yeah, same thing. Yeah, you guys are about that close to having that really clearly defined for everyone. And that was my, my only question was to just designate that. Do you guys have any questions or comments? Is all that clear? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Not
No.
regarding that.
We're good. Made sense what you said.
Sure,
You
sure.
answered it.
Can you talk about your financial improvement plan a little bit and how you guys are doing this year?
We were a little embarrassed for the late, I think it's the first time in years we've done an extension because I had some issues with our CPA and getting some numbers back and it's not, I think there's going to be some corrections and some things that you will see automatically. With a decline in our business and in the industry overall, we've made significant plans to, or corrections in-house to offer a lot of savings. Primarily, not just, we want to do labor last because we want to take care of our employees, but there was some other things that drove some reductions, such as the property. I own the property on the building, so I can relieve all the lease and rent for the total year of 25 here on out. And if we needed to exceed that into 26, we're prepared to do that, as well as testing fees. I've relieved the school of all testing fees on a barter agreement for the site with their building. So just in those two, along with organizational changes, we should have a successful, a positive equity in 25.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And that's why it's so important to show up, because I could not see that in the
Yeah, we were embarrassed about it. I knew that was going to negative. I knew the eyes would be on the finances for sure.
No, but I'm glad you got a plan, and it looks like it's very actionable and simple to
Thank you.
put forward.
We're trying.
Yeah, those adjustments would take that red to black if I'm doing the
Yep,
math
exa-
right.
exactly.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you for that. Anything else you guys wanted to chat about? Any other questions you might have?
Just one question. One of the staff recommendations was submission of curricula. Just so I'm clear, because this is my first go-around.
Yes, sir.
That not be the program outline form 301 broken down, like explaining instructional methods, learning objectives, clock hours for each, theory, yard, road, broken down in detail? Is that what you're looking for? And the reason I'm asking, that's what I submitted Form 301 on August 28th, but I see that as one of the recommendations.
So yes, so what you are doing in that is you're taking all of the FMCSA requirements and then you're listing them. You're basically doing a one-on-one. You're making sure that everything in your program, that you have each one of their requirements in your program outlines, and you need to put the hours that are associated with that as well. So if you've already done that, we'll take a look at it again to see maybe there was something in there that the staff was flagging as concerning, or that they didn't know if it really matched the FMCSA, but we'll be happy to take a look at that as well.
Okay, thank you for that. It was August 28th at 2:59 p.m., but I can resend that today. It's all prepared.
You're welcome to be resubmitted.
Not 2:58, it was 2:59.
And we'll double check too. It could have been that they flagged it, that they had a question about maybe something they thought was missing. And I don't want to speak for your program specialist without them sitting here. So we'll take a look at it as well. And then we'll let you know if there needs to be any additional changes to it, or if what you have sent on August the 28th is sufficient.
And to make that easier, FMCSA has 31 pieces of curriculum.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so if you've got 30, then something's in there might be missing. And,
Right.
and I don't know if you guys saw the article that came out last week or if you were here this morning, but DOT's about to start auditing those FMCSA submission records. So whatever you're throwing into that program outline that says, hey, we're gonna spend this many hours on parallel, for instance, you need to be tracking that by students, so you could show, hey, we said we were gonna spend 4 hours on parallel, they did it from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on this day, and they're about to start auditing those records to make sure you actually did the instruction. So if you don't track it in some way, you need to start doing it, because that audit's coming.
Good feedback.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that.
We're doing it with tablets. We can click start, click stop, and the computer
It's a
does the
good
math
idea.
for us. Oh my God, it transcended, changed everything. Okay, good. Well then, I'm sure we can overcome whatever the delta is between the 31 pieces and the part that you submitted. It sounds pretty easy for us to figure it out in what, 90 days?
So I'm going to read these contingencies out, just to make sure that they're in alignment. So we have the current submission of curricula. So there will be an added contingency number 2. That will be to revise program titles to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they're entry-level driver training programs. So that's for your passenger. And then the other one will be number 3, demonstrate consistency between the descriptions of ELDT programs, including their mode of delivery, in the course catalog and the institution's listing on the FMCSA Training Provider Registry.
Makes sense, guys. Makes sense.
I know you're taking notes furiously. We will add that to your clerked order, so
Yeah.
it'll be clear.
You'll have it in
there as
writing
well.
too, so, yeah.
I must say, if I may, our program specialist, this is, as I said earlier, is my first go-around. Unfortunately, my predecessor, there was no cross-training involved in the organization.
Well-
The individual left.
Look, if you made it to this point and that was your only contingency, you're doing a pretty good job, John.
Okay, well, hats off to the program specialist, because she took the time, a couple phone calls.
Who is your program specialist? Let's make sure we do.
Andrea Shan.
Yes.
Outstanding.
Detailed emails, step-by-step, how to get it done, so.
Good.
Couldn't have done it without her.
Love
let
that,
her
love
know.
that feedback. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys being patient, coming in here. You see why these conversations are so much easier in person, right? We
yeah,
just hammer it
absolutely.
out, and then it's easy to do when we leave. So then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised and edited by the director for the record for number 4325?
Motion?
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you very
Safe
much.
travels home.
Appreciate it.
Number 11, I believe, is next. Common Sense Childbirth School of, is it midwifery or midwifery? Midwifery, Winter Garden, 4052. If you're here from that institution, please step forward. Introduce yourself. I feel like if it's midwifery, there should be two Fs.
One would think.
So the only reason I called attention to this one was because of the order for the filing of progress reports, and so this commission could determine whether it wanted to order the institution to personally appear.
They have both a financial condition and a graduate improvement plan requirement. It seems prudent.
Second that.
It looks like the reports only pertain to the graduation rate, unless I'm missing something.
I was just looking at number 2
But two
for
has
the
financial.
financial condition,
Yeah,
including a financial improvement plan.
yeah, 2 does include a plan. It does not include a report. The reports to the January and May 2026 commission meetings only pertain to the graduation rate.
Should there be parity there? Since they're both contingencies?
So no. So we do that strategically. So when they have a financial improvement plan, in this case is because they have negative net income, they do have positive working capital. So those we don't typically have and come back and do the progress reports. You'll typically see progress reports if you have both the negative working capital and negative net income. So that's why they're not on a progress report for those financials, but they are on a progress report for their graduation rates. Their graduation rate is currently at 26.32%. So if you would like for them to appear at the January meeting to discuss their graduation progress report that they'll have to implement, that is at the commission's discretion.
Commissioners, any reason not to do that? It felt prudent to me.
Do we think that this is yet another example of a typo, essentially?
I would not say that this is a typo. So now, they will get an opportunity to look at their numbers again, but it does look like it is because students withdrew from the program, and that is where you're getting this low percentage.
Unless Commissioner Stefano or Caballero are opposed, I think Litvak and I are both feel like it's prudent to request for January, but to leave the progress reports as they are, right?
Yes. Would you want them to also appear at the May, or just limit that to January so you can have them come in front of us one time and then the May meeting is virtual?
We can decide that in January, can't we?
We can.
Let's do it in January. All right.
Again, I think I just want to stress how important it is for people to be here, because,
Seriously.
you know,
Yeah.
this is your license, and
Yeah.
it's a renewal.
Yep.
And to come once a year is not a lot. We'd like to have you more, but once a year to be here in person,
Yeah.
and so we can ask the right questions.
Yeah, if you had a 100% pass rate, completion rate, and placement rate, I could see why you might feel like you've earned the right to miss it, although I'd still say you should be here.
Yeah.
But if you have a 26% completion rate, probably want to be here. Okay, then there really are no edits to this. We'll decide in January where we're going to compel them to be in May, so we're going to leave it.
The only
edit.
the only edit is ordering the institution to appear via personal representative at the January meeting.
Okay. Then do I have a do I have a motion to approve staff recommendations as edited by council for in-person representation in January for number 4052?
So move.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. The next is 18. Florida Institute of Ultrasound, Pensacola, number 2115. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. All
This
right.
institution has notified us via email that they will not be able to attend the meeting online. They did not realize this was an in-person meeting per their email.
Would you like to hear out loud one of the emails from the institution?
Certainly.
Sure. So at 9:00 a.m. on the dot, we got this email. Good morning. I just saw that we are not able to attend the meeting online like I have done in the past. I don't see where it says in person only in the emails. I'm sorry. I don't see where it says in person only in the emails. May we please table my agenda item until next meeting so that I can attend? If I had known that it was in person only, I would have made the trip down. And then we have 2 more emails to that effect that follow.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, the 13 outstanding contingencies and staff recommendation to deny licensure and conduct an orderly closure was not sufficient to be here. It would have been stating that it is in person only in an email.
I guess they thought they were going to be able to phone it in.
Literally and metaphorically. Okay. All right. Commissioners, any discussion? Any questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the annual licensure and order to conduct an orderly closure for number 2115?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The next number is 20. Gulf Coast Academy, Fort Myers, number 5222. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. It would appear we have no one.
I pulled that one.
Yes, sir.
And I had pulled it just to, again, hear from the institution about they wanted 2 new programs that were both going to be online delivery, to understand how they're going to do these programs online and with the hybrid format. Just stressing again about, going online seems easy, but wanted to hear their plans because I couldn't really get a good feel for what they're doing by just the documentation.
You mean on the
On the new
methods of
programs.
delivery?
Yep, on the methods of
How
delivery.
it's being allocated between,
How it's being allocated, or even how they're going to do it, what their system looks like, how they're prepared for this, how they're going to do the in-person part of it.
and which programs specifically are you referring to, sir?
It was for the 2 new programs, facial specialist hybrid and I can't pronounce it, electrology? I pronounce that right?
Wow. No, I think that question has merit.
Director, is there a way to postpone approval, again, give them the annual license, but not grant those 2 programs until they appear so we can speak about them and ask them about them?
So absolutely, you can grant their annual license, and then you can, instead of granting the approval of these new facialist specialist and electrology programs, you can defer the decision on those to a future meeting.
The other option would be not granting the annual, which means they can't add new programs anyway, and keeping them on provisional until, or which one would you prefer?
So this institution does have an annual license, so
Oh, I'm
they're
sorry.
just
I'm
adding,
sorry.
this is it's a
renewal.
two-part.
You're
Yes,
right.
it's a renewal and they're adding new programs. So if we're going to do this and you're fine with their current annual license, I would recommend granting that annual license. And then if you have questions about their new programs for which you would like for them to answer, you can take that section of it and move it to a future meeting or defer it to a future meeting.
I'm sorry, just so we're clear, we already have in the staff recommendation to approval for online delivery of the theory portion only.
Yes.
Of these courses. So, just so I know, what is the reason we would delay approval of the new programs?
To actually understand how they're going to actually execute the programs? Are you saying they currently are already authorized? It looked like they're adding these new programs.
No, it's in the staff recommendation. that
They're new
it's the
programs,
license.
but it's only being proposed that the commission approve the online delivery of the theory portion. So the
Yes, but-
non-theory portion is still going to be in person.
No, which I understand, but I'm trying to understand how they're going to actually execute that. So it's very easy to say, I'm going to offer this online. But let's say I'm in Tallahassee. My students are now in Miami. How are you now going to do the clinical piece of this in person? Are the students going to be required to come across state? Do you have set up with other individuals and relationships?
For the
Question
hands-on
I've
portion of that delivery, right?
Is that
The
something that,
hands-on portion, yeah.
is that something that's already explicated in the catalog? I just want to make sure that if we're not approving this, we have adequate grounds for not doing so.
So in a lot of these programs, I'm just thinking about the standard kind of pattern here that we see. It's one thing to propose a primarily online program that then can be implemented in different places, and now you run into that problem that you're saying. It's another thing to advertise this as a program locally,
Yes.
and to say that as a facet of this program, this part is done online, but the rest is done in person. And for most of these kinds of programs that we've seen, that's the case, right? Where, here, for example, it says there's 71 lab hours, 149 theory hours. That would be advertised. People would come in, they would do the 71 in whatever lab means in the context of that program, and they would do in coordination with that the online theory, as opposed to marketing it primarily as a online program that could be done anywhere, and then now you're stuck with the question of, well, how do they do the labs at that location?
But I can't tell from the paperwork I've got that that's true. Like, absolutely, if they were here today and they answered it that way, I'd be like, great, approval, not a problem, because it would answer the question.
True, but I just think as a matter of process, given the frequency with which we see this and the implications of it, I wonder if that's a standard question that maybe staff could somehow capture, so that or otherwise I think these meetings are going to turn into 5-day meetings as opposed to 2-day
So what's
meetings.
different with this is it's not as if they could pay for the program, do the theory remotely from 500 miles away, and then carry that theory credential to another hands-on provider the way my industry does with the TPR, for instance, where you could just, I've already done that part at another location. I don't have to do it here. So I don't know that that person has the ability to prove just that section. So remotely, that's the question, is how do they, it would almost require that they be within commutable distance to the hands-on portion, right? But I do think that happens a lot, Dr. Stefano. Yeah. There's an implication of it.
Well, I think inevitably we would also see that in affecting graduation rates and all sorts of things.
True.
It doesn't seem.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm perfectly content approving it the way it is.
Within a certain number of hours. Thank you. I know this is a challenge, because we was talking about it. Because I've seen this blow up, I've seen it in other states blow up also, where people start getting online approval, and then they've got these hands-on, and people are coming from other states, or they're coming from, 300 miles away, and the students aren't being told about those requirements. And I am all for online delivery with having the right background experience, doing it properly, but we also have to make sure that students aren't, paying for and signing up for a program thinking it's online, and then now all of a sudden they're required to, fly, and come for a week or 2 weeks.
Do we want to maybe, in the alternative, rather than postponing it, granting the new programs with the contingency of adding an appropriate disclaimer to the catalog about the attendance requirement of these programs and a
Yeah, I'm fair with that.
clarification, and then delegating authority to the executive director to determine when that contingency is satisfied?
I'm good with that, yes.
Me too. Okay. You go with that?
Yep.
All right. Then, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation with the revision outlined by council for a disclaimer for this program They've already delegated to the director for number 5222.
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Yes, sir.
And I'll just make a quick comment here. Page 9 of their catalog, it describes, for example, hands-on labs are conducted at Gulf Coast Academy's on-site facility. But you're right, it perhaps could be.
Want to make it very clear.
More clear, yeah, but it's there, it's.
And
Yeah.
it's just going to be, it's a challenge not knowing where they're recruiting students from.
This one we're going to
And it can-
continually get.
It can lead to very poor outcomes.
No, I think those disclaimers at the point of enrollment is probably something we could discuss more another time for all
Yeah.
asynchronous online
Full
delivery,
sync.
right? That it's at least delivered in part, like that as a hybrid. And I think that's fair. Yes, sir.
To you, I'm sure the enrollment agreement, when you sign up for these programs,
Sir, would you mind stepping to the podium so we could get you on the record?
State your name and your affiliation.
Sure. Rick Wallace, American Academy of Cosmetology in Jacksonville. Been in the industry for many, many years, but I just wanted to help with your concern. In the programs, I don't have online theory, so just to let you know. Mine are all on-site. But within their enrollment agreement, which I'm sure the program would have and submitted, the enrollment agreement is very specific to the fact that you had theory online, and then you would have the in-class practical to do it. So the enrollment agreement is very clear in the dictation of where the class is going to be, how it's going to be conducted, and you have to be within the vicinity of the school.
It can be, but it's not always. A good school, absolutely, you're correct.
Okay.
That's the way it should,
I would
that's the way it should be.
I would assume they submit the enrollment agreements, correct?
Of course.
Okay. That's just my only point.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a requirement.
Some enrollment agreements are better than others.
Yes.
Get it? I got it.
Yeah.
But perhaps one way to
I think-
interpret the suggestion is that that's a point of documentation that could be used to evaluate your concern, and then only, request further information when it's not clear there. Perhaps it's a way of.
Thank you.
Yes,
So
sir.
So I think going forward, it's something that staff will take a closer look at, and we'll make sure going forward that it's explicated, either in the enrollment agreement or in the catalog. That's something that we can definitely, and we will take a closer look at going forward.
All right. Thank you for that, sir.
Thank you.
I believe number 22 is next, Medical Training Institute, Lake Worth, number 6518. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. If not, I believe this was one of the ones pulled for a progress report. And
Perhaps the appropriate time to discuss this will be at the end during commissioners' comments, but I do think it would be good for us to discuss the informal expectation of being present personally in light of the request or for progress reports. I just think that's something that we need to maybe discuss and.
you mean beyond having those as an added contingency for the 4 that remain?
That's right. Like, is that really an expectation that we have if somebody has to submit progress reports, or is the expectation that the progress reports are intermediary updates between the in-person updates, as it were? And it seems that my own instinct towards it is that we likely want them here if the progress report doesn't indicate progress. But if it does, or if it at least indicates a movement in that direction, then it's a form of relaying information between personal discussions.
Yeah, I think the point was that the word progress did not inherently imply positive momentum within outcomes, the way we said earlier, and for that reason, it felt like it was prudent to have it coupled with an in-person discussion to discuss the actual outcomes independent of the things that were filed, which may show that it's going in the wrong direction.
So, what is the standard frequency of the progress reports? Are they correlated with the meetings, or are some of them at a different frequency?
They're quarterly.
They're quarterly. Okay. Yeah. So I guess it's a question of their function, right? Are they intended to dispatch information in lieu of being here, or should they be coupled with being here?
I think that we're, at least at this infancy of that discussion, I think it is probably going to have to be assessed on a case-by-case basis, like the young ladies that were just here a moment ago. They realized that she had input a different number and typographical, et cetera. We didn't feel the need to have them, come back in. But if you're on probation with the Board of Nursing and have a 12% passage rate, I want you here. Right? So I think we're just going to have to examine that, not as a matter of policy, but a matter of individuality, right?
What I think might be prudent is that maybe make it routine that when progress reports are a condition of provisional licensure, ordering the institution as a condition of their licensure to at least appear in person for the first of the reports. And then while they're still on for provisional license, if they appear in person and you want to see them again for the next report, they're still on a provisional license, you can impose the condition again that they appear a second time.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can also order an institution that's been granted a provisional license, we can order them to appear in person at their first meeting, at the meeting at which their application for first annual license is going to be considered.
Absolutely.
Once an institution has a provisional license, there's a lot of authority that the law gives this commission in terms of conditions. So maybe in those cases, make that routine.
So for our purposes here today, we have item 22, 23, 28, and 29 to consider. Can we take those on a case-by-case basis for a broader discussion around the guardrails that we would use to make staff recommendations in the future based on Dr. Stefano's recommendations? Is that fair? Okay. So then, with that spirit of that in mind, with number 22, does the progress report that we're expecting merit that in-person attendance for January?
Is the institution here to speak toward it?
Oh, I thought I asked that already, did I not? Number 22, Medical Training Institute, Lake Worth, 6518. Thought I said that.
You may have. I was just given an extra
Oh, okay.
opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think that's the benefit of being here today. Then we don't automatically have to have them come back.
Can't say it often enough.
Because we can have the discussion, because
Yeah.
I can't tell from this, the school has been up and down with their placement rate. And the question is, why are they so up and down? And if you're placing less than 50% of your students, what's going on with those programs? Are they truly beneficial programs?
So this would, in this situation, due to that placement rate of 47.9% 23-24, I would recommend that we take the same action that we did in the previous one, where you would request that the institution be in person for the January 2026 meeting.
Agreed.
And then we'll figure it out from there.
I agree. How about
Hopefully
you
they come back with a great report. It's nice and easy.
guys? Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yep. Sorry?
Right.
And so we're clear, what can happen, so that they're being granted an annual license. It's a little bit more, I'll just say, the law's a bit sketchier on whether you can impose conditions on an annual license. But what you can do, here's the teeth behind this. If there's no improvement, if their January report doesn't show improvement and they don't appear, I think this commission can find a substantive change and reduce them to provisional license and then order them to appear, and then it's a violation if they don't at the May meeting. So there's room to work around
So you're saying
this.
we don't require them for January, or?
No, I'm saying that we do, but I'm saying if they don't show up, there's other things we can do.
Or even if they do show up, maybe that happens.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, okay, I think that's fair. Okay, then Make sure I get this right. Number 22, Medical Training Institute, Lake Worth. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the addition for the requirement of in-person representation for the January 2026 meeting for number 6518?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hopefully, we'll get to see them in January. Number 23 is, if I'm saying it correctly, Meraki Aesthetics Institute, Altamont Springs, number 11483. Please step to the podium, introduce yourself. Hi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Pamela Peterson, owner and operator of Meraki Aesthetics Institute. It's a
Ms.
pleasure being
Peterson,
here.
thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I appreciate your patience all day. I know it's been a long day.
Mhm.
And you still look spry and ready to have a conversation, so thank you.
It was worth it. I'm learning a lot as we go.
We all are. Have you had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations that we're reviewing and making a motion on that include 3 different contingencies?
Yes, I have had a chance to review them, and since I have reviewed them, we have submitted them already.
Awesome. That was a Form 604, an enrollment agreement update, and a graduation improvement plan.
Yes.
Do you mind giving me the broad strokes of the graduation improvement plan that you said you submitted?
So as far as going forward for
Yes.
25, 26, I continue, well, I want to first of all elaborate on number 20, on list number 20, about the online program. I am a hybrid program online. I use Milady, that is the company. SEMA is the platform which I use, and they have an opportunity to do the online in their home, wherever they're located, or they can come into the facility and do it there, and we offer help for that as well. I do have students now that are coming from different states that are moving here or wanting to open a business here. So I do take people from other states where they start online and then they make their transition. I have people trying to move and then, it takes 2 or 3 months, so they finish their online portion and then they come and do their clinicals in person.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I've had my first graduating class actually where we did it in person. So we, I think, graduated 9 and we're still growing. I'm only 2 years now with my annual license. But we do the Instagram advertising, we do email campaigns. I also have a med spa, which we utilize the models from there so the students can work with them. We also offer job opportunities for the students once they have completed the program where they can work for the med spa that I own, and or where I'm in the process of getting a licensure for the company so that we can offer them employment.
Can you help me understand what a full specialist is?
A full specialist?
Yes, ma'am.
Facial specialist, including doing nails as well.
Okay, so it's sort of a combination of the other 2
Combination
programs.
of both.
Okay, just making sure I understood that.
Yeah.
And the online portion that you're talking about, is that almost like a prerequisite for your program that's being third-party administered? You said they could go online and do it through another vendor of sorts?
Yeah, so I had to submit to the board what program that I'm using. When I was granted the hybrid program, I was actually one of the very first schools to have the hybrid program, and so it was quite lengthy, and it was trial and error. Barbara Davis is my program specialist, so I work very closely with her, and of course some of the other staff members here that I'm in front of today. I've had my on-site visit as well, the second one. There are no deficiencies, and that is with Bleneva Dickinson.
So do you think you've identified the circumstances that led to the need for a graduate improvement plan?
Yes,
What do you think those were?
As far as the graduation, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, one of the 3
Okay.
here is the submission of graduation improvement plans, which you said you had already submitted. And I'm just wondering, have you found the source of what's preventing those numbers being where everyone wants them to be?
Well, first of all, I didn't have the amount of enrollment that I needed for the graduation to even happen. So I am getting a substantial amount of students now. We're implementing so many different things with the program itself. We help them with their Instagram, creating an Instagram once they finish the program. So we're really focused on career placement. But as far as graduation, just getting more students.
Yeah, so well, when you have small numbers, 1 or 2 or 3 makes a big difference in percentages is what I guess I'm hearing here is when you have a small number of enrollments, you can only lose a handful of folks and it makes your numbers look worse than they potentially would be, right, if you lost 2 or 3 with 20 students.
I hope to improve next year. I hope to stand up here and say I have 20 to 30 more students.
Of course. How, well, is your 2025 where you wanted it to be?
Yes, it's really making some progress.
Well, that's good news.
I'm getting probably up to maybe 6 or 7 tours a week.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes, and I would say out of that percentage, at least 1 to 2 are enrolling, if not then, coming back 2 to 6 months later because of circumstances that would be maybe out of state, funds, those sort of things. I'm also in the process of being approved with the VA, so that has been a whole new revenue and avenue for the company, so I'm excited about that as well.
For post 9/11 GI Bill?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Yes, very excited.
Yeah. You don't really think about your industry when you think about the post 9/11. That's interesting. I like that idea.
Yes, I'm
Good for
really
you.
excited.
I think this is a good example of how, had you not been here, we would have asked for you to be here in January because we wouldn't have known all these things that you've told us and updated us on, and I really appreciate that because it makes me feel better about the knowing now that those contingencies have either been filled or in the process of it, and feeling like you're actively engaged in your students' success, which I think is all of our goal.
Definitely. And just a side note on the online program, those tests online are proctored, just to bring you up to date on that. You
okay.
can go in and you can choose how you want to deliver those tests, the days, and so on. So I, as the administrator and owner of the company, have that leeway to do.
Commissioners, y'all have any additional questions or comments?
Just to say thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
It's
I'll
a
see you
pleasure
guys.
having you here,
It's a pleasure.
being able to speak about what you're doing and how you are contributing to the state of Florida, so thank you.
Thank you. I'll see you all in November for the new laser. Hopefully I'm on the docket.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Okay, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as they stand for 11483?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Hopefully we see you in November.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. That moves us to number 28. Palmetto Institute, Medical Institute, number 11381. If you're here from that institute, please step forward. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. How about yourself?
Never better. Have you had the chance to review the staff recommendations that we're
Yes, I have.
making motions on? Do you have questions or comments about those?
No.
Okay. That includes 9 different contingencies. Some of them are formed, some of them are staff-related. I think numbers 5 and 6 related to a graduation improvement plan and the clerked order from the Board of Nursing rescinding approval of the institution's nursing assessment program are of merit. Can you tell me where you are with those two? Your graduation improvement plan and your submission of the clerked order from the Board of Nursing?
Yes, for the graduation plan.
Would you do me a favor and tilt that microphone towards you a little bit?
Yes, okay.
There you go.
All right. Yeah, now we start having provide more academic support for the graduation plan, provide more tutoring session, and we provide other books to help the student, and then we hire some qualified tutors to help the student to see how we can improve the graduation plan.
Okay. Have you created and are you in the process of submitting the teach-out plan for your currently enrolled students in your nursing assistant program?
Yes, I already submitted. Probably I did it too late, so that's why you may have.
That's why, yes, sir.
Yeah.
And you know that this requires you to cease enrolling in that nursing assistant program?
Yes.
And also remove all references to that program from your catalog and your
Yes,
online
I understand.
advertising, right?
Yes.
So just wiped clear?
Yes, I know.
Okay. How many students do you currently have?
As of now, I don't have any student now, so.
You have no students
Because, yeah, no, I don't have any student.
in any program?
No, I have student like a HHA, but not CNA student.
Home health aid.
Say that again?
He said, is it home health aid students? How many home health aid
Yeah,
students
home
do you
health,
have?
yeah.
How many do you have at this time?
I have 5.
5?
Yeah.
Ah, I see. So is it your plan to move forward with just the home health aid program?
Yes, so no, I would like to apply for the CNA program again because
You would like to apply for what? I'm sorry?
for the nursing assistant program.
So with that, the Board of Nursing has rescinded his current approval for his certified nursing assistant program. So he'll have to go through the Board of Nursing first to find their guidelines about opening a program after an approval has been rescinded.
Right, so an application to us would follow you clarifying things with the Board of Nursing first and foremost, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He would also have to demonstrate to this commission that what improvements he's made.
Yes.
What he's going to do differently the next time to operate an effective nursing assistant program.
Yeah, I want to make clear that when a program's terminated and you're ceasing operations of it, resubmitting the same material, the same processes, same place, same people will result in the same outcomes,
Yes,
right?
I understand.
So we'd have a low motivation to approve not changing a variable and expecting a different result.
Yes.
Okay. It's all irrelevant until you navigate things with the Board of Nursing anyway.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to have a progress report at the end of this year, or this for Q3 of this year. But if he has no students in that program, what are we going to talk about in January, or are we?
So did you say you had 5 HHA students?
Yes.
When will they graduate?
In 2 weeks.
So yes, he will have a progress report because he will have
So we
students
wanna see him in
graduating.
January.
Correct.
Okay. All right, then there would be the added contingency in addition to the 9 that are there for you to appear at the January meeting for us to discuss the results of the program and the outcomes that you anticipate between now and then.
Okay.
Okay? Commissioners, do you have anything additional? Questions? Okay. Sir, any questions, comments?
No.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations, including a 10th contingent, no, I suppose it's not a contingency, including the requirement for a school representative to be present at the January 2026 meeting for number 11381?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you, sir. We'll see you in January.
Okay, thank you.
That brings us to number 29. Paul Mitchell, the school in Sarasota, number 11374. If you're here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm never better. How about you?
Great. My name is Stephanie Leibel, and I'm the education leader and the future professional advisor at the Paul Mitchell School in Sarasota.
Well, I would say that the monochromatic dress you're wearing looks very Paul Mitchell with black and white, right? Isn't everything black and white with Paul Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you for being here and for your patience. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations we're taking motions on today?
Yes.
That included, as it stands now, 2 contingencies, one for a graduation improvement plan and one for 604. Can you tell us where you are on both of these in the creation of BEAT?
The 604 plan has been submitted.
Okay. What about the Are you in the process of building your graduation and improvement plan?
No, we have, the graduation plan has been submitted also.
Okay. Well, it's possible that that was recent and we don't have it in front of us because of the cutoff date. Okay. All right.
So I can't speak of the financial plan, but I can say that as for the graduation rate and improvement plan, we do have, because we're an hour-based program, we have a plan to meet with the students more on hourly benchmarks as they go through our program.
How many students do you have right now?
Currently, we have 66 students.
Okay.
Where when we first opened, we had 13 students, the following year, 27 students, so we're growing as a school in Sarasota. So I feel like similar to some of the other schools, when you have a smaller student rate, then you do have students that leave, they move out of town. I've met with anyone who has, I personally have met with anyone who has left halfway through their education, and most of the time it's, hair just wasn't for them, they weren't interested for whatever reason. We do surveys throughout their time there, and there's nothing that shows that, that they left because of something specific within the school that we can really put our finger on, but mostly it's just hair wasn't for them or they didn't want to commit to the timeline of it, so.
Hair wasn't for them is an interesting statement.
It's not for me either, so.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. It's a lot harder than you think, they're like, oh, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna do hair, and it is a little bit harder than people anticipate, and so I feel like that's pretty much what happened as I look through to the students that have.
Yeah.
And it is so difficult sometimes.
Excuse me?
I said it is very difficult sometimes, the graduation rates, because like you said, people come, they think they're interested in your program, and they're there for 2 or 3 weeks, and then they realize it's not for them. And I think we recognize that at this table, because we've all dealt with that, but it's nice to hear what you're doing and what you are experiencing.
Yeah, I mean, it's painful, but sometimes the solution lies in better vetting up front of those who enroll so that it doesn't skew your outcomes because they probably weren't really committed to the program to begin with, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, skin in the game and setting those expectations, stop them from rolling in about 10 a.m. in their PJs with a Frappuccino, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel your pain.
Anytime they start talking about they want to have pajama days or have fun days like that, and I'm like, and they always know, they're like, oh, don't talk about pajamas in front of Stephanie because I can't with pajama days. And
That's a thing?
yes.
Wow.
You don't have that at your school?
No.
No, we don't have that. Once in a while, like at Christmas time, I let them wear Christmas pajamas or something like that for fun, but yeah, they want to wear pajamas, and so.
We also do not have pajama days, just to clarify.
We'll try to have that added into the state holiday system during legislation this year. I'm sure we can get some legislative support for it. Okay, so given where you are, you've heard us having this discussion about those who are submitting progress reports on a quarterly basis and the need to see those folks in person. Commissioners, do you have thoughts on her presence here today mitigating the need for that in person so long as those progress reports are filed, or do you want to see a representative from the school in January?
I think just being here today is the whole point, is that we're able to speak with her and have that discussion.
I agree. Okay. Commissioner Solani, you feel good with that? All right. Then, ma'am, do you have any other additional questions or comments?
No.
Okay. Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 11374?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you again.
Good
Thank
luck.
you so much. Have a great day.
Okay, last is number 39 in this section, I believe. And that is the Healthcare Assisting and Team Institute of Palm Beach Gardens, number 7917. If you're here from that school, please step forward and introduce yourselves. All right. Since we have no one here, there is a long, not necessarily list of contingencies, but content related to those contingencies for financial review and audit. Form 604, and then submission of Board of Nursing approval along with updated faculty listings for the hybrid asynchronous. Gentlemen, do y'all have any questions or concerns about accepting staff recommendations as they are in lieu of the breadth of this? Because it appears to be 1, 2 new programs, 1 program modification, as well as 2 just fundamental contingencies. I mean, I would love to know how these 2 new programs are going to fit within their portfolio and suite of existing enrollments, and where they're going to be executed within their space, and how that allocation is among total enrollment. And we can't have those conversations because someone's asking for new programs to be added and change one that they have without showing up to have a conversation with us. I can't stress enough how frustrated that makes me.
Council, is there anything else we can do? Because without having people here, it's very difficult to any questions answered.
So can we recapitulate what the issue is? What is insufficient in terms of the pending applications for these programs?
I mean, I think when you say insufficient, what I'm saying is, if someone was standing at that podium, I would say, where are these students going to matriculate in the same space that you already have? Did you outline, separate a classroom associated with that? Are you going to be sharing staff between the 2 programs? Does the number of hours and the expectations overlap in a way that you have to hire new staff? I think there's a lot of questions that can't be answered when you're adding programs with an existing portfolio of programs for how it's going to be executed. And it's not represented in this data because it's minutia that is better carried in person. So I don't know that it's a insufficiency related to the standards required by the CSE. I just think it shows a lack of commitment to clarity and student success.
My opinion is that, what this commission is charged with is looking at whether the institution has met its burden of proving by a preponderance of evidence that it meets the standards for licensure. There could be a lot of questions that we have as a matter of curiosity. Now, if there are questions about those standards, and the commission would like them answered, the commission can certainly issue a licensure delay of 90 days and order the institution to appear at the next meeting.
Was there an on-site done for this? Or does the addition of a program not require an additional on-site?
The addition of a program does not require
See,
an
therein
on-site.
lies my issue is have we even validated that there's space within their existing program to house these students? And because we haven't done an on-site, and the addition of a program doesn't require us to even find out where they're going to be seated.
And they went from having 4 to 5 students to 105 enrollment.
Right.
And I don't know
And
where
have
they're at
have they
this
added
year.
space since then, right?
So while it may meet the technical standards, and I get it, and if we have to vote that way, that's fine, I understand. But it's very frustrating, as you
Yeah.
stated, that
I think it
Can't
exceeds
ask
just, basic curiosity. I think it is validating their ability to execute a program in a way that maintains the quality that we would expect.
Okay, so it sounds like where the commission might be headed to is, assuming that one has not already been issued for this institution, issuing a delay of 90 days, And if we could just state on the record precisely, so in our order of delay, we'll state why and what concerns the commission has.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to state that. So as of today, this school is operating a clinical medical assistant and entry-level dental assistant with EFDA training, an entry-level dental office front desk, a patient care technician, a phlebotomy technician, and is now asking to add a home health aide nursing assistant. So with those ranging between 100 and 600 hours and 100 students increase over last year to this year, is the space that they have even able to accommodate programmatically that addition, much less the exponential increase in enrollment? I mean, are we shoehorning people into a space or reducing the quality of the program because they're beyond their physical bandwidth? And we can't have that discussion because no one is here.
Okay.
And also, without the financial documents that's there, it's very hard to make that decision for the financially sound to do these increases. So we're lacking that.
Just a comment for context here. The lab hours required here are 74 theory hours, 40 externship hours. So the space accommodation we're talking about is to accommodate basically those 6 hours of this program. I just want us to be mindful of our hermeneutic here. Is it that we're going to operate that in the absence of affirmation that capacity is feasible, then we're going to kind of enact a certain set of contingencies or procedures, or is it in the absence of evidence to the contrary? I mean, I think that there's a big gap between these two, and we need to be very mindful of the extent to which we're going to pass on that burden for things to be that explicit.
So which one of those two programs, home health aide or nursing assistant, is only 6 hours of that time? Because there's 2 of them.
Nursing assistant.
And just so all commissioners are aware, we do, when we receive any kind of new programs, we do look at their facilities and we look at the space to determine if they have sufficient facilities to be able to accommodate new programs. And we will ask them to provide descriptions to us about how they're going to house these students. Some of them do it on a rolling basis where some students will come in 1 week, they'll come in the next week, so they can make those accommodations. We also do have a site visit scheduled for this institution next month. So we will be there to check their facilities as well at that point. So this could be, if you choose to adopt staff recommendations, we will do an on-site visit, and we will have, if there are any deficiencies noted, those will be placed in the on-site visit documentation, and those have to be corrected by the institution.
Don't they also have to say, like, what faculty are going to teach any programs as well?
So you must they always have to submit faculty lists to us, and then it's for each program. And we do ask questions. If you have 2 programs and you are sharing faculty, staff will ask the question of how do you anticipate that this faculty can cover 2 classes? They can't be at the same time, so how does this work? So we do have conversations with these institutions. We do require documentation of them when we see those issues, and we do ensure that their faculty is qualified to teach the new programs.
I also just want to emphasize that I don't think, I see where it's helpful to have institutions present, but we don't want to go down the path of being punitive to them if they don't show up when they're not required to, okay? If we want to amend our rules or to amend our law to require them to be present via personal representative or to give the commission subpoena powers, that's a separate conversation we can have. But if they're not required to appear, I don't think they can be blamed for not appearing.
A quick comment. I agree, and I understand that there are frustrations in some cases when an institution isn't here, but I want us to just be self-reflective here and to make sure that we're not making institutions that don't need to be martyrs to that cause. Right? There might be ways in which we can handle this with contingencies, but still allowing and crediting the incredible work of the staff with its due diligence and the safeguards that are in place.
I'd just like to make the counterpoint, though, is when an institution does show up, you can ask them questions, and how's that fair to them, that they get asked questions when the other one we're just looking at a piece of paper? So, and I've seen that happen where it's just like, okay, we just approve it because no one's here to answer a question, and someone does show up, and we start asking questions, and now all of a sudden, it can be an advantage, yes, but it can also be a disadvantage. And we don't want to be saying to people, don't show up, and as a licensing board, you would expect individuals to show up to support their license. If you're asking to add new programs, I don't think it's that difficult, and maybe we need to look at the rules to,
Yeah.
like, if there are deficiencies in items like that. If there's no deficiencies, you don't show up, that's fine.
Right, and I want to make sure that I'm being really clear here. I'm in no way attempting to say that we're going to be punitive for someone who's not present. What I'm saying is that there is an implied nature of having a public meeting where licensees are invited to the podium, and the absence of their participation in that is in itself indicative of their commitment to that program. And if we were going to make these decisions based on the paper that is in front of us and not the person who is answering questions, then why are we having a public meeting? We could just meet in Tallahassee and have a conversation that didn't involve them and say, you met the minimums, here's your license, go away. That's how you end up with situations like we have with nursing schools every single time we are in this room, who are under investigation for a variety of things and ways, and the finger ends up getting pointed back to their application and the approval process that allowed them to operate with impunity outside of the bounds of ethical standards, right? So I'm just trying to say that we're having a public meeting, we're inviting people who are asking to add two programs simultaneously to a suite of other programs, and that there is maybe not an objective measurement, that there is an implication if you are unengaged in that process, that it tells me you're probably unengaged in your business more broadly, and I don't have any way to substantiate that. But we were all asked and appointed to be on this commission to offer our opinion on matters and to examine the evidence, and that's just my opinion. So I'm happy to accept staff recommendations as they are. It would have been very, very nice if we could have spent this time talking to a representative rather than having to figure out how to accommodate their lack of presence.
So one option is to grant the annual license and to issue a delay for the approval of the new programs in case the information that is discovered after the two annual licensure contingencies have been satisfied help to assuage some of the concerns with regard to the new program.
Well, I said I'm happy to accept them as they are. If the other commissioners want to voice their opinion on whether what you just outlined might have merit, I'm happy to take their lead on it.
I'm happy to accept it as well. I mean, I think that the questions, so let's just be clear, what questions would have been posed had they been here? The question of the overlapping staff, the question of the addition of staff or faculty, the question of sufficient, budget allocation, the question of shared space to enable this capacity, and the question of theory in relation to lab and how they're going to deliver the hybrid program. Well, it seems like a lot of this will be addressed through the on-site visit.
After they've taken money from students and those students are on site.
Sure, but that has to do with the space. The submission of faculty would be part of this. The lab and theory hours are part of this. We can add the contingency, like we did in the other one, to give authority to the executive director to examine the clarity of the requirements for the in-person element of the program, if that's part of the concern. I just think it's important for us to articulate what our concerns are and what the potential streams of evidence or what could satisfy those questions. It might help guide our process.
And I'm sorry, where in the staff recommendations here is there anything about an on-site visit?
There is not. So that is going to be my suggestion. So what we could do is, upon hearing all of your concerns, if you choose to adopt the staff recommendations, which is granting the annual license with a couple of contingencies, as well as granting approval of these new programs, we have a couple of contingencies for the granting approval of the programs itself, but we can add to prior to receiving any of these new programs, that we can conduct an on-site visit. And so that way these students cannot be enrolled in this program, and this program cannot be approved until they've satisfactorily completed an on-site visit. And that way we can take a look at their faculty a little bit closer, their actual facilities, and hopefully alleviate any of those additional concerns.
Chair Williams, would that satisfy your
Yeah,
concern?
yeah, I just want to say that that's not the full breadth, I think, of the conversation we would have had. I would have also wanted to ask questions about the fact that year-end last year, this organization shows they had $15,500 in cash as working capital to operate 5 existing programs and asking 2 additional programs. I don't think this is unrealistic. You know, they've got 15 grand in the bank, right? So, you know, I'm happy to access them with that revisions by the director.
Well,
Go
and
ahead,
also,
sir.
just to your point, like when I'm looking at their numbers, they have 100% for everything. At 105 students, 100%.
Yeah, that's curious,
It's
isn't it?
curious.
Yeah.
It's, you know, again, could be completely true, but I don't know. But the on-site would actually then.
There are a lot of
allow-
damn good operators in this room, and none of them had 100%. Yeah, I agree with that. So I'm saying that because I'm just saying that there's a lot to digest here, not just the space, not just the faculties. There's financials, there's curiosity around 100% placement and 100% in retention.
Well,
And by the
that
way,
was the
it
one.
was 100% in 21 and 22,
Yes.
22 and 23,
That was
and
the
23 and 24. That is miraculous.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be, you know,
If you would like to issue a delay, you can issue a delay.
I would like to issue
Delay
delay.
this.
Yeah, I would.
So issue a delay of
Yeah.
90 days.
Yeah, I find this all very curious, and I'm unsatisfied with what's been presented, and I think if we accept this today, we're giving them authority to accept money from students in circumstances that we aren't completely confident they're able to execute, whether they have good intentions to do so or not.
Okay, so is the motion to issue a delay of 90 days for the reasons, for all the concerns expressed, order them to appear via personal representative at the November meeting, and to order an on-site visit of the institution?
Is that even possible for November? Because the January one is in person, which is when I'd really love to have that conversation.
We can only issue a delay for up to 90 days, almost.
Okay. Well, then November it is.
And now to clarify, are you wanting to delay the granting of their annual license as well, or just the new programs?
It sounds like they want a delay of the whole thing
All
because
of it?
there's
Okay,
there's
I just wanted to
questions
clarify.
about- Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So are we ordering the on-site visit? Okay.
yeah.
And if it makes anybody feel any better, the institution is going to have to bear the cost for the on-site visit. That's in rule.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not trying to do that. I think we just want answers.
Well, listen, I think a representative in November would do the whole industry good, if for no other reason, to explain to everybody else who's online how to achieve 100% graduation, retention, and placement rates for 3 years in a row. Please share with the rest of us how that's possible. Because we would all love that, right?
And Council, the 90-day delay is not hurting them in any way other than the program's not going
That's
into
right.
place.
That's right.
It's just keeping the status
That's
quo. The
correct.
annual
Yes.
license is still in
It's not
place.
punitive in any way, just
Exactly.
delays the implementation of the new ask.
Allow us additional time to do just some additional due diligence to ensure that we are where we hope we are.
That's correct.
And by that meeting, would we be able to have some semblance of updated, not necessarily year-to-date numbers, but through Q2 of 2025, or is that an unrealistic expectation? Because I'd like to say they still had 15 grand in the bank in December last year, and I'd love to know where that stands now.
For their financials or for their
I just think
programs.
broadly, I would love to see year-to-date updates and I don't know what they would be required to submit regardless. I'm just saying, what will we be looking at in November that we don't currently have?
So if you're just issuing a delay, you're going to see exactly what you have in front of you right now. You're just going to see
just
it
with
in
someone
November.
with
Yes,
us, right,
and
okay.
we do have a site visit scheduled for next month, so we will have information related to that as well.
Right.
If you need them to provide additional documents before that, you can order them to provide interim financial documents.
Through
if that
Q2
is-
ending 2025?
Sure.
Done. And enrollments, along with their placement, and retention, and graduation. So that would be the end of June. Unless we think we could get Q3, because it is the end of Q3 next week.
I would stick with Q2 to give them enough time.
Agreed.
I'm sorry, what is the basis for requiring the interim financial documents?
Insufficient working capital at the year end of last year to implement additional staff or programs. Yeah. I mean, during the year in '22, their working capital was $446. Year in '23, their working capital was $1,538. All right, so we're obviously not asking for a motion to accept staff recommendations, so how do we phrase this, Counselor?
This is a motion to issue a licensure delay of 90 days to order the institution to appear via personal representative at the November meeting, direct the executive director to conduct an on-site visit of the institution, and all of that for the reasons that have been discussed over the last 20 minutes.
And to order the institution to provide updated financial records through Q2 of 2025.
And enrollment, placement,
And
graduation.
enrollment, placement, and graduation data.
Yes. All right, I'm comfortable with that if you guys are, and I appreciate you indulging my passion. Then can I have a motion to delay the licensure with the contingencies noted by both council and the executive director?
Motion?
Second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. I believe that is the last of this section.
That is, but just for the record, I would like to note that number 46, which is the Old Technical Institute, has been pulled from consideration from this meeting.
Yes. Does anybody need a break, or do you want to keep cranking? You good? Okay.
I'm sorry, is the nod for a break or?
No, keep
No,
going.
let's go, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. If I had a little caffeine, I could keep it up another 6 hours or so.
Hello, Counselor.
All right, Section G, application for license by means of accreditation. There are 5 in this section. We will take these individually. The first item is Aveda Institute, Brandon, number 7682. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. No, she said individually. Yeah, first application. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Danielle. I'm the Director of Compliance.
You have an easy bar to follow from what just preceded you, so yeah, this is going to be very easy because you're here and we can have a fantastic conversation about your accreditation.
Yay.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you.
Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendation, which is rather short?
Yes.
Okay, because it is only submitting annual review, but it's not even a contingency for your licensure,
Yes.
right? Is there anything you'd like to update us on that accreditation, just so we can remember that when we see you again in the future of how that went or what our expectations should be?
And no, everything's been going well. Everything's good.
Good for you. I'm glad to
Thank
hear
you.
that. How is your 2025?
It's going well. It's going well. We are doing it, continuing with the education and students.
How many students do you have right now?
Currently in our Brandon, I believe, oh, don't quote me, so I'm over the 6 schools, so please don't quote me, but I believe it's close to, I want to say between 100 and 125-ish.
Wow, good for you.
Thank you.
How does that compare to your other locations?
Our Aveda Institute Orlando, we're close to, I believe, 320-ish.
Oh, wow.
So that's a larger school.
Good for you.
Thank you.
I've only been into Innovative once, and they do this thing where they hand you the product, so it makes you feel really weird handing it back, and then you're forced to buy it because you feel weird saying, I don't want to, I'm sorry, I don't want to buy this, even though it smells great and I love it, but, you know, I think there's some psychology there that you guys use.
Yes, absolutely.
I see
there
your
is.
tricks.
Absolutely.
All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Ma'am, do you have any questions or comments? Then I think we are just looking for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 7682.
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. Thank you for your patience all day.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Safe travels. The next is Elevate Salon Institute, Miami Beach, number 6438. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
How are you?
I'm Cindy Johnson from the Elevate Salon Institute in Miami Beach.
Thanks for being here, Ms. Johnson. How was your trip up?
Wonderful, very early.
Have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations that appear to include at least one contingency for Form 604?
I have.
Are you familiar with that? Have you been working on it?
Yes, so I think that my Form 604 is correct. I emailed my person right away and told her, explained why I thought it was correct. We closed the school in March of 2024, and we reported our current assets and liabilities under discontinued operations on our financial statement, and those numbers are included in the total current assets. And we have to because GAAP requires us to report them. I actually asked the CPA. GAAP requires us to report them for the year we closed and the next year. So I can revise the 604 if I need to, but it is correct as per the financial statements.
Okay, fair enough. I think that's probably just a narrative discussion with your program specialist to understand why those are correct, even though it may look disjointed.
Yeah, I should have called her. I just emailed, and then I got really busy and forgot to follow up.
Life happens. Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Ma'am, do you have any questions or concerns?
Yeah, I do have one question. I just got the email while I'm sitting here that we are getting another annual visit to Miami. It's every September, so we were expecting it. But do you know how long those go on? I mean, we don't care, but like some of my other schools have never had one or haven't had one in several years. Does it change once you're...
How frequently they're done forever, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I, yes, please. And if it's every year, that's fine. We were just curious.
Do you want us there more frequently than that?
Thank you. We're good.
It is at staff's discretion.
Okay.
For your frequency of your on-site visits.
That's fine.
I think it's because they just really like you.
Well, it's really funny because I have a director down there, and she actually spoke with me yesterday and said, do you know when they're coming? I know it's this time of year. I said, no, but as soon as I find out, I'll let you know, and then I got the email while I'm sitting here, so it was pretty funny.
Good timing. All right. Well, then it sounds like we have this firmly in hand, and you'll navigate that with your program specialist, and I'm confident your site visit coming up soon will go well. Congratulations on your accreditation. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6438?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is approved. Thank you, ma'am. Safe
Thank you.
travels back, okay? Number 3 is Hollywood Career Institute, number 5721. If you're here from that organization, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi there.
Hi, I'm here live. How are you?
Thank you for being here. Would you mind introducing yourself?
My name is Udemy Valdez, and I'm the owner of Hollywood Career Institute.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that include 2 different contingencies?
Yes, sir, and I will be submitting that as soon as I get back.
Outstanding. One of them, the first one is just the Student Protection Fund. And when you do submit that, what I have heard, the director could probably say it better, is it's often helpful to submit details around that so that the comptroller can marry that up with us in an expeditious fashion.
Also, please send it with the transmittal form so they know where it goes. If you just send a check and you do not attach that transmittal form, it could take it a while for us to figure out where that check is supposed to go, so.
Will do, no
Thank
problem.
Thank you. And the only other is Form 803 for placement and retention, and/or 04. I'm not sure which one of those that is. Either way, do you feel prepared to navigate that once you leave?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your accreditation.
Thank you so much.
I know you probably worked on that for a long time.
Yes, I did.
I won't ask how long, so.
Almost 3 years.
Well, good for you for
Thank
getting
you.
that. Do you have any other questions or concerns?
I'm just happy it was my turn.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
it. Mhm.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or concerns? Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5721?
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, young lady.
Thank
Safe
you. Have a
travels
blessed
home.
day. Thank you.
Number 4 is Institute of Health Careers, Lehigh Acres, number 5511. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Staff recommendations have been provided. They are without contingency. So if there is no one here from that organization, I would ask for a motion to accept those staff recommendations for number 5511.
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The next is Treasure Coast Medical and Fire Institute, Fort Pierce, number 5638. If you're here from that organization, please step forward and introduce yourself. Didn't think we were ever going to get there, did you?
I'm ready for you to say, come on down.
Thanks for your patience, sir.
Kevin Franklin, owner, program director, president, Treasure Coast Medical and Fire Institute.
I appreciate you making the trip up. Congratulations on your accreditation.
Thank you, sir.
Was it 3 years for you as well, like the young lady that just left?
It was, yeah, it was, it was
feel
fun.
like you just
It
gave
was fun.
birth?
I'll
Yeah,
just say that.
Yeah. The staff recommendations that we have here do not include any contingencies. I'm sure you familiarize yourself with them. So
Yes,
the
sir.
only thing that remains is whether the commissioners have any questions for you or whether you have any concerns or comments before we ask for a motion.
No, sir, I'll be seeing you guys probably next year when I apply for the fire academy, so we'll
Well,
see you then.
Sorely needed, and we'd
Yes,
love to
sir.
see you succeed in that regard. I know you were probably in here when we talked to the EMS guys earlier. We need more of you guys.
Yeah, you guys are easier on them today than you were for me in 2017, I'm for sure.
Well, I wasn't here in 2017, so
I was like, man, that was easy. Man.
Well, thanks for what you're doing down there. I know it's needed across the nation, particularly down there where you are. That's a fast-growing community. Got a lot of homes being built, a lot of potential for people needing
Yes,
y'all's
sir.
assistance, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. If you have nothing further, I'll ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5638.
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for being here, sir. Keep up the good work, okay?
Thank you.
There is no number 6. That moves to H, annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 18. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Director, do you still have no polls for this section?
I have number 14, who is affiliated with Commissioner Caballero.
Oh, okay. Then Commissioner Stefano, do you have any to pull from these 18?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
And none.
Commissioner Levesque?
None.
And just to make sure I do not. So only number 14. So then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for section H, numbers 1 through 13 and 15 through 18?
So
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and we can move direct to number 14. South Florida Institute of Technology, Miami, number 2003. We have pulled this only for the purpose of abstention of Commissioner Caballero. Does that still keep us with?
Yes, we're still within quorum.
It does.
That's
You just
why
can't
it's an
vote on
abstention.
it.
That's why it's an abstention from a vote and not a recusal. If he recused himself, he would not have quorum.
Ah, see? I'm learning. That's why you get paid the big bucks. All right, so I don't believe there's any other discussion. It was just for the abstention. So then for the two commissioners reigning and myself, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 2003?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is accepted, and that moves us to I, application for program approvals and modifications. There are 14, and the director has asked for 7, 8, and 9, unless you have additional. Commissioner Stefano, do you have any additional?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Litvak?
I got 3.
Number 3?
Number 3.
All right. Let me make sure I do not. No, I think mine were satisfied. I'm going to pull numbers 10 and 11. And that's it. So, do I have a motion to accept these items? Sorry, hang on. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for items 1, 2, 4 through 6, and 12 through 14?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That takes us to number 3. Yes, sir. Please come to the podium.
I'm here just because one of the programs, we were concerned about it, so.
Please. No, we welcome you.
Rick Wallace, American Academy,
Okay.
actually Orange Park. So I actually had a question, and not to be specific, I actually have consulted for this school before, but it's number 14 that had a 1,500-hour program, Cosmo Barb, combined. State of Florida does not have a license for that program. So I was wondering how the commission or staff let the school go through the program modification and allow it to be submitted when there's not a license in the state of Florida that would accommodate that modification to the combination of the program.
Can you tell me which?
14.
14. Okay, thank you. Let me just get to the page, sir.
I just wanted to make sure if they got approved, that then they went through accreditation for the study, and then NACIS would knock them out because there isn't a licensure for that?
No, I think it's a fair question. I understand what you're saying now. I'm going to give staff the moment to pull up their research. Yeah, before we were moving on, he was saying, hey, no, 14 was not pulled. So he's saying before we move past that and do to the other items. We did vote on all of them but 14, yeah. So we can still pull 14. Why don't we go through the numbers that we pulled and we'll get to 14, if that's okay with you, sir?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that, and then we'll just add that to the list. Yep, so let's just go to number 3, which is Donatello School of Nursing and Healthcare, POPCA number 9048. Dr. Otero, how are you, buddy?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here to apologize for the client. They were here. Her husband had a post-op scheduled today for her husband, and they were both here, and usually they do present well. Unfortunately, the information I have is the same one you have, So it's mostly data related to what you see.
I just asked to pull it because got concerns about them going forward with the nursing program. In 2023, they had 3 testers with 0%. 2024, 25 testers with 32%. And as of the end of Q2, they had 17 testers at 29.41%.
Correct.
I know in the data they gave us, they stated, I think, that they had like 87% for the current, I think that's what it was like, something like that. They want to find out what are they looking at, because we'd hate to see them have to go on probation. Or they have anything in place, and maybe you can work with them to try to make sure, they can try to pull these numbers up before year end. It's going to be tough, but,
Absolutely.
At least look at it so the Board of Nursing does not need to put them on probation, and then we've got to go through the whole process also to put them back on a provision.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, this is Donatello School of Nursing?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
So they're just here for a new program approval?
Correct.
No, I know, but as long as they were here, I wanted to ask those questions.
And those are all valid points. And
Yeah.
certainly, from our end, we usually inquire from our clients when we see something shifting. We want to know what they're doing. And we work with the Department of Education to be able to find out, okay, what's the improvement plan, what do they need, and what are the goals, and hit it. And they would have that data more than we do.
Okay. And again, maybe you could start working with the client, because I think they're going to need a plan as they go forward. And Counselor, I know they're here for something else, but take the opportunity to try to be proactive rather than reactive to this one.
Yeah, what would be your suggestion there?
I don't know if I have a suggestion.
Sometimes
Speaking.
so the issue is they wouldn't necessarily be prepared to speak to that because they're here for this. Now, sometimes, performance on current programs is a relevant consideration, So like if they have a failing PN program and they want to add an RN program, that's something definitely they should be prepared to talk about. Here, medical assistant program,
Maybe, but maybe, yeah. Look, I want to give them a chance and give them the opportunity to succeed. So I figured, why not at least bring it up now so they can start talking about it? So
Yeah.
that's it.
And again, normally they're here, very responsible, both of them, husband and wife team, and they've worked very hard to build the business. They're very involved. And they apologized, but it was something that she had to unfortunately leave.
Would you ask for additional information as a contingency for approval, or are you just trying to take advantage of the opportunity?
I was
if
trying to
we
take
have it?
advantage of the opportunity to try to be proactive rather than reactive.
When will we see them again, Dr. Otero, do we know?
No, I don't. I know that, no, I don't have that.
Since it's a modification, I thought maybe we were going to see them again for a renewal anyway, coming up,
Correct.
in the next few months, so it's not till May?
Let me just check.
Okay.
May.
You may have to wait until May. I think fair question, though. I'm glad you're asking.
Well, thank you.
Okay, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 9048?
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Number 7, 8, and 9 are all Roadmaster Driver School from Apopka, Tampa, and Jacksonville. If you're here from that organization, please step forward and introduce yourself. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Don Hudson, Vice President and Chief Counsel, Roadmaster Driver.
Thanks for your patience. Thanks for being here.
President accounted for.
Yep. Director, I think these are yours.
All right, so 7, 8, and 9 are all under the same situation with my comments. So the first comment is that the hours reflect on your summary sheet 180. That should state 160. That was a typographical error on CIE staff's part, so that should be corrected to 160. Of additional note, he has completed on both 7, 8, and 9. The contingency 1 has been met. So he has demonstrated how he meets the requirements of FMCSA, so that can be removed. And then we have a conversation about this number 2 contingency, which is to demonstrate the consistency between the descriptions of his ELDT programs and the TPR. So in this situation, we have a situation where he has current students that are taking theory and they have been approved for theory. What we don't want to happen is to change this, make him change the TPR before those students have graduated. So what I would like to do in this situation is make a staff recommendation to grant approval of the commercial truck driver training programs. program modifications, and then strike number 1, and number 2, and instead state upon completion of the last cohort ending October 13th of 2025, order the institution to demonstrate the consistency between the descriptions of ELDT programs, including their mode of delivery in the course catalog and the institution's listing on the FMCSA training provider registry. So that will give him the ability to modify it after those students are graduated the program, won't harm them from not being able to go to the testing, and will still satisfy the TPR modifications.
Does that make sense?
If I could understand the timing, I guess, so if we implemented the new program with our October 13th start date, we would probably want at least until the end of that week, I guess, to update our TPR, because you'd have students from the prior week. If somebody didn't pass the classroom, we give them some remedial training to get them through whether they do or don't.
So you
maybe
would
the
be,
20th.
Under what I am saying, you would be granted your approval modifications.
Okay.
So there would be no contingencies associated with it. So you would be granted upon the commission, and then ordered that upon that last completion of the cohort, which I believe is October 13th, is that the date that we would like to say?
It would be potentially, unless there's a couple students that didn't pass
They say
that
in
prior
the
week, so maybe the end of that week, that's the 14th, whatever that Friday is, maybe?
So we could say upon completion of the current cohort.
There you go.
Would that work for you?
I think that.
Okay, you don't have anybody else coming in?
That would be fine. That would be perfectly
Upon
fine.
the current cohorts, order the institution, and you'll make all those changes to the TPR.
Should we give a
and then-
timeline within X number of days of an event? Or by a particular deadline, otherwise this could
Yes.
drag.
Yeah, I have to think the whole thing through. So, because it's a little unique. So ordering him to do this within 30 days of the completion of that cohort, because we'll also need
that
you
would
to
be
turn
plenty of
in
time.
the catalog additions.
100%.
I know you already have.
More than enough time.
And are you guys dropping in-person theory entirely?
We are. We're just going to go to a strict BTW.
So you are going to remove that from the TPR?
Correct.
And just go behind the wheel for
Correct,
Range and
yeah, it
Road?
would just be Class A, behind the wheel, range and road on the TPR.
Yeah.
For Florida.
Can I inquire who you thought merited outsourcing that to? Because I know y'all got high standards. I'd love to hear who you put your trust in.
Sure, so we aren't requiring, obviously, that they use a certain provider. Obviously, they have
Yeah,
to
of
be
course.
listed on the
That's why I was
TPR, and they
asking,
have
is
to
I
be
figured you'd
reported.
chosen
So
someone,
we
yeah.
have worked with ELDT.com. He's actually based out of Washington,
know
gentleman by the
Jason
name of
well.
Jason.
He's a good dude.
So yeah, very, very good dude. We've worked with him. He's been wonderful. Working with him on a number of other things. So we've negotiated with him to have a very, very favorable option and opportunity for our students or our applicants, I guess I should say, to do that. But again, they're not required to utilize that service. But
Yep. Yeah, we use CDO Power Suite, which is Jason's software. That guy's nothing short of obsessed.
yes, he is. He geeks out on CDL training.
Oh my
for sure.
God. Yeah. No, I do love the guy. I'm glad to hear y'all working with him. I think
Appreciate
he's
that.
reputable, man. He's got good content, and he's on the edge, the cutting edge of what we do. Well, this sounds like y'all feel good about it, right?
You feel good about it?
Absolutely, I do, and I really
I mean,
appreciate
it's just-
staff working with us. They've been wonderful. So
Yeah, I mean, look, the good news, this is just papering things up. I mean, they do a heck of a job with what they do, so.
And it's just a timing thing.
Yeah, that's
Certainly,
all.
and
Right.
thank you for bringing that to our attention. We certainly
Absolutely.
don't want to harm any students. as
yeah,
we're
we wouldn't
trying
want to be in a position
Yes.
where we need to report people, but we couldn't because we removed
Correct.
it from the TPR.
So
and-
thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Sure.
And as I stated earlier, we'll put that upon 30 days of the, that we're going to order the institution to complete this upon 30 days of your last cohort's completion.
Absolutely. Not a problem at all. One quick question, if I may. We have a renewal that's due on Tuesday. I guess given what I'm anticipating is an approval vote, we would renew with this updated information, correct?
Yes, you would.
Okay, all right. So I've got
Go
it
ahead-
prepared both ways,
Go ahead
so
and
we'll
do
be
it,
ready to
do it
submit
that way because it'll be easier for staff not to ask you to modify it, and then we'll just make a note in our system.
Okay, so just to be clear, do submit our renewal with the modified program information.
Yes, right?
Did you do a catalog addendum for this? Have you already done that?
We did a new catalog. We did an issue 2 with these updates.
You have a version 2, but you still have the version 1?
Well, that's what's in use today.
Okay.
Issue 2 would be used with the
Submit
modified
both.
program.
Submit both, and that way, so we already have one, so submit the new one now with your new program modifications.
Okay. But on the forms, like, we're going to have 180 is our current program, and then 160 is the modified. I don't know how we,
180 was a typo, wasn't it?
Yeah,
well, 180 is current.
current. He's moving,
we're
because he's
going
getting
to
rid of 3.
160.
So 160, yeah, so he's
Correct.
getting rid of. So no. For all your forms, do the 160.
Okay.
And your catalog, we're going to have that old 180 just in case we have questions, and then we'll have your new 160 catalog as well, and then we'll pair it all together
Okay,
seamlessly.
so submit the old catalog and the new catalog? I
Correct.
guess maybe is what I'm
And
hearing.
then
Okay.
just submit everything with the 160, and staff will take care of the rest.
Gotcha, okay.
Just out
Fair
of
enough.
curiosity, did you just admit all theory content from your catalog? You just took it out entirely and going through ELDT.com?
Correct, so we were at 180 with both theory and behind the wheel, so we reallocated some of that time to behind the wheel. You know, we didn't just take 40 hours
Sure,
off and go with a
sure.
140-hour program.
Right.
We still are going to do truckers against traffic, and obviously, we're going to have a student orientation and things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the theory itself, correct, that's all going to be completed as an entrance requirement through ELDT.com. Or again, any provider that the applicant.
Are you, and I'm assuming ELD.com is submitting them to the
Correct,
TBR,
yes,
obviously,
they-
right?
Correct. They're the training provider
Yeah,
for the theory,
right.
and they would be submitting that to the
good
TPR, and
for
we
you
would
guys,
verify
man.
the submission.
Well, outstanding. Thanks for waiting all day.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
appreciate y'all.
Really appreciate you. Do you have anything further, Director?
No, I was just making notes for staff not to look at the
All right.
180 hours now.
Commissioners, y'all have
If you
any-
do get the 30-day letter and there's a mistake in it about the 180, just let me know, because there is going to be a little bit of delay
Understand, yeah,
between
with the
yours.
timing, and that's.
Just let me know.
Sure. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions, comments? Then do we, is this still consistent with your existing staff recommendations? We don't need to alter those in any way for,
So yes, it's completely different in that you're stating that we are granting the approval of the commercial truck driver training program modifications, period. So there are no contingencies anymore. And then ordering upon completion, within 30 days upon completion of the current cohort, that the institution must demonstrate the consistency between the descriptions of ELDT programs, including their mode of delivery in the course catalog, and the institution's listing on the FMCSA training provider registry.
perfect. Thank you. Then am I allowed to ask for a motion to accept numbers 7, 8, and 9 together?
Yes.
All right, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as noted for the record by the director for numbers 7, 8, and 9?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very
Appreciate
much.
man.
Have a great afternoon.
Yes, sir. I asked for number 10 and 11. I don't think there is somebody here. Awesome. Thank you for your patience as well.
Good afternoon, I'm Tara Pierce. I'm with IEC, Sage Trucking Schools parent company.
Thanks for being here, Tara.
Absolutely.
My reason for pulling these two was really just papering things up, similar to what you just heard.
I did hear the same, yes, and I read the contingencies, I'm aware, so it did sound very familiar.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is just an effort to get consistency so that students know they're comparing apples to apples when they're looking on an open market of opportunities,
Yes,
right?
agreed, yep.
So, couple of quick things. Let's just start with the first in that Sage is registered for school bus passenger and hazmat on the TPR. But the programs that we have being offered don't include those.
That is correct.
Yes, ma'am. So is it your intent to remove school bus passenger and hazmat from the TPR or to submit?
We offer those through PDU online, so they are only offered online, the online theory portion of those programs. So if there's a discrepancy somewhere, then
So I'm not familiar with PDU.
okay, that's our Pro Driver U program, our online theory.
Okay, so you don't offer,
We are not offering on-ground passenger bus theory at any of our locations.
okay, only theory for school bus and theory for passenger?
We
Just
are-
not behind the wheel or range?
That is
or
correct.
range of road for either? I don't think that's how it is in the TPR.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, but the way it looks now, looks like you're doing school bus and passenger, which are both ELDT programs entirely, not just theory portion. I've been wrong several times today already, and I could be
No.
wrong about this, but
No, you may
I
not be.
noted that, and I just saw that it wasn't included in the programs and thought I would ask.
Yeah.
Okay. So because of that, we're obviously going to try to create parity between what is registered at the TPR and programs that are offered. The other part of this was, I'm very confused by the nomenclature of this program modification. And I'd like to suggest that we apply the same program title expectations here as we have elsewhere for ELTT programming, which doesn't exist in any of their programs right now. So I think when you say the word straight truck, that means something to someone in the industry, but it doesn't necessarily imply entry-level driver training, Class B, which is how we've been asking the other programs to title it. So this isn't necessarily a SAGE thing, this is an everybody thing.
Okay.
And y'all just happen to be encompassed within that discussion.
Okay.
So FMCSA has capitalized ELDT as a defined term for entry-level driver training, right? So when you say ELDT, it means this is the definition in 49 CFR for FMCSA. Therefore, we're saying if it is an entry-level driver training program, it should say ELDT Class A, ELDT Class B, and then if you go to Bob's CDL school or SAGE, you see here's their ELDT Class A, here's their ELDT Class B, and you can make an objective comparison, right? So I mean, you know I'm in the industry and I'm confused by the words straight truck, right, and tractor trailer, not necessarily depicting Class A or Class B or ELDT.
Okay.
Does that make
Makes
sense?
It does make sense.
Yeah, and if I'm confused by it, I know students are going to be confused by it.
Okay.
So it's a concern for objective comparison and clarity and transparency and all the things we all want, that you want, that I know Bev
yes.
wants, and, you know, y'all do a good job just trying to create consistency. So, Director, do you have any thoughts on?
Nope. So we can add a second contingency on both numbers 10 and 11 to,
It would be 3.
oh, I'm sorry, there's a third.
Yeah.
Missed that highlighted number 2. So we would add a third contingency to revise program titles to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they are entry-level driver training ELDT programs or whether they are CDL endorsement programs.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is for the new programs that are listed here. However, should we be then making modifications?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
Yes,
So we will go back and submit those modifications, and will that be up on, no, I think we're up on November anyway for renewal. Will we be up in November then for these modifications?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
It's not terribly difficult. It's just
Yeah,
tedious.
These are minor modifications, so we can do them in-house.
okay.
So just submit
through
them.
staff level?
Yes.
Okay,
Nice.
excellent.
Before we take a motion here, because I think we're good to go, can you tell me, is PDU placing those students in the TPR for that online delivery of theory for school bus and passenger?
Yes,
Then it should be PDU that
It should.
has them in the
Okay.
TPR and not SAGE.
all right.
That makes sense?
Yeah, it does, absolutely.
Yeah, so that way you really can remove it.
It does make sense, yes.
Right, because ideally what you show as programs being offered via CIE should also be what's on the TPR,
That makes perfect
right?
sense.
So if we don't have theory for school bus and passenger here, you shouldn't have it on the
Right.
TPR, vice versa.
Absolutely.
So it should be pretty simple for y'all to set it up through PDU, them to submit those theories instead of SAGE.
Yep. Understood.
Okay. That's all I had. That was it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, y'all do a good job, and we're just, you're in the industry, you know how difficult it is to get consistency across the board with it being so fragmented.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being here all day long. Do you have anything additional?
No, we were just working through the details.
Do you want to, you've already stated what that additional contingency would be for the record?
Yes, for both
Okay.
number 10 and number 11.
Do you have any additional questions or comments, ma'am?
I do not at this time.
Outstanding. Gentlemen?
Done.
Okay. Then can I have, can I take both of these at the same time? Then can I have a motion to accept The staff recommendations, including the addition or contingency as noted by the director for numbers 12677 and 12678.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
I appreciate
thank
you
you,
being
guys.
here. Safe travels home.
Thank you.
To get back to seeing what else we pulled.
So we've got 14, I think, we want to return to.
Yep,
Now, did we already vote on this and we need to reconsider it?
we did vote on it until he brought that up.
Okay, so it should be a motion to reconsider the vote on 14, and then we can reopen it up for discussion.
So can I have a motion to reconsider item 14, number 3397?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, now let's have that discussion, sir, and I appreciate your patience.
Ms. Hurst, did you research?
I did. So the program description for this particular institution, yes, the 1,500 hours is a little unique because we have those 1,200 hours that have to be part of your cosmetology. So the program description that this institution has provided is that the theory and practical instruction that prepares the student to perform hair, skin, and nail services on the public, the school offers a 1,500-hour training program in cosmetology that meets the Florida state standards, including the 485 hours of cosmetology theory and 715 hours of supervised practical instruction, and the barber portion that meets the Florida state standards, including 100 hours of barber theory and 200 hours of supervised practical instruction. So, I understand your concerns with how they would actually get not the cosmetology license, because that looks like that would be probably.
Well, and this is my view in connecting the dots. We have crossovers in the industry, right?
Yes.
So you're allowed to complete the 1,200 cosmetology program, excuse me, cosmetology program, and then re-enroll into the barber program, put into that how many crossover hours are done, and then you can get licensed as a barber. And Min's probably watching saying, what are you doing to me? But I had some conversation with her and other people in the industry, and I could not foresee how once a student completed that program, which their idea is the crossover put 300 hours of the 600 restricted into the 1,500-hour program. But then when you go to get licensed through the DBPR, you're going to have an issue because you only have it under one component. So, and NACIS, or accreditation agency, is going to say it can only be licensed as a cosmetologist. It meets the 1,200 hours. So my question was, how are we going to approve a combo 1,500-hour program and then have it then meet the statutory requirements on the DBPR side for professional licensing in 1,200 cosmetology, 600 restricted for barbering? They would have to do another enrollment agreement, get them transferred in, and do it that way.
Correct. So for this situation, we could recommend, commissioners, you have a couple different options, or two. We can either delay this vote, and staff can have a conversation with the institution to ensure that they understand that by doing this program, they might be putting limitations on the student's ability to sit for these actual licenses. Or we can add as a contingency that the institution must provide disclosures in their catalog regarding the ability to sit for Florida cosmetology and barber license examinations.
I have a question. Why would any student want to take this program if it's not going to lead to a license?
Well, so that's a good question. I think it's convoluted in the fact that there's so many things that could go wrong with this. Title IV, getting Title IV for a 1,500-hour program is going to be a problem. But for a student, they would want the crossover. They would want to do the 1,200-hour cosmetology program and then cross over, enroll into the barbering program, and have those hours transferred into it, whether you're doing the 900 barber or the 600 restricted, then they can get dual licensed. So it's a good question on the legal side, is why would you want to do that? I don't think the intention was that they couldn't get licensed. I think
I'm
that-
sorry, I'm kind of confused here. Are you actually affiliated with the school?
No, I've been a consultant for them for many years. I'm just here in consideration of not having something happen in which they think they could get something done. So
Have you been authorized by the institution to
Yes.
appear on their behalf for this item?
Yes.
Just so we know that you are.
Yeah, she asked me to
okay.
stand up and
Okay,
speak,
okay.
and she thought there would be issues coming from you to me. I was concerned because I had issues, and when it was going to get passed through, I just wanted to make sure commissioners and everybody involved understood what was going on, because I didn't want this owner of a school to get approved by the commission and then get hung up in the accreditation process, program approval, and then they won't be able to get Title IV.
Yeah,
So-
I'm just very confused because it sounds like you're making the argument against approval of this program. That's what
Well-
Potentially, but it sounds like he's trying to prevent issues down the line and clear the air with that and get our kind of input on that.
And I
Right.
do, upon hearing his concerns with this, I do have a couple of concerns, just that we're making sure that the institution knows what they're pairing together, and they've thought this through and had conversations with the appropriate licensure areas with DBR, including the barber and cosmetology boards, to ensure that when they're doing a hybrid program like this, that their students would still be qualified to sit for these licenses, so we're not creating a situation in which students are attending this program believing that they're going to get a license at the end and are not able to do that. So I do understand those concerns. So what I would recommend is, based on what I'm hearing from you right now, I would recommend that the commission delay this one until the November meeting, and that way staff can speak to the institution and share the concerns of both the public comment that has occurred and our discussions here. And then that way they can look at it to decide if they would still like to proceed with this at the November meeting, or if this is something that they would like to modify before it's put back in front of us.
If I may, I support the idea of delaying on this, just so that there's these conversations that happen, but I would just like some clarity here. Forgive me, this is far removed from my area of expertise, and so I would just like to make sure I grasp the situation and oversimplify it a little bit. It seems that what you're suggesting is that the ideal, or intention behind this is that someone can get 2 licenses because and do it in an optimal way where there's an overlap in the requirements of them, as if it were a transfer of credits from one program to the other, but doing them together so that you end up reusing those same credits, and so it's a compressed total by allowing those to double up, as it were. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's the concept.
So what this reminds me of is a question that I posed at many meetings ago, which I think is a phenomenal idea, and even some institutions like Harvard's Extension School does this, the idea of stackable certificates or licenses. In a way, it's the difference between offering it with one enrollment agreement versus having a streamlined process in which there's an enrollment agreement for Part A, and then a pipeline for B, in which those credits are then transferred, and aggregately you end up with the same result, but it has to be structured differently.
Yes, it's exactly right. And the problem is the licensing through the DBPR, and how we have one regulator that does the education for the school, and I think Ms. Hurst is going to go to the boards to understand that we do have what's called a full specialty that combines, and that's a license thing in the state of Florida. It combines skin and nails into a combined program. You can get licensed for that. If she's going for approval for the hybrid, I kind of think, and this is just my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, that they would have to do a rule change combining the programs to get a license that's dual that would allow them to do that. That's just my opinion, and because I foresee issues later on if you're going to try to get Title IV. Let's say it gets through the commission, and maybe gets through the NACS accreditation. When you go to apply for your Title IV, which is obviously you want to get Title IV in that program, I see the Department of Ed saying, look, it doesn't lead to a license in the state of Florida. You can't combine those two unless there's a legal avenue.
And let me be clear on this. So CIE does not have really anything to do with Title IV or their accreditation.
I understand that. This is.
So, yes, and I understand all your concerns. What I want to say to this, because I don't want to overstep what we do here.
Sure.
So it will be the institution's responsibility, and I agree wholeheartedly that we should move this to consideration at a different meeting. But it will be the institution's responsibility to make sure that they talk to both the Board of Cosmetology and the Board of Barbering. Ensure, if I were them, I would send all of these documents, and even the way they've titled this particular program, because the cosmetology/barber, making sure that they're okay with a program that's titled, because we've had conversations with them about the titling of programs, and then allowing them to take a look at them, look at these, say, you know, will this lead to licensure, so they can put the appropriate disclosures, and then the school is responsible if they want to do a program like this and it cannot lead to licensure. They have to tell the students that. They can still offer the program, but they would have to tell the students that, and it would be their responsibility to alert their accreditor that they have a program that may not lead to, or that will not lead to licensure in the state of Florida, and then that will affect their Title IV. So I just want to make sure that we're stating that the onus on this is on the institution, and that we're receiving programs like this, that we are responsible for the licensure and approval of those programs, and ensuring that the appropriate disclosures are in place if they're not going to lead to the actual licensure, but it is the institution's responsibility to make sure that they are meeting the standards of these other boards.
And just my input is it leads to a license, just not two licenses.
Yes.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
And
So
that-
that's what I
and
mean
that
by
may
the
need a
disclosures.
disclosure.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the disclosures, because we do have some schools that may teach programs in such a way that will not lead to licensure by a state of Florida entity,
Right.
and they must disclose that in all of their
Understand.
catalogs and to their students in a very prominent manner, so.
And the reason I'm here is to protect her from that. So, Min,
So,
I'm trying to help you.
on that note, you know, the concern I have is that this commission does not have any record from the institution indicating that you're authorized to speak on its behalf. So if you would, if you want to continue to represent, and for this commission to take your representations on behalf of the institution, as the institution's words, please have them send us something in writing indicating.
I would be glad to do that, but I can even take away the fact is that I'm publicly speaking to the concern of that program.
Sure.
So whether I'm representing Min or not, I just would like to say I needed to issue my concern
No, we
on
mean
the
going
program.
forward, because
got
obviously
you.
we're going to delay this.
And to explain our legal counsel's question related to that. Thank you for your public comments.
Sure.
You're welcome to always give those public comments. There were certain discussions going on about what would be the next steps, and that and certain conditions of what the commission would vote would have to have the actual institute tell us certain things about giving us permission to do certain things. So he was just making sure that you weren't directly speaking on their behalf, that we don't have anything here, so that we can't ask you on behalf of the institution to make a decision. So that was just the clarification, so.
I understand. There's probably something in the record for this school that I am their consultant, but I understand
So,
the
but
basis of what
thank you
we're
for your public comment. It was very well received, and we appreciate
Thank you.
what you've provided.
Thank you.
So that being said, Commissioners, I would recommend deferring this vote until issuing the 90-day licensure delay for this program modification, and having them return at our November meeting to discuss this further.
I think we have to rescind, because we already gave approval for it. I think
No,
have to-
we reopened it.
You reopened it? Okay, fine.
Okay.
I agree with that. I'll make a motion to.
So move.
So then we're looking for a motion to delay, as noted by the director, action on number 3397.
So move.
Second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
I'm sorry, question. Do we want to order the institution to appear at the November meeting via personal representative?
Necessary. I don't think it's necessary, because I
We
think,
can,
like,
the
it's.
staff will talk to them behind the scenes. I think this is
They're
more
gonna
of a
have to decide.
conversation. Yeah, this is a conversation for the school to reach out to all of these boards and their accreditor and to have some conversations.
Any opposed?
Well, we need all in favor, right? All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then that motion carries to delay. And that moves us to a 5-minute break or so, please, and we will come back to finalize the last few pages. Thank you very much for your patience. We're almost there. Thank you all. For those of you who are still here, obviously, we got a room full of people who love Florida and workforce development and education at 4 o'clock on a Friday. We're almost there. We are at J, motion for extension of provisional license for 1 year. There is only one, and that would be Preserva Institute of Lake Wales, number 12975. Staff recommendations are in front of you. If there's someone here from that institute, please step forward, introduce yourself. If not, commissioners, do you have any discussion beyond the 3 contingencies added by the director? Hearing none, can I ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12975?
Motion?
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Section K, motion for extension of license, has 19 items. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, do you have any to pull?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None?
Commissioner Livak?
None?
I do not think so either. I do not. So, can I ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations on Section K, items 1 through 19?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, which moves us to Section L, motion for request to extension of time to comply with contingencies. There are 2 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these 2 by consent?
So move.
I actually have to sort of pull one.
Okay.
So can we just take them individually?
Yeah, let's do them individually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't know which one you wanted to
I'm sorry,
pull.
2, number 2.
Okay. So then, sure.
Here for motion for extension of license, number 3.
I'm sorry, could you step to the microphone so we could hear you?
We're here for the motion for extension of license number 3, Beauty Academy.
Wellness Center Orlando, number
Yeah.
13054.
Yes.
I think we just accepted staff recommendations to grant your extension a moment ago.
Oh, is that red pro?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
ya lo aprobaron.
Ah, it's okay.
Thank you.
So you are approved.
Do you have any questions?
No,
about
no, nothing.
the contingency? Okay.
No,
Yeah,
we're good.
Thank
we
you.
took them as a group and approved the staff recommendations for your school. So your extension is granted through November 30th of 2025.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good one and God bless you.
Thank you.
Only
You
one
too.
question, what is more coffee?
That's a very good question.
Have a good one.
Yes, very good
So we're
question.
clear, the granting of the extension is contingent on payment of a $500 extension fee.
Just making sure you have the staff recommendation on
Yeah.
that, right? So you know there's a $500 extension fee.
Yeah, we already submitted the September 5th.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a
Safe
good
travels.
one.
You said number 2, Counselor? Okay, so then Truth Health Academy Sunrise, number 6471. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. If there's no one here, I would like to ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations.
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. If I'm saying it correctly, Yole Institute, Haines City, number 13341. Counselor, you had a comment.
Yeah, so the executive director's recommendation is to grant the extension, but as I understand it, the point of granting the extension is so they can appear at the November meeting. They're still working with staff on complying with contingencies. And the extension of time is being granted through November 30th, but in fact, we want the deadline for that extension to be well before November 30th.
Because they
All right,
need to be in
so I
person.
believe they have a representative. I'm sorry, sir.
Oh,
Can
I
you
didn't
please
realize you were there.
give your name for the record?
Christopher DeSalvo, Aquinas Network Consulting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeSalvo.
Sorry, I didn't see you there, buddy.
Would a extension, would October 22nd give your client sufficient time? Do you need to look at your calendar?
Yes, I believe that'll work.
Okay, so that is Wednesday, October 22nd.
Okay.
So I would just like to suggest, unless anybody else has any objection, that we change the date from November 30th to October 22nd. So that should give staff enough time to put together summary sheet in time for the November meeting.
Mr. DeSalvo, you okay with that?
Absolutely.
All right. Then could I have a motion to accept staff recommendation with the revision of November 30th being moved to October 22nd?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? October 22nd it is, sir. We'll see you in November.
Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. DeSalvo, I will be prioritizing this clerked order, but just so you know, don't wait for the written clerked order.
Okay. Section M of substantive change approval has 7 items. The director asked to pull 2, 3, 6, and 7, leaving only numbers 1, 4, and 5.
There is one write-in, so number 8 will also be part of that consent if no one pulls it. And number 8 is Hyphen Beauty School Orlando, number 12874.
Okay, so do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Stefano, do you have any additional beyond 2, 3, 6, and 7?
None additional?
Commissioner Caballero?
None additional?
Commissioner Litvak?
Non-additional.
Let me make sure whether I do or not. I do not. So can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations on numbers 1, 4, 5, and 8?
Motion?
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's move to number 2. Community Barber Schools, Jacksonville, number 4724. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, you just approved one of mine. I just had a question after reading.
Sure. Please come to the microphone and introduce yourself, sir.
Sorry about that. Hi, my name's Connor Trombley. I'm the executive director and owner of Heritage School of Midwifery. I just want to ensure, because when I read the program staff recommendations, I agree with everything. You know, we're on a very good plan. We've been working well with the staff. I just want to ensure that the changing our credential of our current program to an associate in applied science is included in that. It wasn't stating that in the summary info. I just want to make sure that that's included. Because there was a total of 3 applications, the 2 new programs, as well as changing the 3-year direct entry midwifery program to a associate in applied science.
We do not have your 3rd program on file.
It was sent at the same time. I can pull up the exact email. It was sent back in May or June.
So right now, the commission only has the 2 in front of them to vote on, but if you would like to send that 3rd one to me and let me look at it so we can see if we can put it on for the November meeting for you if it came through, so we can expedite that for you. But right now, in our database and our commission documents, we only have the 2 programs as being submitted.
Okay, so forward over the, because I thought when it said the change of credentials, that's referring to the adding the bachelor's program, not including the associate.
That is correct. So right now, what is in front of them is the credential change will be because you added that bachelor's program. So you have the new programs that they approved with contingencies are that maternal health medical assisting diploma program and your midwifery bachelor's program. So we don't have the 3rd program.
Okay, because it is in the commission's portal. I'll forward the application. You are Tiffany Hurst, if I'm not mistaken? Yep.
Make sure you put the number 1 behind my name.
Okay,
Or
yeah.
it won't make it.
Because I do know it is in the commission's portal for me to log in, and it shows that everything was received and payment was taken.
Did you guys have the opportunity to review these staff recommendations that we took the motion on ahead of time? Because It shows what was there and what we were.
Correct. That's why I raised the question, because the change of credential to an associate in applied science was submitted before these two programs and accepted. So that's why I was confused that these made the agenda, but that one did not make the agenda.
When you say portal, what are you looking at that you see that in?
When you click log in through the CIEs
When
for
you're doing
institutional
your
login.
801 institutional
And you
login?
look on applications, it will show the 3 applications, shows when I paid the application fee, as well as everything else, and everything is satisfied for those 3 for the 3 applications we submitted.
So we'll have to solve a mystery on our side. So right now in front of the commissioners, what they've just approved is those 2 and finding that there was a credential change, but I will be happy to look at that 3rd program for you. They can't approve it today because it is not in front of them,
Okay.
but I will take a look at that for you and see if we can resolve what issue has occurred as far as the submittal of that program, and then work on getting that expedited as quickly as possible for you.
Okay, perfect. So I'll just wait till the November before, and then
Yes.
wait on those approvals. And
Sure.
Then, okay.
And if you don't mind, in the interim, if you will resubmit that just so I have it, so I can make sure that it's logged, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And you can send it to your program specialist, but then you can just copy me on it.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
But the others were
Yes.
granted.
So the rest of
Right.
his are fine. It's just that I'm missing, it sounds like we're missing a program.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that there's no change. It's a current program that's already approved through you guys. There's no change other than the credential. Faculty and teaching would be the same. It's just changing it from a diploma to a degree, an associate in applied science.
It's a program modification.
It would be, I guess it's considered, because you're just changing the credential, and I think they have a change of credential form that was submitted along with what was being changed.
Yeah, let us look into it. I don't see it in front of us, but let me look into it once we get back to the office and I can access that database and see and talk to your program specialist.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thanks for your patience and bringing that to our attention, man.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I believe there's somebody else that wants to speak.
Yes, please.
With number 1 on here, Kamsen Career Institute, that was approved, I just have a very quick clarification question.
Yes, sir.
Not dissimilar to that. Dr. Robert Stanley, Director of Education with both the purchasing and purchaser institutions. Our extension is to go back to a license by means of accreditation by the end of January. However, we just had our ABHES site visit, and we are on the January commission meeting. So I doubt that we will get the approval back by then. Is that okay? Is there something that can maybe be extended till February? I just don't want us to get in trouble because we're in the ABHES commission meeting for January. We did pass our site visit, so it's more of an approval at that point.
This is a timing issue more than anything.
Yeah, I'm more worried that if I don't have the date in January yet, but if it's approved at the January commission meeting, which I'm assuming it will be, we may not hear back until 30, 60, 90 days, which is well beyond the deadline here.
And all you're asking about is this little section that says issue the provisional license through January 31st, 2026. Okay.
Yeah.
So when is your site visit with ABHES?
Our site visit was 3 weeks ago, and we are scheduled for the January commission meeting for ABHES.
Okay, so when do you think that they will actually give you the approval? How long after their January
I'm
meetings?
not
We have
familiar
no
with
idea.
ABHES. Our school had a different accreditation, so I'm learning the ABHES world.
Can I make a suggestion? Why don't we, so first would be a motion to reconsider the vote on this one.
So
You know what, why don't we do that first?
It will not matter. So
Okay.
you were fine with what it currently says because it's going to allow me to change you back to LBMA status once you have that accreditor's approval. So while it says that it's going to be, you're going to be provisional through January 31st, 2026, we will be waiting for you to submit that ABHES. So it's just a kind of a timing thing. So we'll be waiting for you to do the ABHES. So we'll hold on to that until we get your ABHES, and then I can return you back to your LBMA status.
Next, I just didn't want to make sure
I'm
when
sorry,
February 1
there's an
rolls
issue. The issue is that the commission voted and ordered the institution to satisfy both contingencies within 90 days of the clerked order. So that's what I think needs to be edited. So what I would do is to reconsider it, and then maybe order that the first contingency be satisfied within 90 days of the clerked order, and then keep the second contingency as it is, so keep it indefinite. So this way, that would authorize the executive director to return it to LBMA status whenever. Okay.
So, yes and no. So the first one is his submission of his opening day balance. That is going to
And
be.
I have that.
Yes,
I'm
and
just
you
waiting
can
on the
submit
clerked
that
order.
whenever you're ready. It will not matter if that's a different time frame than his accreditor approval, submission of his accreditor approval, because his accreditor approval is what's going to tie him to an LBMA. So regardless if I split those up, it's going to be his LBMA accreditor approval that will trigger me moving you back to LBMA status. So I do agree that there may be an issue with your 90 days now that you've told us that you have an issue. So the commission can choose to open that up. We can give him 120 days, but he is going to be in a situation where most likely he is going to have to ask for an extension of time to comply with contingencies because he is waiting on a creditor approval. So would you like to open this back up so we can give him additional time to comply?
Yes.
Commissioners?
I don't like it when mommy and daddy fight, so it's up to you guys. What do y'all want to do? Do you want to open it back up, Counselor? I'm happy to.
Well, yes, if we're going to change it, yes, because he can't fulfill these contingencies within 90 days.
Okay.
Well, he could fulfill the first one within 90 days. The second one, he can't.
I can send the site visit report with no deficiencies, but I don't know if that will. The commission
It
meeting's
won't.
actually January 16th.
January 16th, okay.
Let's just say, how about, can I have a motion to reconsider number 4704?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then that is open for reconsideration and a revision to the time required from 90 days to
120.
120 days. So can I have a motion to accept revised staff recommendations, including moving 90 to 120 days for both contingencies for number 4704?
So move.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have 120 days now to overcome
And
that.
just so we're very clear on your side, he will remain on provisional until we receive those documents and I can return you to license by means of accreditation.
As soon as we get them, they will go to you, to KHEP, to DOH, to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your attention to detail. So to that, I forgot where we were. Oh, we are going to do number 2 because we have 2, 3, 6, and 7. Okay, Community Barber Schools Jacksonville number 4724. If you're here from that organization, please step forward and introduce yourself. With no one being here, I think it's prudent to discuss whether progress reports in this instance should include a request for personal or industry, organization representation at our next meeting, as we have done with others today, or we'll leave that at the discretion of the commissioners, because we have a form, a fire, graduation improvement plan, perhaps.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Will the improvement plans be available prior to or on time for the January meeting?
For the graduation or the financial?
Well, let me rephrase my question. By which meeting would each of those plans be available?
So the graduation, because they are going to have to provide their graduation 24-25, will have real-time fall data for the 24 to 25 year, but they'll also be putting a plan together about how they're going to approve that graduation, so that should be ready by January. For the financials, what we typically do in these situations is we ask them to give us a snapshot of their financials, like an interim financial report. Those do not have to be completed by a CPA, but they provide us a balance sheet of where they are currently, so we can just kind of monitor, are they moving in the right direction? So both should be available by January.
This just says updated financials. It doesn't say financials through a particular point in time.
Correct, because it's going to be, so if they're ordered to file progress reports with the January and the May 2026, the report shall include updated financials. So when they submit those, they should be updated to the date that they're submitting them to us. So if it's for the January meeting and they're submitting them early January, it should be through December of 2025.
Okay. All right. So, is there a request for school representation at these meetings? I don't know if I caught that or not.
At the January meeting, perhaps?
Right. Yes, okay. So then, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the addition of a request for school representation at the January 2026 meeting for number 4724?
So move.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Yes.
Oh, no, I was just gonna clarify that because they're being moved to provisional status, you can make that a condition of licensure that they show up in person at the January meeting, which I would recommend. That gives you teeth.
I will take your recommendation. So before we, so then I would say to have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the addition of a requirement of in-person representation at the January 2026 meeting as a condition of licensure.
That's correct.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Counselor. That gives us number 3, Cosmo Beauty School, Bonita Springs, number 3253. If you're here from that institute, please step forward and introduce yourself. I don't think anyone is here, so we do have a financial soundness discussion and progress reports to be filed. So let's copy, cut, and paste the same question into this for our expectations of January. Is there a graduation plan for this as well, or is this just financial soundness?
This is purely financial.
Well, that's enough.
Yeah, they had a very big change in working capital.
What was that, sir?
They had a big change in working capital
Yep.
from 2023 to 2024.
Then would it be the preference of commissioners to add the expectation of January 2026 attendance as a condition of licensure?
As long as you'll be there to chair them.
We're doing it in person, right?
Dr. Stefano just knows he's next up, so
I
if
wouldn't.
you are not going to be there, he is now requesting that you stop
I'll
ordering.
I'll have to
because
check
you're
my
here.
calendar, Dr. Swanee. No, I wouldn't miss it for the
Keep
world.
stacking the meeting, so Nikki should.
I keep piling it on, right?
I have a prior engagement that day. I don't want to hear that, all right?
We'll all eat some Wheaties that morning, make sure we're fully prepared. Okay, so then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the addition of the expectation of organization representation at the January 2026 meeting for number 3253?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries and takes us, I believe, to number 6 and 7. Number 6 is North Florida Cosmetology Institute, Tallahassee, number 936. I believe that's one of the earliest numbers I've ever seen. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
That is an early number.
Since I do not believe anyone is here, I do have notes that we had financial challenges along with problems with the, along with problems with the accreditor. That included 3 contingencies around their business license, Forms 301, and placement improvement for their graduates. Can we expand on the problems with their accreditor, that note that I had made here, Director? Based on this institution, they were placed on probation. So is the timing of that probation, or, hang on a second. So that extension is through next week, is what I'm saying. Extend the provisional license to September 30th. Oh, no, that's 2026. It's late in the day, sorry. Okay, that was my question, as I was worried about the overlap in time, but it's next year. Okay. Then I'm assuming we will add the expectation of attendance in January along with these three. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations, including the addition of in-person representation for the January 2026 meeting for number 936?
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and I believe we have number 7, the Soothing Arts Healing Therapy School of Massage in Santa Rosa Beach, number 2189. If you're here from that organization, please step forward and introduce yourself. Don't think anyone is here, but we do have staff recommendations that include 2 contingencies, explaining financial condition, insolvency, and faculty listings with progress reports to be filed that likely merit the addition of in-person representation in January. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for with that include the addition of in-person representation at the January 2026 meeting for number 2189?
As a condition of licensure.
Let me rephrase. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations, including the addition of in-person representation as a condition of licensure at the January 2026 meeting for number 2189?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to N where there are none, O where there are none, P where there are none. We do have script. Let me make sure I'm going to get this right. So items 17 through 20, program terminations, approved applicant letters, licenses sent, and closed school reports. Do I have a motion to accept those 4 by consent?
So move. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is accepted, which takes us to, let me make sure I'm getting that right, comments by commission members. Did I get that right? So do we have any comments from the commissioners, or do any commission members have any comments that they would like to share?
I think we're all tired.
We are. Yeah. I'll just say I appreciate all of you accommodating my passion. I truly just want what is best for the students and the state. And I think my intensity is rooted only in what lifts us all up, and thank you for your patience with me through that process. So that takes us to an adjournment. I'd like to thank you all for joining us today. Our next meeting is scheduled for November 20th and 21st, 2025. That will be a virtual meeting, and I look forward to seeing everyone virtually. Unless there is further business to come before the commission, we are adjourned. Can I get my sound back, gentlemen? Thank you. I'd like to call the Rules Committee meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education, and I'm Trey Williams, the Chair of the Commission. Today, September 26th, 2025. Ms. Hood, would you please call a roll? Present.
Present. Present.
Present.
Thank you very much. We held a rule development workshop on September 10th of 2025. Public input has been provided, and Executive Director Hurst has shared a draft rule language and forms for consideration. As a reminder, the purpose of rule development is to implement legislation passed during the 2025 legislative session that included revisions to Chapter 1005 Florida statutes governing the Commission. The Commission must vote to approve rule language before it can be submitted to the State Board of Education for final vote. And today our action items, as the Rule Committee, will discuss the draft language for approval and take a vote. We'll then vote on the Rules Committee recommendation to submit the draft language to the State Board for final vote in November 2025, or defer the vote to a future meeting. Director?
Sure. So we have had, as Chair Williams stated, we have had a workshop development that was held on the 10th of September, as well as we had our Rules Committee yesterday. So I'm going to give the brief background of this, and we're going to jump right into what we talked about yesterday. So the background is this is modifications to Rule 6E-5.001 Florida Administrative Code and Form 113 incorporated by reference that are needed to implement House Bill 1255, which was passed during the 2025 legislative session. House Bill 1255 revised Section 1005.061F Florida statutes to provide that non-public religious post-secondary educational institutions are exempt from licensure by the Commission for Independent Education, provided that they meet specified statutory criteria and submit a properly completed application on CIE Form 113. So we have talked about the comments that we have received. We talked about in Rules Committee yesterday. We talked about the comments that were received and that they have been implemented. We also had a couple of suggestions from commissioners to add to our current rules. So I'm going to go over the totality of the changes, and then we will open the floor for any additional discussion. So the modifications to Rule 6E-5.001, Religious Institution of Letter of Exemption, are first to strike college and to reflect a non-public religious post-secondary educational institution to encompass all institutions that would be under the exemption of the Commission. That we are changing from not subject to government oversight to exempt from licensure. Instead of the Commission shall issue a letter of exemption no more than once annually, it shall say that the Commission shall issue an annual letter of exemption, and that is after receipt of a properly completed CIE Form 113 and approval from the Commission. The CIE Form 113 will be changed from application for religious institution letter of exemption to affidavit for religious institution letter of exemption. For the third section, it used to say the sworn affidavit portion of CIE Form 113. It will now reflect the sworn affidavit, comma, CIE Form 113 shall be, and the rest remains the same. For number 4, it now states the Commission shall not issue a letter of exemption where it has not received a properly completed CIE Form 113 and approval from the Commission. Upon request from the Commission, the institution shall submit documentation demonstrating compliance with Section 1005.061F and Section 1005.04 Florida statutes, including Rule 6E-1.00326I Florida Administrative Code. The institution shall submit documentation within 30 days after the request. And number 5 was duration. It originally stated a letter of exemption is valid from 1 year from the date reflected on the letter. The proposed language now states, in addition, however, if the Commission is unable to supply the letter of exemption to an institution after the institution has timely submitted a completed CIE Form 113, the previous year's letter of exemption will remain in effect until the Commission issues a new letter of exemption or until the Commission denies the completed CIE Form 113 at a public meeting. When you flip over to your 113, it will now state that it is an affidavit for religious institution letter of exemption. We have changed the instructions to allow institutions to email the completed affidavit to CIE or mail the completed form. We have added the language that they can print or type, attaching additional pages as needed. So if we have institutions that have more programs than others, they can add to this affidavit. We have added a line that is the explanation of religious modifier, religious name, or religious symbol used in the institution's name, and there will be appropriate spacing for the institutions to be able to provide that information. We have also added the requirement for a list the titles and majors of every degree program offered by the institution as they appear on degrees, transcripts, and all other official school documents, publications, and advertisements. I said that wrong. Let me say it one more time. The "and" is at the end. List the titles and majors of every degree program offered by the institution as they appear on degrees and transcripts issued by the institution and all other official school documents, publications, and advertisements. And then the last page that used to say sworn affidavit, that is being stricken. And it will say, by signing below, the undersigned swears or affirms that the statements found in this affidavit are true and accurate, including, and then you'll have the original subparagraphs 1 through 5. So the only additions that were made yesterday are the spacing for the ability to explain your religious modifier, religious name, or religious symbol, as well as adding that little blurb on the back of the CIE Form 113, which requires the institution to list the titles and majors as they also appear on all their official school documents, publications, and advertisements. Is there any questions?
May I make a suggestion? I've just noticed now for the first time, okay, maybe a little edit we want to make, just kind of a grammatical one. In proposed subsection 4, where we have the addition of the words "and approval from the commission," I think that we're missing a preposition or, "and upon approval from the commission." I was just reading it now and I thought I was having a stroke. I was trying to make sense of it, but.
Okay,
I
so
think
just
upon.
adding the word "upon"
Yeah.
for grammatical
Is that okay?
purposes. Perfect. All right. Any other comments from commission members? Would you like to ask if any public?
Sorry.
Oh, did you have one? Sure.
Just a little
Go ahead.
editorial remark here. So
Yes.
if you look at the form where it says, please print or type attaching additional pages as needed.
Yes.
And first, I think the underline, if it's going to be there, should start with attaching. But second, the end of it should be a period, not a colon, then period.
Yes, so it only looks weird on your form. It's just going to end in a colon, is that, or did you want, no, I'm sorry. It ends in the period. Please print or type attaching additional pages as needed, period.
Period.
Yes, so I will correct that. It's the, it's when I'm using the strike-throughs and the underlining of it to show what's different.
Got it, okay.
It's having its edits, but I will make sure that that's fixed when I do the
And
proposal.
you may want to consider putting colons after name of religious institution and after explanation of religious modifier, religious name, or religious symbol used in the institution's name, just for consistency with the rest of the form.
Okay, will do. Thank you. Anything else you see, Dr. Stavato? You were my second, third set of eyes. Okay, do you want to ask if there's any public comment related to this?
Well, if there's no more discussion from the commissioners, do we have public comment for the Rules Committee prior to taking a motion?
There is one gentleman walking up.
What was that?
There is a gentleman walking.
Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Dr. Earl Lee, Florida Council of Private Colleges, FCPC. Appreciate all the work that you're putting into it. We look forward to being able to work with you on the whole situation. The only of the things discussed today, the only thing that the very cumbersome part for the institutions is listing all the titles of degrees and going into multiple pages for it. A much simpler thing is electronically submitting a copy of their catalog, or if they don't have a website, a PDF copy of their catalog. Now, it does a lot more than that. The bad actors in the category, and of course, you never hear from the bad actors. They don't, if they have a website, if they have a catalog, they don't publish the degrees that they're selling. They do that at the back door, like any fraud. So you never hear about it. But our member institutions run into that all the time. And so by getting the catalog, you have proof that they have the curriculum and the courses to drive it. Seeing a degree, some of the fraudsters, they grant a doctorate degree and they don't have any other degrees. And so they don't have anything that makes what it is. Our institutions, what they're dealing with in the marketplace, and the purpose statement of way back in 1972 for the agency that you now are, what came from Civicu, became CIE, there's three, in the purpose statement, there's three statements that says the purpose of this board is to prevent fraud in education, fraudulent use of degrees, fraudulent use of that. So they still work a way around it. How do we run into it? We run into it this way. Our institutions that are in this category, they'll have somebody, a student, and the student says, well, we're going to go over here and get the degree. Well, why? Well, because I don't have to do the work. I don't have to do this. The sad part about that, from my personal opinion, is that a man of the cloth stands up in the pulpit and preaches on Sunday that he has a doctorate degree and he didn't do any work for it. He's a liar standing before his people. And just like the drug industry, we wouldn't have a drug problem in America if it wasn't people want to buy drugs, illegal drugs. So we need to do something, and I believe we would do more by allowing the documentation to be submitted electronically, but also having the catalog. Because if they say that they're offering associate's, bachelor's, master's, doctorate, you have no proof. But if the catalog's submitted, you get all of that. And then the ease of this, a recommendation that I would make on top of that, the agency, everything that's submitted to you is public record. So if you get an inquiry from a student or someone about that institution, a simple letter back, electronically giving them a copy of their affidavit, everything else, their catalog, the whole works. And if they're being told something different by the institution that they're going to in the back door, then they'll root that out and they'll turn around and file a complaint, and then you can deal further with it. So a simple solution is to provide what's submitted by public record, but give them enough evidence to be able to get it. In some of the old circles, and I'll make this statement for you because it's true, within the ranks of preachers, for some, I'm considered a Judas because I want accountability under consumer fair practices. And the other people say, well, under separation of church and state, they can't tell us to do anything. But the minute you go to offer a degree, that makes it a matter of consumer fair practices that the state of Florida has the obligation to make sure the degrees are legal. And I'm on my 46th year standing for this in the state of Florida. And I'm going to stand for it till the day I die. I'm going to be trying to get accountability and get rid of the religious charlatans. And we have them. And there are places, you'll never see the ad, they don't advertise it, but some of our students go to a place and you can get an associate's, a bachelor's, a master's, and a doctorate and a postdoctorate degree in 60 days for $3,000. That exists in the state of Florida, and it's still there, but you'll never find it. So we have to have something on the law of accountability under consumer fair practices where they're submitting documentation that you can root that out. And that's what, and again, whatever you're doing, I appreciate it all. and I look forward to what it is. We may not get a perfect product today, but it can be tweaked later on. But we're there. Our organization is helping. By the way, I represent over 40 institutions in the category. So that have faced all the problems that I've told you about. So I appreciate the opportunity to share that with you. We look forward to working with you and tweak out any problems or whatever that takes place. But you are taking action today to begin the remedy of dealing with what your purpose statement is, prevent fraudulent degrees. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Dr. Lee, I know you and I have not had the chance to meet before. My name is Trey Williams, and I've heard
Yes.
your name quite a while, and I know that you've been in and around and an icon of this industry for decades. And it's a pleasure to meet you in person.
Right. Well, and we don't live far apart.
Oh, is that right?
I'm in Haines City. You're in Winter Haven.
Well, I live in Sarasota, but we have a location in Winter Haven, yes, sir.
Yeah,
we
you
do,
have a
not terribly
location in
far
Winter
from you
Haven,
there.
and you're
So
there.
I hope that what you see is momentum in a direction that we all can agree we need to be moving toward. And obviously, incremental change for the better is better than no change at all.
Right.
And I think what I've seen out of the director, particularly out of this last session, was an effort to, we can't let best get in the way of better.
Right.
And what I've seen is an aggressive stance on giving us the purview to prevent the fraudulent activity that you're
Right.
speaking about without interfering with the non-secular part of this world and the people's religious freedoms. And I know that that's a tenuous balance, but I think our goals are aligned, if you don't mind me saying that, on what we're trying to achieve. I don't know if you listened in on the session yesterday,
Right.
but we had a hearty discussion
Yes.
around 3 schools who had submitted fraudulent
Right.
notaries to this commission.
Yes.
And I would applaud the director and the staff for rooting those out and finding that, which I think opens the door to further investigation.
Right.
So I want you to feel like when you leave here today that you have an alignment between what you've been trying to achieve for so long and what currently is happening on the board.
Mhm.
And I know you and I share faith and
Yes.
core values.
Yes.
And it's been my experience that if you share core values with somebody, everything is easier. And
Yes.
if you don't share core values with somebody, everything is harder, right?
Right,
So I
right.
don't think we have quite as rocky of a road in front of us now as what it may have appeared to you 20 years ago when you first began this.
Right. Well,
And,
I
I just wanted you
started
to know
it-
my heart in that regard and let you hear it straight from me.
Right. And then I would say one last thing, because it's a very crucial thing. The institutions that submit the affidavits, because it's required by law, they need to be listed in the website in a section. And they were taken, we
You
were
mean on the
taken off.
CIE's website?
On the CIE website. We're under the CIE, and they're taken off the website. And that poses a problem. And I'll give you an example for the problem. Obviously, being a man of faith and having a ministry, we have missionaries around the world. Our church donates $500,000 a year. We're approaching $20 million going to mission work around the world. We have a missionary in Southeast Asia that they have a school over there, and the school is based on the same standards and clock hours and everything that Florida requires. And the student, well, after he finished a degree, well, I'm going to go over here for a doctorate degree. And so the missionary that was running part of the college, he asked him to get documentation. I have it in my file. I haven't provided it, but I can provide the proof. And I have the official letterhead and everything of the so-called college over there. And one of the big things on that, along with a bunch of others, is the Florida logo, the Florida Commission of Education. We're fully licensed by them. And the reason why they don't get caught is it's not listed on the website. But up until then, when you listed schools on the website, the missionary or anybody could have easily checked to see. I got contacted because of that and was able to tell them, no, they're not on the website, and they never have been on the website because I have records for quite a few years. So even when they, prior to them taking us off the website, couldn't find them anywhere. And I know that they wouldn't be licensed in Southeast Asia. So it doesn't require a law. It's just a matter of procedure. Please put us back on the website. Everyone that submits an affidavit, label the category as you want. 1005.06 parens 1 parens F, institutions, and list us there, and we'll deal with that. It'll help us to clear up some of the fraudulent ones, because once they're listed there and they're acting, then we can say, well, they're listed there, but they're not. And at that point, then our institutions can even request what they submitted to you and provide it to their students and say, this is what they have told the state of Florida. Are they doing what they told the state of Florida? And we'll be able to prove to them, no, they're not. State of Florida has never approved the sale of degrees. Yeah. Never has, never will, and we thank God for that. So thank you for the time.
I appreciate that. I'd like to ask the director to speak to whether we have the purview to request the catalog, like you said, and the purview to post those listings on the website.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about the catalog first. So the reason that we are putting in this rule to list the programs is that the Fair Consumers Practices requires that the institution to disclose those educational programs and curricula, and it states that it can be in a catalog, but it can be in another form that the institution has chosen. So if we limit it to we can't limit it to the catalogs, but even if we did, you would have an issue where these institutions that aren't using the catalog are then not submitting documentation. And for us, I've looked at many of these catalogs from these religious institutions, and the preference of commission staff would be to have the list, and you can put it as a PDF. It says you can attach it. So you could attach it as a PDF on the back of it, but the list of it, so our staff is not taking a catalog that might have 300 to 600 pages and trying to go through and find all of the programs that are listed in it. So we'll just have a list of the actual degrees that are being offered by the institution. So that was thought out of why we asked for a list instead of for the actual catalog. So thank you for that comment, because it did make us look at it again to just make sure that we were doing this in the right manner. And when we do the request for documentation, so if we have an institution that we request documentation of their compliance with the Fair Consumers Practices, it'll be the same way. They will have to demonstrate to us how they disclose these educational programs and curriculums to their students, and that might be through a catalog, but it might be through a different means, and so we'll be looking at that as well. So does that answer your first question about the catalog?
Yeah, I was going to just add a quick point that I understand the motivation behind requesting the catalog, but even you can, in today's ChatGPT world, I could probably create a catalog in about 30 seconds. That doesn't mean I'm necessarily using it, right, to train students. So I don't know that it's the bulletproof silver bullet that we're looking for. Yes. I do think it's helpful. I'm not saying that it's not, but it's certainly not going to solve the problem.
Catalogs are absolutely helpful, but in this circumstance.
Every catalog has a list in a page or two in the catalog listing all the degrees and the majors. So it's not they're spread out. Now, true, you go the rest of the way in the catalog.
That might be true.
That may be true for some of the institutions that have good catalogs, but I have seen catalogs that do not include that. So we're trying to ensure that we are getting the information that is required by the statute, which is that the affidavit, they must list all of their degree programs and titles. So staff can ensure that they are using the appropriate or religious modifications, that they're in the right areas, and we can ask additional questions. So this provides us with the way that it is currently written with the list, and then you can add a PDF to the back. I would consider that a list as well, would allow us to look at those and make sure that, first of all, you're in compliance with the religious exemption letter of for the institutions, and then we can ask additional questions as needed.
What about the website list?
So for the website list, that was a decision to take down these institutions because, yes, we did find that we had a problem with some institutions that were purporting to be religious institutions that were not. We have been pretty aggressive, as y'all have noticed in the last couple of, or actually the last couple of years, about pulling institutions for which we find that are advertising programs that are not religious in nature or that appear to be in contrast with the actual statute itself. And so the decision was made to pull all of them off of the website to give us an opportunity to go through processes, and until we put them back up there, to have a good process in place of reviewing these religious exemptions and these institutions, so we are not legitimizing anyone that maybe should not be legitimized. So it was a very strategic decision to do this, to make sure I understand your point about that there may be students that are looking and they might go into one of these programs and not know that it's licensed by us, but we have public records requests all the time. Any student can reach out to me, they can reach out to a member of the staff, they can reach out to CIE, and they can ask us if we have that program, whether that program has been approved by this commission. We will happily provide them any of the documentation, the affidavits that are submitted, that is all public record. We will be happy to provide them. They can talk to staff about these institutions, but it does provide, putting them on the website allows you to legitimize all of the ones that have submitted the affidavit. So while we're going through this process, we've chosen to pull it down so we can take a look at these institutions, and then at some point in the future, they may go back up on that website, but at this point, we've made the decision to pull them.
Director, got a quick question. Is it possible for us to just put maybe on the website, like if you have questions about religious, you can contact?
It is on there. So yes.
Okay.
So and there's a section on our website about religious applications and how you apply for them. We have our public records on there. We do receive public records quite often about our religious schools, asking for if certain ones have been approved by this commission, and we provide the appropriate responses to the individuals that have provided those inquiries. So we will always be happy to do that. But that has been the strategic decision about why we have pulled them from the website at this time.
Right. But we do need to be listed on the website.
For the ones that have been vetted by as you're saying that at some point in the future, they may go back up.
Correct.
Because we don't want to legitimize someone who has not been vetted.
Correct.
There's an unequal application of the law when you list other schools that are under the CIE, but you don't list the religious schools. And we're now...
Not necessarily. So what we are listing on there is licensed institutions. The ones that you're speaking to are institutions that are exempt from licensure. So we have plenty of institutions that are exempt from licensure that we do not list on our website. We do not list any of the institutions that receive ease funding or that have been outside of our jurisdiction because they have their SACS accredited and receive ease funding, that are approved by other federal areas such as the FAA. We don't list any of those. If you're outside of the jurisdiction of the CIE, we're not listing those institutions.
Well, we are degree granting institutions by statute. And you have, even on your agenda yesterday, you had faith-based schools that grant degrees under the degree section.
That are exempt from licensure.
That is correct.
Right, exempt from licensure, and we're exempt from licensure.
Correct.
So we need to be listed. We need to be listed. Our schools have been taken off and not listed on the website for a long time, and that needs to be.
And I will take
I was
that.
glad to see that on
Sure.
the agenda yesterday.
And it will always be on the agenda. There is every single time that we have our degree schools on, which is usually day one, but every single time we have a degree school, if we have a religious affidavit that has been submitted and we've received that affidavit, staff has checked on it, and then it goes in front of the commission for approval, those will always be listed on the degree side. I will be happy to take that into consideration at some point to, review that and determine whether they do need to go back on the website. But at this point, they have not been placed on there as we go through this process. But what's in front of us today is not necessarily that. It is the rule itself to consider. Do you have any additional comments on the rule itself?
No, on the rule itself, we'll see how it plays out. All of our institutions have always complied with the law to the best of their ability. And we'll see. If anything that's onerous, then we'll submit the documentation in a way that's not onerous, but it will not be in violation of not submitting documentation. We'll always have it there. So I appreciate all that you're doing and the time.
Yes, sir. Before you step away, I feel like the goals of the commission and what I've seen, the efforts that the director and staff have made, and making this rule modification as a way to implement statute that was put in place from this past year, I think it's very well aligned with what you're trying to accomplish. I really do. I feel like this is a tremendous amount of alignment. And I want to point out that we have catalogs and listings of nursing schools, for instance, on the CIE website, who have submitted all of the things that you're saying we should request and make available, who still aren't executing in the real world and who have still been found guilty of selling degrees. So I don't think this is a silver bullet of requiring catalogs. I don't think listing them on the website is that. I think there are going to be bad actors in every area of a free enterprise marketplace, and that's how capitalism works, and we're going to do our best to protect the student and religious freedom simultaneously. And I think it's a tenuous balance, but I really do feel like the goals of what we're trying to achieve with these, albeit incremental steps, are really aligned with your eventual and ultimate goal, right, of validating those who are doing things correctly. I really do feel that way, and I think you do as well, right?
And Dr. Lee, if you have institutions that you're running across that are acting in a manner contrary to our fair consumers practices and even our statute, that if you're seeing these institutions that are operating elsewhere under the umbrella of they're using our logo and stating that they are licensed by us, or if they're under that religious umbrella but you know that they are not, please feel free to, or actually don't feel free, please send them to us. Send them to us so we can take a look at them, because we will send letters of noncompliance. We will try to get in touch with these institutions. If it's one of ours that we have provided an affidavit, we will look into it further to determine if they are in compliance. So if you know of this, please send them to us, because that also helps us kind of clean up the sector, because we won't know everything that's out there. We only know when it's brought to our attention. So if you could do that, that would be immensely helpful for us as well.
Okay, well, and if I may, I'll just share something with you as a personal aside. We've worked the legislature the last 2 years, and my wife and I have cashed in all of our savings, and we put $68,000 into getting this legislation passed. But this is my 46th year, and I'm determined it's one of the legacies that I plan to leave for the state of Florida. Get rid of our religious charlatans. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So if there's no additional public comment, I'm assuming the next step is for a motion of some sort to implement the changes as discussed. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. All right, if there's no further discussion, we're looking for a motion to accept the draft language just discussed.
So move.
Moved.
Second.
And a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That draft language is approved for submittal to the commission.
Do we change hats? Change hats?
Yes, we're reconvening.
Okay.
So now you're supposed to.
And do the pledge and everything again?
Right. So we don't need to adjourn as a rules committee first? Then we are adjourned as a rules committee, and we can now reconvene as commissioners with action items. So just give me a second. Our options are to vote for approval to submit the draft language to the state board for final vote in November 2025 with or without modifications, or defer the vote to a future meeting. For the rule consideration is 6E 5.001 FAC Religious Institution Letter of Exemption. Do you have further discussion?
I do not.
Commissioners, do you have further discussion? Is there any public comment on this rule? If there's no further discussion, is there a motion to accept draft language?
Motion.
Right here. I have a motion and a second, and before we take a complete vote, the vote to approve the recommended draft language from the Rules Committee and give Executive Director the authority to make minor edits and modifications in response to input from the public and the Department of Education, including stylistic, grammatical modifications and associated reference modifications. Delegate authority to the chair for final approval of the changes. So with that as a motion, with that language, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
And seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That draft language is approved. We don't have an option to. Say it again. All right. With that approval, I think we can adjourn our reconvening session as commissioners and for the day. Outstanding. Thank you.